low. We can't do any damage back on 40.
Oh, Saladin! Does Ethan have a claw spin? Oh my god!
No way! What? Oh, I'm so surprised. So it looks like they're both out of food, just like the last fight, really coming down to the wire right now. The whip, oh my, what a combo! Steps underneath, goes for an AGS spec 73, no!
The Boaty number, there it is, good.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Method Mayhem US East PvP circuit. My name is Jake Upton, also known as Expected Value RuneScape, and I'm going to be your host today. I am joined by two kings of the PvP scene. We have New Zealand / Hong Kong / India's finest, the self-proclaimed king of 44s, Big D, did a bitter himself, and we're also joined by the Kit Kat connoisseur, the big Swedish meatball, West Ham. How you doing today, boys?
I absolutely take that introduction. I don't want to brag too much, but yeah, I do think I hold all of those titles, so incredibly excited to be here. Self-proclaimed, you know, one of the best to ever do it, a RuneScape triathlete. But there's a lot of fights today that I'm excited in watching, so I'm excited to be here and get into the event.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the nicest introduction I'm ever going to get. Very glad about that. Thank you very much, Evie. But I think we're going to see some big plays today, and I'm excited to see what the East Coast bracket has to bring.
Very, very excited today. First place in this bracket is going to be taking out 1K. Second place is going to be taking out 350, and third going to be taking out 150. And the top 8 players are going to be moving on to the Method Mayhem World Championships, where there'll be $3,000 up to grabs. Boys, what are the fights you're most excited to see today?
So there's probably a couple fights that right off the bat we can see. Probably the biggest fight of this bracket was probably going to be Grim versus Miraja, number 5. That's Kanini versus Frontline, both like leadership positions in each team. And they're both like, from fighting both of them and knowing both of them, they're both really good at the 1v1 fights. So that's probably going to be the biggest fight of the first bracket. There's some other ones, for example, at the bottom of the bracket, Dizzy versus OA. That's like another Kanini versus Frontline. There's quite a few like that. Tata leader Barnes is also in here, and they're the winners of the last DMM, and he's fighting Aguero. And don't know anything about them, but those kind of people are somewhat seen as the favorites to win this bracket, so I'm excited to see how those go.
Yeah, not to forget about Saeed as well, who came second place in the Jagex 1v1 tournament, I believe. So yeah, I think if we can see, I mean, I think we can see some good fights versus for Saeed as well.
And who's your prediction from this bracket going through? It's going to be 8 players winning the grand final.
You think that, you're asking who I think is going to win the entire bracket?
Who do you think is going to take it out?
I think my prediction for East region would be probably Barnes, but it really just depends on how his first fight goes. What about you, West?
I mean, I'm kind of torn between Grim and Saeed, but I definitely think it will be either of those two. It wouldn't surprise me if we were to see Grim and Barnes in the final as well.
Yeah, that would be a good final, actually. That would be a good final, and that's possible to have. So that'd be nice to see.
Who do you guys think would be the biggest underdog story that has a good chance of moving on to the grand final out of this bracket? A name that people might not really have heard before, maybe not think will go through, but you guys think have a decent chance.
I think Waterboards is not that bad, you know. I genuinely think Waterboards is one of those people that's been doing this for long enough. He's not really got the reputation of being the best player, but I could see him going far.
I've lost a couple times to him, not even gonna lie, so it's definitely possible.
So have I. So it's
I don't want to say too much, but it's possible he could make his way to the final. We've also got at the bottom of the bracket, we have Clipper, another RuneScape triathlete. He's a Brid too. He's with Frontline, but he also like does PVM and a bunch of other stuff. So I'm excited to see how he does and whether he can get himself into like the semifinals or something.
Interesting. Once again, guys, the top 8 players from this are going to be going through to the World Championships, and there is a losers bracket from the main bracket. So anybody that loses a set today does have a second chance to make it back through.
Yeah, looking at looking at what happened in the EU tourney, for example, I mean, we had a person come back from the losers bracket and win the entire tournament, which I do believe you do start with being down a round if you win the losers bracket and come onto the final. So Bill Jetty last tournament being down, managed to win it anyway. We could see that happening this one as well, because all it takes is like one bad fight for whoever's in the winners bracket to go down to losers, and then maybe have to pull it back there. But I feel like we're gonna see some really good fights.
Yeah, our first fight is Koof versus Tun. I don't know anything about Koof, nor do I know anything about Tun, but he beat Pint from Kanini in the qualifiers, and Pint beat Maz from Tata. So like those are two tough fights to win. And if he beat both of those guys, he's probably the favorite going into the first round. The second fight is Stanos versus Dragonfire Ward. I don't really know much about them either, but I fought both of them, and I will say the Dragonfire Ward was really hard to fight. He had really good movement, and he got a bunch of free hits on me. So I'd probably say he'd probably be in the favorite versus Bazvark in that fight too.
So from this first round, boys, who do you see being the favorite in this fight?
I don't think I know enough about either of them to really guess that, but taking that one of them beat Pine.
He's definitely seems like the favorite if he beat Pine and Maz, yeah. The other guy beats BDRS and In and Outie, so I'm not too sure about him. The chat seems to think Kof is the underdog, so we'll see.
We will certainly see. I think we're going to be getting into that first fight pretty soon coming up here. The chat seems to be big fans of Koof here, so
yeah, they do. Okay, maybe we're wrong. I don't think I have, but we'll see.
I'm definitely relying on you two to be the experts in this situation, because I'm not huge on the PvP scene. I don't really know too many of these names, so if you guys don't know these two either.
Naturally, with the PvP scene, there's a lot of people that change names every now and then, double name change and stuff like that. So it wouldn't surprise me if Koof could be some sort of like hit alt account.
I mean, I think we can see within the first 10-20 seconds what kind of skill level we're going to be working with, and
yeah, 100%.
Whether they're matched or not. It's going to be exciting to see. But yeah, they're really gassing up Koof, so let's see.
Yeah, apparently Koof is a mod for Dino.
Ah.
Okay.
I'm gonna back up my prediction of Tun then. I'm going with Tun for sure.
Only time will tell, boys, and definitely actions will speak louder than words. All fights in this bracket are going to be a best of 3, so players are going to need to win 2 of the matches to move forward into the next round.
Yeah, 100%. I'm trying to think. There's some very interesting names on the bracket. At the bottom, we've got Op Smoker 23. He actually beat he beat Feasted in the qualifiers. He's also a really good tribrid. So there's a lot of people on the bottom of the bracket too who we can see make it to the final. I'm not sure. It's going to be, I think 16 people get eliminated today, and there's already a bunch of big names in the round 1 fights. Grim versus Mirage. So some people who probably want to go to the finals may not be making it there.
Yep, so today we will be seeing, I believe, 16 matches. So 16 people will go through to the losers bracket today. And then tomorrow we'll finish up the rest of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, naturally with these fights, it can go either way, honestly. You need one bad fight, and that's going to take you out of the tournament and bring you down to the losers bracket. The losers bracket is kind of just there to give people a chance at redemption, to make sure that they don't just get RNG'd in one fight and then get completely taken out. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of unknown people in this tournament, and there's a lot of knowns, so maybe we're going to see some form of underdog take the entire thing here, but there's a decent amount of known names.
It looks as though we're going to be watching the Stars 29 versus Stanos fight up here first.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Both of these guys are really good. I do think Dragfire Ward might be the slight favorite in this, just from fighting both of them. I fought Stanos maybe like 3 or 4 times just in like tournaments, and he's pretty good too, but I think Dragfire Ward is probably maybe the favorite going into this one.
Do you guys think this might be...
I have seen Stanos in tournaments before. He's performed fairly well. I don't think I've ever gone against him myself. We've usually landed at opposite sides of the bracket. But from what I've seen from him, it does look like he can actually, he does have decent innate skill, and it wouldn't surprise me if he actually was a lot better than what I'm expecting him to be.
Do you guys think this is a case, based just on what you guys are saying about these players, do you think this might be a case of 2 of the better players in the bracket coming up against each other early in the bracket?
I'd say this is going to be one of the good fights we're going to see in the first rounds. And it seems that Koof has already moved on to the second round of the tournament. It seems that Tun, I guess, dropped out or wasn't available to do his fights because Koof has moved on, which is why we got Dragfire Ward versus Bazvark next.
Yep, so 2 of the better players in the bracket going up against each other in the first round. That, again, brings to the losers bracket why being a good thing, as in 2 good players up against each other. The losers get a second chance. It's not as though the best players come up against each other at the start and then don't get to move forward. So another good thing for the losers bracket there.
Good to see.
It does look like people are being fairly slow right now, but this first match should begin fairly soon here. I do believe they are just about to go in.
So we're just a little bit of a delay on that first fight. It's a bit tough to get all the players together. There's a lot of people competing in this tournament from all over the US and different time zones, and it's tough to get everyone together at the same time. So a little bit of technical difficulties, as you could say, at the start here, but we should be getting into the first fight very shortly. Stars 29 versus Stanos.
There are actually some European competitors in this too, because the EU bracket filled up so quickly. There are going to be some people here playing on not the greatest ping. One of those people being Miraja, which is one of the early fights of this. He's going to be playing from Finland, so we'll see how that goes. Obviously, Bilgetti won the EU 20, and that was for Solid Tag. He's won that for, so hopefully another clown's going to be trying to win this one for them and try and pull that back and see who they can get in the finals.
And finally, we do have the first match beginning here. Starting off strong for Bazvark, going in with a 38 whip there, I believe.
And he catches the first freeze, too. And he gets a bolt on ropes. He's already up like 60 damage right off the bat.
Yeah, right now it's looking very good for Bazvark. I do believe Bazvark just got frozen there, so he's not able to get the DD, but Dragonfire Ward should be able to get at least 2 hits.
He's up so much damage. He hasn't taken a single hit yet. Oh my god, 39 bolt again. He gets clawed, barely gets hit anything. Dragonfire Ward's probably already down, I'd say like 150 damage at this point. He just gets barrage, another 25. Maybe my prediction was all off here. Another bolt.
I mean, right now it definitely looks like Bazvark has got this. I mean, we are looking at Dragonfire Ward being constantly in defensive. Yeah, I mean, he's up like 200 damage.
Bazvark has only had to eat 1 food at this point, maybe. He goes in for a claw spec, does another 30 damage. A 10 whip. This guy's up like 300 at this point. He hasn't eaten a single food. Yeah, that's a good round 1. That's a good start you want to get in this fight.
Would you say that Bazvark is doing everything right here? I'm not entirely sure. It does look like Dragonfire Ward is definitely getting the lower RNG as well.
He's definitely getting a little bit unlucky here for sure.
I mean, looking at Bazvark, he's taking a few bolts on robes, on prey range as well. So he's not getting bolted that high, but I would say Dragonfire Ward is deserving of a little bit more damage coming in with that last claw as well there. That is his last claw. I do believe Bazvark still has 50%, so he's got a little bit of extra damage there waiting. But right now, it's definitely looking...
The momentum just isn't letting up. He's just hit another 26 into a 22 bolt. He's maybe eaten like 2 anglers at this point. Another 24 vault. Okay, he gets the freeze there, which is fair enough. As long as he just keeps this lead and doesn't get KO'd, I really can't see him dropping this first round. Obviously, RNG could come back the other way, and the guy gets a sick comeback. But Dragonfire Ward still taking 24 bolts. There's a claw coming in.
That
only an 18.
Too big though.
37 whip on robes. I don't know, bro. I think this might be the round for Bazvark. He's already up so much in this. I really didn't expect that. Dragonfire Ward did a lot better when he was fighting against me when I was practicing the other day. But it could just be a case of RNG, so we're going to have to see how the rest of the fight goes.
Yeah, I mean, Dragonfire Ward definitely getting some shittier RNG at the start of the fight as well. Bazvark is doing most things right here, but he is still taking a decent amount of hits off prey. It'll be interesting to see the tracker. Right now, it looks like Bazvark only needs to do like another 80 damage to win.
I think Dragfire Ward might be out of food here, I'm not going to lie. He's also got a Dragon Defender disadvantage compared to his opponent who has an Avernic Defender, who we can't currently see, but he'll be coming back.
It appears that our opponent here has done run itself and just disappeared off the map. It does look like Dragonfire Ward is out of food with 50 HP though.
That is probably one of the quickest fights and the quickest ways I've ever seen someone get out of food. Probably a case of unlucky on his part, but that's the game he has to play. Yeah, completely out of food. I don't think Bazvark's going to have any issue with this. So that's going to be around... unless he gets a sneaky KO here, but nah, he's eating to full. He doesn't want to risk this.
Yeah, he's straight up to full HP. I mean, in a situation like this, 100% there's no point in him taking any risk. It does look like Bazvok is about to get the KO here. Dragonfire Wood getting that redemption off, though, sitting on about 25 HP right now. Bazvok still camping full. He's got the supplies. Right now,
that is a very good round 1 to have.
That is like a 2-minute fight.
Yeah, that is one of the quickest tribute stakes I've probably ever seen. Dragfire Ward, probably not the happiest man, but he's going to have to try and come back for the second round. Because if Bazvok gets another win, that's going to be a 2-0 for him. That was a pretty nice first fight to see. I was not expecting such a fast-paced fight.
No, definitely not. I mean, that's some insane RNG for Bazvok right there. Although, arguably, it did look like he was doing more things right. I'd say that level of RNG is not necessarily your skill.
When you have two people that skilled, the one guy's getting a whole lot luckier. There's not really much you can do, but...
Yeah, I mean...
let's hope Dragfire Ward can pull this back and maybe make it 1-1, tie things up.
Looking at the PvP tracker for that fight, we have Bazvok with 60 hits and 55% prayers correct to Dragonfire Ward's 51 hits and 41% prayers correct. Bazvok's deserved damage being 448, with actual damage being 598. So he's gone well over lucky, 100 deserved damage there to actual damage. That is absolutely insane. Dragonfire Wood actually did get more damage than what he deserved as well. He only got 18 extra damage though.
Alright, so I mean, yeah. Bazvok came out there with 9 extra hits, and honestly that's all it really comes down to in this fight. The extra hits you get, that's the more extra deserved damage you should have, and that's how you win this fight. So when he had that sick momentum, he really took advantage of it, and there wasn't really much Dragfire Ward could do there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just about the snowballing.
Exactly, yeah. RNG definitely plays a factor, but when you get 9 extra hits in there, you kind of have to ask yourself, maybe he did 100 extra damage, but he also got 9 extra hits, so...
Yeah, that's another thing as well, is that when you have that momentum, being able to snowball on that momentum will most likely put your opponent in defense, making it so they can't hit you back, and you'll get a few free hits in there as well. DD advantage being huge as well. Right now we're seeing Bazvok get another 2 free hits there. Getting whipped on ropes though by the looks of things, and only getting hit is 0.
If he wins this, he's through, and that puts Dragonfire Ward out to the losers bracket. There's a claw coming in into a barrage, hits a 0. See, Bazvok's on the defensive this time. RNG seems to be in Dragfire Ward's way. He's got the DD. He just whipped him on robes into a 37 Opal Bolt.
It does look like this fight is turning around. Yeah, 100%. I mean, Dragonfire Ward is really pouncing on that momentum right now. He's up like 150 damage just on those like 8 hits right there. So,
he did just hit a 0 claw, but he still seems to have quite a momentum going. Bazvok seems to have recovered a bit here. If he can catch a freeze, we'll see where it's going. He catches it back. I'd say Bazvok is down a little bit of food here just off that start. And if Dragfire Ward... Okay, 35 bolt coming out of Dragfire Ward. It seems to be a complete opposite of the previous fight.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it looks like Bazvok has lost the RNG. Dragonfire Ward is getting the RNG that Bazvok got last fight. Right now, honestly, it could go either way. I mean... Bazvok only needs to deal like another 200 extra damage. That could happen at any point in the fight. 2 claw specs and you could have that back sometimes. Yeah. But right now, Dragonfire Wood is definitely in the lead. Bazvok coming in with that claw. Only
not really enough to get that advantage back. Let's see if Dragfire Ward can keep the momentum up here. A bolt on robes gets him a 12. Into another 18 freeze. He's really not taking any damage, and he's still just straight DPSing him. Bazvok,
yeah, I mean,
still tanking,
switches-wise, they look like they are very even. Like, looking at the display of skill, it kind of looks like they're even. I can't really tell that much of a difference between the two. The only difference I can tell is that Bazvok bolts in his Mage's book a lot more.
Yeah.
Not depending on the situation as well, that could be beneficial or not. But Dragonfire Wood's doing a very good job.
I'm liking his diagonal DDs, yeah. He's up just so much damage, and if he keeps just using these DDs, it doesn't really seem like Bazvok's defending them too well. He just clawed on Prey Melee there again. I think his first claw was on Prey Melee too, so that's kind of wasted spec potential right there. He gets the DD. Let's see if Dragfire Ward doesn't miss any free hits there. He brews up and bolts him back. So he's making sure he's getting every hit that he can. Switching into his mage here.
Looking at Bazvok's specs as well, it does kind of look like he's been indefensive for so long. He's trying everything to just get his momentum back, and it's not really working out for him. Dumping those claws on a DD, most people are going to pray melee on that. So I'm not entirely sure if Bazvok's style of play is that great here.
bolted on Robes as well. 2 zeros. Let's see if he gets another bolt off here on Robes. Okay, no, he goes in for a freeze. 35 barrage. Jeez,
though,
that's a
that
max right
massive.
there. Yep. Bazvark could be out of food here. I'm not sure. He could be very well close to, and I'd say Dragfire Ward definitely has an advantage here by... Oh my god, another claw coming in. That's 50 damage there. Is Bazvark out? I think he might be. He's on 19 HP. Alright, he just got hit on 19. He's on about half HP. Let's see if he still has any more food or if he's out of food here. 34 barrage. I think this might be the 1-1.
Yeah, it looks like Bazvark is out there
Oh
to
my
that 15
God.
bolt.
Dude,
It genuinely
okay.
looks like both of the RNG. I mean,
That was
Bazvark
pretty
having
cool.
the first fight, having the insane RNG. It looks like Dragonfire Ward has just taken that RNG straight back and pulled it. So I'm going to see if I can get the tracker for that fight.
That was pretty cool. That was just a straight reverse. Now it's 1-1. Whoever wins this advances on. I would say that Dragonfire Ward did impress me there, and I think he did just simply get really unlucky in the first fight. It was kind of hard for him to come back on. And into this next fight, if they have somewhat similar RNG, hopefully we can see a better display of their skill and see who actually comes out on top for this.
Yeah, I mean, for us to kind of determine who's better here, it's extremely hard to say. They're both kind of I'd say on skill level from what we've seen switches-wise and hit-wise, it does look like they're very similar, but with the RNG that they have, so far we haven't seen an even fight between the two. It's mostly just been down to RNG, so I'll see if I can get a tracker, but right now it doesn't
Those
look
are
like
two
we're getting one.
fast-paced, extremely action-packed fights, though, between two very good guys, which is actually really great to see. They're
Yeah, it
really
looks
in
as
there.
though the RNG did a full 360 there and turned all the way around. Stars 29-1 and Stanos 1. They are one match apiece in this best of 3 to see who will advance to the next round.
Proper 360 right there.
Okay,
Yeah,
and
it's
we
kinda
do have the
crazy
tracker
to
for
see
that
that.
fight. Looking at the tracker for that fight, it is just about the same as we saw last fight. Bazvark having 54% of the prayers correct with 46 hits. Dragonfire Ward having 54 hits and 43% of the prayers correct with 341 deserved damage on Bazvark's side and 406 to Dragonfire Ward. Dragonfire Ward doing the same thing that Bazvark did and dealing another 150 on top of his actual deserved damage.
Respect. So Dragonfire Ward there having 8 extra hits, which ultimately probably won him that fight. Probably a little bit more than those because he was doing hella damage. But we get into this next round here. Dragonfire Ward's already down, I'd say 60 HP in this fight. He lost both of those freezes to him, so Bazvark has the DD priority on him. Let's see what he decides to do with it here. Steps out, bolts on a
Getting
10.
another free hit there and getting
37
clawed off prey
bolt.
on Robes by the looks of things. Only taking like a 40 claw there, luckily for him.
Yeah. That
Getting
exchange was
barraged.
still worth it for him. He's just up so much food already. Even from that one claw, he's only maybe down 2 anglers, and he's probably up like 100 damage at this point again. That 37 bolt earlier definitely did a lot in his favor. Let's
Yeah,
see if
very
Dragonfire Ward
unlucky
can
for
come back.
Dragonfire Ward as well. When he was going for that refreeze, he splashed on Bazvark's Mystic Top, D-Square, and Varric Skirt. So very unlucky from him there to be put in this situation where he actually should have had DD advantage. Clawing his opponent off prey again
Nice.
though for a 53. Does look like Dragonfire Ward, sorry, could bring this back.
I would say I have been noticing Dragonfire Ward. He's got bolt. Oh, a 0 claw going in and off prayer there. I have seen him get bolted on Robes twice, and honestly, in these kind of fights, you really don't see that stuff happening. They usually wait to take their hit and tank. So if that keeps happening, he's probably going to end up taking some 40s there when he's in Robes because his defense is not the greatest. Bazvark, another claw on Robes, only hits a 6 as well. Bazvark kind of getting unlucky here now. Seems to be changing.
Yeah,
Dragonfire Ward whips on
who
Robes.
is winning right now. Dragonfire Ward really is pulling back here, whipping him a 40. Not really getting that much damage in right now. Bazvark freezing him back there should grant him the DD advantage for at least 2 or 3 hits there.
He's going for
not
these freezes.
entirely
In the
good.
Dragon's Square Shield as well. He's not really using that M-Book switch. I don't know if you've been catching on to that, but he's been going for a lot of those freezes in the Square Shield, which isn't really the greatest. He should probably be making use of that Mage's Book. But hey, it's working. He's just up another 45 damage from whipping. He seems to have a
Yeah,
really
I mean,
sustainable
sometimes
lead right now.
it can depend completely on the situation as well. I mean, if your opponent is hitting you back at the same time as you want to go for those barrages, I'd say keeping the D-Square Shield is the better option. We've seen Reese, Bellis, both of them doing that a lot. We even saw Golf doing a very interesting tactic of barraging in his tank, but with his Mystic Top on a lot when he was trying to get refreezes
I have
back.
seen a lot of that actually. I saw Panic start doing that a while back. It seems to have been catching on quite a bit. But here,
Yeah,
Bazvark
it
is
might
up.
be the play here, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, if it's better on the tracker, it's better in game. That's what they've been telling me. But from what I can see, Bazvark's probably up 150 damage. Like, obviously I can't see it, but that would be my estimate. And unless Dragonfire Ward gets some nice bolts or a claw spec here, he's probably going to lose this round at a 2-1. But let's see, he just got a freeze there. Let's see if he can make this DD turn it into anything.
Yeah, I mean, look at that Dragonfire Ward switches. He's kind of popping off right now. I haven't seen him really do any 2-ticks. As I say that, though, he did 2-tick that whip. Very unfortunate for him as well, getting that 0 claw. Looking at the hits being dealt right now, they're both kind of just dealing small increments of damage.
Dragonfire Ward is pulling it back, though. He's definitely pulling it back right now. He's just won 80 damage without really taking anything. So it's definitely even. This might come down to the wire here, not gonna lie. Let's see where this goes. Dragonfire Ward bolted on robes again. K-Top didn't get any damage.
K-Top as well, catching that freeze. Getting a bolt spec right there, though, only for a 14.
6 whip on robes.
He did bolt his opponent on prey range, so not that surprised about that. He's barraging in his K-Top a decent bit. I can't tell if he's choking that or if he's
I think this fight is definitely very close in terms of supplies. Let's see if they can both keep their composure.
Bazvark getting that 50 claw as well.
Let's see what happens here. Dragonfire Ward might be out of food here. He didn't really eat there. Okay, he brewed up. Let's see how much supplies they both have. It's definitely down to the wire here. And that 44 claw might have been the difference. Another whip on robes, only for a 10. But Dragonfire Ward has the DD advantage now.
Yeah, if Dragonfire Ward can do what he did at the start of the fight, like sidestep, make sure that he can't trade hits with him. Getting frozen back there, though. Looks like he's lost that DD advantage, but he's still going strong, getting that 32 bolt into the 2 barrage as well. Didn't get whipped on robes there, switched very quickly.
I think he is out here. I think Dragonfire Ward is out here. Let's see if he can get any heart prayers off. He's in his robes right here. He might die.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen Redemption save a lot of players, but in
back-to-back 30s into a ball.
Might actually be for Dragonfire Ward here. They are both out of food, 5 HP by the looks of things. All Dragonfire Ward needs to do is just make sure that his opponent does not hit him back. He might be able to whip him to death. Hitting is 0.
I think Dragonfire Ward's got this, you know?
Oh, yeah, Dragonfire Ward pulling him down with that 18 ball.
Bazvark is not happy with that at all. Holy shit, he just came back for the 2-1 win after losing the first round. That was pretty sick. Fair play to Dragonfire Ward, moving on into the next round, and Bazvark dropping into the losers bracket. I was not expecting that. I think he was down for a lot of that fight, and he really brought it back, so fair play to him. Big respect.
Yeah, I mean, it did look like Dragonfire Ward had a bad start there. But managing to pull it back. I mean, comparing the 2 fights, that definitely looked like the most even fights we've seen so far. Yeah. Both of them having very one-sided fights to begin with. Looking at the tracker for that fight, though, we have Dragonfire Ward with 71 hits to Bazvark's 64. That's a big difference right there. With 63% prayers correct to Bazvark's 44%. With 601 deserved damage to Dragonfire Ward and 457 to Bazvark.
Yeah, so that was
insane first set there, guys. Insane first set. The reverse sweep from Dragonfire Ward there, coming back from 1-0 to take it out. Crazy last match there as well, coming down to the absolute wire. Could have gone either way there.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at the tracker, for example, I'd say that Dragonfire Ward definitely got unlucky. He seems to have outplayed his opponent fairly well, getting 20% more prayers correct and having like 8 free hits as well. The actual deserved damage between the two was very different, but the damage dealt was 573 to Dragonfire Ward and 551 to Bazvark. So Bazvark definitely got lucky.
Fair play.
Very, very close there. I noticed towards the end of that fight, Dragonfire Ward even had a couple of 0 claws on robes off prayer as well. So crazy to see him win that, even with some bad specs.
Yeah, I mean, Dragonfire Ward definitely deserved to win that. By the looks of it, though, it kind of does seem like Dragonfire Ward managed to learn off of his opponent a little bit. Bazvark having the better prayer percentage on both of the first fights. And finally pulling it back on the last one, getting that extra 20% in, which is a massive difference. Even with the free hits, I mean, he definitely looked like he was the favorite.
Very, very close first set. The next set we're going to be watching is going to be White Flag versus Drag on Fish.
Okay, so I don't know who these guys are specifically. Very interesting names, but Drag on Fish did beat Cassidy from Frontline in the qualifiers. And White Flag beat Jason from Solid Tag in the qualifiers. And both of those guys are really good Brits. So to beat both of those guys, they have to be pretty decent. So I also think this is going to be a pretty sick fight. Obviously, I'm just basing it off of who they've beaten because I don't know who they are. But just off that alone, it should be a pretty good fight.
We've just got news as well that the match between Waleed and Kevin, Waleed has come out on top in a 2-1. So he's going to be moving on to round 2 there as well.
Okay, so on that, Kevin beat Psych, who's a previous winner of DMM. And then Waleed's beating Kevin for that. So that's like another good fight there. So whoever wins between White Flag and Dragonfish is going to have a tough opponent ahead of them in Waleed.
It's definitely going to be tough to beat that first set. Hopefully we can see some more action in this next one coming up very soon.
Okay, jumping into the first fight between White Flag and Mr. Dragonfish here. It does look like Dragonfish has caught the freeze there, getting the DD advantage, both of them hitting zeros, Dragonfish being up about 18 HP here. It does kind of... I'd say the first freeze is crucial depending on who you're fighting. I mean, getting those 3 hits in. Dragonfish taking a 37 bolt. I thought he was trying to
the bolts are going in right now. The bolts are going in. White Flag trying to get a claw right off the bat. Only hits a 24. He's also got the Black Mystic shoes, which you don't really see that much. So I respect that fashion statement. Let's see what he goes in. He gets another freeze and gets the DD on him. 16 barrage in his robes. He's probably up, I'd say, 40, 50 damage right now. And he has that claw spec available whenever he wants to use it.
Yeah, I mean, in situations like this, like for yourself, would you say that getting the freeze back is better, or would you just continue trying to get some hits in, make sure that your opponent's not getting any free hits?
Dragonfish has got chance.
Yeah, I do believe he just got chance getting clawed a 2 there, off prey on 60 HP. Very unlucky for White Flag.
Just dropped right there. And he just got whipped on robes again, not praying, got hit a 33. Jesus. Dragonfish's whole 20 could have ended, well, his first round could have ended right there. As for when you're getting DD'd, if you can go for the freeze and you can catch it without taking too much damage and you can flick your tank in between, obviously you should go for it. But what ends up happening in a lot of these scenarios is the guy just spams and panics and he ends up just getting whipped in his robes and taking a bunch of damage. So it's not always worth it. And I think Dragonfish is realizing that. He's not even getting his tank shield on for those bolts. He's probably down 100 to 150 damage at this point.
Yeah, getting whipped on robes there off prey is 0. Very lucky for Dragonfish. He does have the DD advantage most of the time, getting a few free hits in. Yeah. From what we've seen from people like Bellis and Reese, who notoriously almost got 10 to 20 free hits in on their opponents almost every single time, both of them seem to have a style of play that getting the DD advantage was the most important aspect of their fights. Whenever they were getting DD'd upon, they would always...
Whipped on robes again for 42. Dragonfish is down maybe like 300 damage.
People like this, they sometimes just try to focus way too hard on that freeze, trying to barrage with their Mage's Book on, getting whipped on robes. Right now, it looks like White Flag is pulling this back very hard. I'm not sure about this. Another 43 whip as well.
He's completely dominated the fight. Dragonfish has just been getting caught on his robes way too much, and it's really... Oh my god, another 31 bolt. Even in his tank, to be honest, he's probably getting a little bit unlucky here. But I think the start of the fight really... Another bolt in his robes right there in 18. There's just too many mistakes like that, especially with the Mage's Book. You really have no defense at all. Did just get unlucky there, a 0 claw.
Yeah, I mean, White Flag is just constantly bolting and whipping him on robes. Yeah. It does look like he has the more deserved damage on this tracker. Barraging them there with the V-Skirt on. Still hitting a 4 though. Not entirely sure on if Dragonfish even has a chance at pulling this back right now.
I'd say he's probably out at this point. A 0 claw going in. Some good luck for him. Both those claws really haven't hit shit. A 38 bolt though. I think this might be the end of Dragonfish's round 1. 33 barrage. Seems like he's out of food here. Bolted on robes again for a 30. Just keeps happening. It's going to keep punishing him.
Even with Redemption, I'm not entirely sure if he's sitting on 1 HP right now, but he gets taken out there with that 14 barrage. I mean, Dragonfish was trying way too hard to catch those freezers. Whenever he was trying to catch him as well, he would put on his Mage's Book instead of keeping that square shield on. And it looks like
it's a really dominant performance by White Flag. Really, really nice.
Definitely.
Constantly getting those hits on robes, and when you can get it like so many times during one fight, you're just gonna have such an advantage. It's just free damage.
There was definitely a huge skill difference between those two players just then. Not sure if it was maybe just a bit of nerves on the side of Dragonfish. Once again, there is a fair bit of money up top for this tournament, and also there's not many of these PvP tournaments that are run, so players can be a little bit nervous going in, but definitely a huge skill difference there with White Flag absolutely dominating that one.
Yeah, I mean, I can only speak for myself, but I know that whenever I go into tournaments, the first fight is always the most like nerve-wracking one. The pressure is always there. Once you get a little bit more comfortable though, I'd say the ball keeps rolling and like you kind of get more of a feel for it. So the first fight for myself usually goes very badly, but looking at like how you progress in the tournaments and how you get used to that pressure is usually, I'd say somewhere midway through, you start getting a lot better and performing a lot better as well.
I'd agree with that, but these guys are also not maybe competing on their actual like names as everyone in the community knows them as. Maybe for that fact that they get nervous when there's a lot of pressure on them. So I think the fact that they're competing like this and no one really knows who they are is probably helping them out a bit. And if they could just stay relaxed, they could probably perform as best as they need to.
Yeah, we do have the tracker for that fight as well. We are looking at Dragonfish with 42 hits to White Flag's 52. And Dragonfish having 55% praise to correct to White Flag's 67. So White Flag was definitely doing a lot better there, having 195 more deserved damage.
Yeah, 10 extra hits as well. That's really going to make a huge difference. And we're jumping into fight 2 here. Hopefully we can see Dragonfish pull it back here a little bit.
Seems in every aspect of that last fight, White Flag was better in terms of prayers, hits, everything. Let's see how it goes into the second round. He's already got a couple free hits right off the bat off that first DD. So he's already got a nice advantage off that. But he does get frozen and bolted back through his prayer for a 23. So it's pretty even here right off the start.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this fight, I'd say for Dragfish, it definitely seems like he needs to focus a bit more on having his tank on. Last fight, he got bolted and whipped on robes quite a lot. Not entirely sure how he could stop himself from that. Getting clawed a 70 there. Very unlucky. Getting clawed again. Maybe getting KO'd. No, he manages to eat out of it there. Very lucky and good play from Dragfish. But getting clawed twice off prey for 2 big hits. I definitely say whatever momentum he had going is gone.
Whipped on robes again. Yeah, I say Dragonfish is probably down 150 damage right off the bat again. He honestly, if that was an AGS instead of a claw, he probably would have died to that second spec right there, but he did manage to eat in between it. Fair play to him, but he is down so much. He just uses a claw of his own and hits a 0 on prayer, so he's really not getting any of that momentum back. He goes in for another desperation claw, scratches. He just gets staff bashed at 23. It's not looking good
getting
for him.
Whipped on the robes there for a 0 off prey. White Flag is doing it extremely well right now. He's playing it just as he should, doing the same as last fight. Staff bashing there though, and somehow getting splashed on with his tank on without the K-top. It looks like Dragfish is just trying everything to get the momentum back, but it is not working.
Oh my god. To be fair, Dragonfish did just get a claw on him off prayer there, but it only hit about a 36. And White Flag followed it up by whipping him a 44 into like a 30 barrage, I think. So another whip on robes. White Flag is, I will say that while White Flag is probably getting some good RNG here to be getting all these hits, the way he's moving and just controlling the fight, he's definitely I'd say he's got a lot more skill. He hasn't really been getting hit in his robes at all. And he's just been dominated.
As you say that though, he did just get
he got hit in his robes once.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty funny to see. But apart from that, being pretty dominant, he's up 300 food, 300 damage here maybe. I don't think there's any way that he drops this round, and he's probably going to be moving on in this.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that as well. I mean, Dragonfish needs to do so much better. Getting bolted on robes off prey again, still just getting those hits, not really equipping his tank as much as he should. It does look like he's pulling it back a little bit, whipping 226s
I still don't
right
think
there.
that's significant enough to make up what he's done. White Flag will
No,
probably...
but if he can get the momentum rolling here, he definitely has the upper hand.
Okay. He's got his... Oh my... Okay, a 42 whip. This might honestly turn around. I don't know. Maybe I spoke too soon. I'd say White Flag still has the advantage here.
Yeah, Dragonfish has taken back about 150 damage there. White Flag bolting that 34 though kind of loses him a little bit of that momentum he had going. I'd say he probably has to do about 200 damage to take out his opponent now.
Another whip on robes there, costing him a 22. I would say Dragonfish is probably out of food here. So if White Flag just gets a couple more 30s, it's going to be over for him.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this fight, what we've seen so far is Dragonfish is making a lot of mistakes, getting hit on robes, off prey a lot. I'd say those robe hits is definitely what's costing him the fight. I mean, look, the PvP tracker for last fight, Dragonfish did get a little bit unlucky RNG. He got 200 less than what he deserved. Right now, I'd say he's
He
definitely
just hit
doing
two
really
back-to-back 40s. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean,
he
bolting
might
that
actually bring this
double
back.
40s. It seems like the track is going to be somewhat more even now. Getting clawed there, though.
Oh,
Did he just
claw
die?
KO'd. Yeah, he just got claw KO'd 24-25. He was out of food, to be fair. He was
Yeah,
definitely out of food for a while there.
I would
But
have
White
to say
Flag
he's out
moving
of
on
food.
with the 2-0 and gets a 50 KO on Dragonfish with the Dragon Defender disadvantage as well. Fair play to the man. He's definitely a contender to win this whole thing. Was not expecting such a dominant display. So
Yeah, no,
good fight there.
he had some really nice movement there as well.
I will say that White Flag is now going to be moving on to fight Waleed in round 2. And Waleed, like I said, beat Lemon Lime in the qualifiers, who's a good Brid. And then he just beat Kevin now, who beat Liquids, who beat Psych, who's the previous winner of DMM. So this guy's beat a lot of good Tribrid stakers. So White Flag versus Waleed is going to definitely be a good fight.
When we're talking about Kevin, is this Wyona Kevin or someone else?
I don't know. I don't think so. Yeah.
Looking at the
we've
tracker
kind
for
of
that
a,
fight.
You go, Casper.
sorry.
You got the track.
Oh yeah. I just got the tracker for that fight. We are looking at Dragonfish with 46 hits to White Flag's 57. So White Flag getting 11 free hits there, with Dragonfish having 57% of the praise correct to White Flag 74%. 74% is a massive
that's
amount.
really high.
That's really skillful
When
to get.
prayers
in a fight,
don't even
I mean.
matter that much and you're getting such high percentages, you really are in control of that fight. You're doing everything the way you want it to, and they're falling into every trap. If you can make them only hit you that many times off prayer. That's
Yeah,
really
I mean,
sick.
usually when two skilled players are going against each other, you're looking at seeing 40 to maybe 50%. If the opponent is really outplaying the other person, he should be getting 60. But 74% is a
really
very
dominant.
big amount.
Absolutely insane. We come off a very, very close first set into an absolute domination in that second set there from White Flag. Looked as though Dragonfish might be bringing it a little bit back there towards the end of that last fight, but couldn't really capitalize maybe on the momentum that he got.
Yeah, unfortunate for Dragonfish, but they do move down to the losers bracket, so they're not out yet. And someone with Dragonfish's skill level, he was good. It just seems that his opponent was a lot better. So
Yeah,
we'll
I
see how he
mean-
could do in the losers bracket.
Looking at the fight between the two, it kind of looked like we're looking at a decent player versus someone that's like above average. So, I mean, White Flag definitely outplayed his opponent, that's for sure. I don't think Dragfish deserved to win a single one of those. Unlucky for him, but that's just how the game is. Sometimes you go against someone that's better than you, and that's how it works.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolute domination from White Flag there. Guys, if you want to support the Method tournaments, the best way to do that is to check out the Method community team by typing !community in the chat. Signing up and becoming a member of the community team offers all kinds of perks, such as access to exclusive content, opportunities, and giveaways. Also helping to help aspiring and up-and-coming streamers to grow their channels through a number of different initiatives. And you can also check out the Method merch if you want to show some extra support. !merch in the chat to get your hands on some of the hottest new merch.
Respect.
Looks as though we're going to have the next set coming up very soon. Are we going to be watching Grim versus Miraja?
Yeah, that is probably the biggest fight of this round one. Grim's in a leadership position in Kanini, if I'm aware.
Yeah.
And then Mirage is also in a leadership position in frontline. And those guys are both really good, so that fight's going to be very interesting to watch. But first, we're going to be watching Koof versus Dragonfire Ward, which is the Dragonfire Ward was the winner of their second fight versus Basvark. He was showing a really good display there. And Koof was the guy who the whole chat was hyping up. So let's see how that goes.
Yeah, Koof being a Dino mod as well. Probably Dino will most likely be rooting for his mod as well. Hoping for the best here for one of his boys. I've personally never seen either of them fight, but I think it should be interesting nonetheless. I'm kind of hyped to see a lot of these like underdog and unknown names that are coming into this tournament. Hopefully for us, displaying a great aspect of skill. Not entirely sure what we're going to be seeing, but hopefully we'll see some two really good fighters going against each other.
I think Dragonfire Ward will, if he did that good against Basvark, I mean, like I said, we don't know anything about Koof yet, but I think he's probably going to be putting up a dominant display. And it'll be nice to see. It'll be nice to see him progress into the finals tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, we can't watch every single set today, so we didn't really get to see what Koof had to offer in the first round. But seeing the way Dragonfire War performed in that first round, it's definitely going to be tough to beat.
Sorry, my headset's bugging out. I didn't actually hear what you said there.
Let's go. He was saying how we can't watch every single fight or the stream would be entirely long, but we don't know anything about Koof, nor have we seen him fight. But after seeing Dragonfire Ward's performance, it's going to be hard not to see him as the favorite for that matchup. Hopefully, Koof, brings the Dino family some pride, but I'm really going to doubt it. Let's see how this goes off. Let's see how it starts.
Yeah, I mean, people are bigging up Koof. Apparently, what's it called? Koof is really good, so we'll see how it goes here. Dragonfire Ward getting frozen with his tank on it and Mystic
He just
top,
got whipped on
rightfully
robes,
so.
too.
Whipped a 33 right there. Koof starting off really strong, getting a couple free hits in here. Dragonfire Ward freezing him back with the Mage's Book. Not sure if I'd take those risks. Clawing him as well on prey, on tank for about a 25 damage there. Looks like all the damage Koof got at the start has been taken away from him.
Yeah.
He still has 2 claw specs to Dragonfire Ward's 1, so he might be able to pull it back with that.
I will say Koof went into that really with a lot of momentum. He got like 3 free hits right off the start, but seems he's lost all the momentum right there. Just got bolted in robes again for a 22, bolted for an 18. You'll see Dragonfire Ward tends to bolt with the best range offense he can, so he puts on his Mage's Book and his Mystic Bottom so that he can get the best out of his bolts. And he is just on a roll right now.
I mean, that is a really nice
maybe.
play as well. Stepping out diagonally with his crossbow on, making his opponent
God,
think
almost
that he
bolt
has
down.
to pray range, and he's whipping him straight after. I mean, Dragonfire Ward is on fire right now. Koof, having both of his specs, though,
that.
might be able to pull it back here. He's getting bolted on robes for a 0 off prey. Very lucky for Koof. Does seem like Dragonfire Ward is still keeping that momentum. He's keeping him away from his opponent as well, making sure that Koof can't dump those claw specs on him. Keeping him on edge all the
So
time.
many free hits. It's just complete. For those first 3 hits, Koof was really in the lead there. But ever since then, it's been a fairly one-sided fight. And one thing I've been noticing is that when they're both unfrozen, that Koof will always go for the freeze. He'll always be sitting in his robes, and Dragonfire Ward will just get those free bolts in his robes. And
yeah,
pretty much get
100%.
guaranteed
I mean,
damage
what
every
we
time.
just saw Koof do as well. Koof had to dump the claw specs there. He knows that his opponent is regenerating those special attacks, and he's done both of them on tank, on prey, only getting 24 damage out of both. Very unlucky for Koof, but at the same time, he did kind of just panic dump those. I wouldn't expect to get too much damage out of that.
Yeah, when you're down that much, you kind of have to be calculated and also get extremely lucky to get a comeback going. And without those claw specs, he doesn't really have a whole lot of DPS to offer when he needs it. And he's still just losing pretty much every exchange that they have. Let's see. Down maybe. He's bringing it back a little bit here. I'd say he's just gotten 2 opal bolts within like 5 hits. So he's probably just done about 100 damage there in those past couple hits. So he's bringing it back a little bit into a 14 barrage. He's only been taking 0s for like the past 20 seconds. So there could be a comeback here coming for him. But I do think
not entirely
the
sure.
difference is
okay.
a lot.
Yeah, no, Koof, both of them still being on frozen. It looks like they've kind of given up on the freeze here. Dragonfire Ward does appear that he's caught that for a 30 barrage straight off the bat as well.
Is Koof out? He might be very well close to out here. And I'd say Dragonfire Ward still has quite a lot of supplies left. Just off that start, it was such a roller coaster, and it was just keep on doing damage. Another claw there on robes. It was praying melee, but on robes, you're still going to take that claw into a 23 barrage. And it does look like Koof's out of food here.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect him to be out of food just yet. I mean, obviously, we've not seen that many big hits. Koof being about 10 HP right now, though, eating his last brew there for that 23 whip and gets taken out by the 12 barrage. Not even attempting to redemption that. I mean, that was a purely one-sided fight, I'd say.
Yeah, that was really dominant. I don't think we were expecting any different. Unfortunately, that does mean Koof is down 1-0 in the series right now. Let's see if he can bring it back. Let's see if he can bring it back for the Dino XX community. Let's see what he's got here.
Yeah, as you guys said going into that fight, Dragonfire Ward probably going in his favorite and really just showing what he had to offer there. A lot of skill difference in between those two players. As you said, Casper, with Dragonfire Ward coming out with those extra moves, stepping diagonally with the crossbow on into the whip just to make his opponent change his prayer and get that extra damage off prayer.
Yeah, I mean, it's an extremely nice play to step out like that, and kind of most of the time people are just going to bolt there. I do have the tracker for that fight though. Oh my god.
Oh dear. What's it looking like?
We are looking at Dragonfire Ward with 53 hits to Koof's 40 and 62% prayers correct to Koof's 23%. So, I mean, if we look at Dragonfire Ward's deserved damage, he had 413 and 579 dealt. So, he definitely got a bit lucky on the RNG, but I mean, Koof's prayer percentage right there, that is terrible for him.
Yeah, well, that's the only really way you can put it, to be fair. So it is what it is. We're going into the second fight right now. And I'm expecting more of the same unless Koof really changes up his game plan here. But he seems to just be sitting right at one end waiting for Dragonfire Ward to come into him. So let's see how this plays out for them.
Yeah, neither of them catching a freeze. So Dragon Ward, as I say that, catches the freeze, gets bolted at 22. He does have the DD advantage right now, though, so he can probably get some free hits in if he plays it well. Taking that bolt on Robes, but on Prey, not doing anything.
I will say, when I was fighting Dragonfire Ward, he was doing the exact same stuff to me whenever he had a DD. It was like he was being really slow with it. He wasn't hitting every single time he could, but he was definitely getting free hits on me just from me switching while he was DD'd on me. He was doing the exact same thing to me that he's doing to Koof, and it seems to be working because he's up 100, maybe 100 damage already in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes people will sit there in their robes and like try spam click, but if you're taking too long, they're gonna change their mind. Make sure that they're not being outplayed in any way or form. Right now, Dragonfire Ward looks like he's extremely calculated though, going in for that claw spec, unfortunately being on Prey melee, but still getting about 25 damage to that 20 bolt. Not entirely. No, he did
about
splash
half
that as
HP
well.
here. Yeah, he's going under. Dragonfire Ward can hit him right now, I'm fairly sure. I don't think he got frozen by that. Maybe he did, but he's going for the freeze back while also being DD'd on. Tries to go for the claw there, so that gives Koof pretty much a free hit, but doesn't really seem to be doing much in his favor. Dragonfire Ward, is that a freeze? Into a claw, a 50 claw on Ropes. Could have
really
killed
nice
him
claw.
there.
Yeah,
Or
I do
comboed
believe
him
that was
out.
a chance.
Yeah.
It would probably have to just about max to kill him, unfortunately, but that's still a really good claw, and I think he's happy to take that damage.
A bunch of free hits just coming in there from the momentum. He's being really good with that whip. Surprising that a man of this ability doesn't want to fork out the cash for an Avernic Defender, but doesn't seem to matter so far. Is
he using a Dragon Defender?
Yeah, he's been using a Dragon Defender the whole time.
I haven't even noticed.
I think when you're at this level, you're competing for, I think first place gets $1,000. 52 bolt going in. Okay, I don't think there's any way he comes back. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that is what away from the max hit. Koof would need some really good RNG, probably getting another 2 of those 52 bolts. Bolting at 28 on Prayer, though, right there.
There could be something. There could be something here. I don't know. I doubt it.
Koof is sitting very low HP right now. It does look like he needs to eat up. He has eaten up to about 80 HP there, which makes him unpodded right now. Dragonfire Ward pouncing on that momentum as per usual. Getting frozen back though, so Koof might be able to get the DD advantage,
I think Koof might be out here again. It seems these have been some of the quickest fights we've had. And it just seems to be of the way Dragonfire Ward is just playing the fight. He's completely dominating Koof. Koof would probably be eating here. He's under half HP, so if he does have any food, it's probably the last he has. I think this will be a 2-0 for Dragonfire Ward moving into the next fight.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, the style of play we've seen from Dragonfire Ward, he's definitely outplaying Koof, getting 2 free hits in right there. Getting another barrage, unfortunately for him, a 0.
Oh.
Getting claw to 60 though.
Okay.
Maybe Koof can pull it back with that claw as well.
A 32 bolt? Let's see what else he's got. Does he have anything else? He's sitting there.
No,
he's
standing still, trying to calculate right there.
I think that's all he had.
And
Calculations didn't seem to work out for him because he is now frozen, getting barrage at 21.
Getting bolted on Robes there at 28. Koof having more food than what I expected him to. Surely he's out right now, though, sitting on that 30 HP. No, he did eat again, maybe getting taken out by that 22 bolt. Still sitting on about 5 HP. If he doesn't get a redemption off right here, he is getting taken out. He still has food.
God damn. He sneaks him in? I don't know what's going on here.
I'm not sure if he's got a Pack-Yak or something, but I thought he's been out of food.
This could be the greatest comeback
now
of the century, if possible. I'm not sure how much... Dragonfire Ward had an advantage, but I don't know how much of an advantage he has. He just got whipped on Robes again. Maybe they're both out of food here. I think they might be. Koof has really brought it back.
Yeah, I mean, he's gotten a few big hits in, so it wouldn't surprise me to say that Dragonfire Ward might be close to out of food.
I think he might be. He hasn't eaten, but Koof is still
eating. How much food does this man have? He's sitting 20 HP and just randomly eating back up to 40.
He's got the heart praise on as well. Is he gonna hit a heart pray? He might. He's sitting on his full robes here.
It does look like Koof has needed to zoom out there.
Nah, fam. You can't
He's
be doing
about
that,
1
and
HP.
That's a good fight.
Yeah, getting
Kinda
taken out
choked
by
the
that
ending
20
there.
barrage.
Kind of choked the ending there. There might have been a comeback on the cards there, because I think, Dragfire Ward would have been out there, but Koof kind of just choked there in the end and stood in his full mystics, and unfortunately, he's now into the losers bracket.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that fight, yet again, we have the PvP tracker. We are looking at Dragonfire Ward with, you're not going to believe this, 70 hits to Koof's 53, getting 17 free hits there. And Dragonfire Ward having 70% praise correct to Koof's 38%. So I'd say Dragonfire Ward definitely deserved to win that fight.
Yeah, that
maybe
was
it shouldn't have been as close as it was, but there it goes.
It was strange to see how much food Koof had at the end there. It seemed as though he was camping low HP a lot of that fight. Just something you mentioned during that, Mahir, is that Dragfire Ward was pre-calculated when he was doing the DDs there. Taking his time, not trying to get every single hit. You said that worked against you. It's clearly worked against Koof here. Maybe that would work against the start of the bracket. How do you think that's going to fare when he gets later in the bracket? Maybe against some more experienced PKs?
Well, when he fights people more of his skill level, he'll see that they know what to do, like when they're DDing on him, and it's not just going to be as simple as hitting an opponent who isn't hitting back. So he just really changes as to how he adapts to those kind of fights, and whether he does the same sort of stuff or he adapts to each sort of fight and sees what he needs to do to beat them. Because there's many different ways you can use DDs to your advantage, and the way he was doing it is really smart. It got him an extra 17 hits, but if he's doing it against someone who knows how to counter that, then it might not go his way.
Yeah, I mean, I know I keep bringing it up, but like people like Bellis and Reese, for example, from what we saw in the EU bracket, they were really good at catching their opponents whenever their opponents had a DD advantage. I mean, they would constantly go for the freeze, making sure that they had a D square on, not letting their opponent get any free hits, just going for that freeze non-stop. And whenever they had a DD advantage, they would usually maximize their mage death to make sure that their opponent couldn't do it back to them. And for most part, that really worked in their favor, honestly.
Yep. I think our next fight we're moving into is White Flag versus Waleed, and Waleed has defeated a bunch of good people, and White Flag, I'd say, has probably been the best player we've seen so far. He had a really dominating performance versus Dragonfish, so this is going to be a really interesting fight. And Dragonfire Ward from earlier has already moved on into the next rounds.
Just before we move on to analyzing the next fight coming up, about Dragonfire Ward's Dragon Defender, I think someone in the chat said that he's an Iron Man, and that's why he has a Dragon Defender. So I can put some respect on his name for that one.
Okay.
Wait, I need to check that right now, honestly.
If he's actually an Iron Man, big respect to the man.
Yeah.
The high-level community doing big things here, live on Twitch television. Big respect.
Absolutely, absolutely. So the next fight we are going to be jumping into is Waleed up against White Flag. We did see White Flag's performance in the first round. Unfortunately, didn't get to see Waleed's. And White Flag absolutely dominating his first round. So what do you guys think is coming up here?
I think Waleed is going to give this guy a run for his money. I didn't think that going into it, but just with the people Waleed's beaten so far, he has to be something really good. So I'm hoping he lives up to it and maybe can put and stop White Flag in his tracks, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to agree with that as well. Looking at what we saw from White Flag, I mean, when you're going against someone that's a lot worse than you as well, there's obviously easier ways to display how good you are. For me and Dida, for example, if we're looking at an opponent completely destroying whoever he's fighting, it could just be a case of him fighting someone that's a lot worse than him. So when they go against someone of equal skill level, we might be seeing a complete change of fight and how they actually perform.
Yeah, I guess what you're saying is a small amount of skill difference can make a huge difference in the fight. There might not have been a huge difference between the last two fighters, but there was 17 extra hits from one end, so.
Straight off the bat, though, both of them going for a whip on each other right there. Pizza Bug taking a 34 whip into what could have been a very big hit,
that
unfortunately only being a 21. White Flag getting those whips in, I mean, from what we saw last time as well, his whip was really doing good for him. And right now we are seeing Pizza Bug down a tremendous amount of food here. He's trying to get those claw specs off. Going there on tank, on prey, hitting a 0, rightfully so. White Flag looking like he's trying to get that claw off, but failing.
Yeah, I noticed at the start of this fight, right off the bat, because White Flag got the freeze, he was already DDing him. And Pizza Bug was trying to be a little too smart, maybe. He tried to anti-claw him twice. And at that point, White Flag knows what he wants to do. All he wants to do is get that claw off. So he already got 2 free hits, and then he took the actual claw spec on Prey Melee because Pizza Bug still wanted to use it. And he basically just like saved himself a bunch of free damage right there from those DDs.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, if you're constantly showing your claws indicating that you want to get that spec off and then actually going for it straight after, for the opponent, it's fairly easy to tell that you are just desperate to get it off. Waleed actually getting a decent claw off Prey though, getting about 50 damage right there, getting 2 free hits as well. Does look like he might be able to pull it back.
You will notice that when White Flag, I've seen him pull out his claws a couple times now, but as the opponent runs away, he stays composed. He doesn't waste the spec. And as I say that, he does waste the spec. 1-tick claws him for 27 damage. He gets the DD on. Let's see what he decides to do here next. Bolts him again. Let's see if either of these guys get hit in the robes again. Another 27 claw on Prey Melee again. Both of those claws did just get wasted. A little bit ironic following that.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes as well, keeping, from what we've seen in the past, I mean, for myself, if my opponent gets like 2 claw specs off, I'd almost say that saving your claw specs and making your opponent stay on the tiptoes and constantly Prey Melee. Because at the start of these fights, we do see both of the people camping Prey Melee a lot since they know they both have 100%. They know that getting the specs off early is very crucial to getting that second spec throughout the fight. And right now, it does look like White Flag has 50% versus Pizza Bug's 0, sorry?
Damn.
I'm not entirely sure.
I will say that Pizza Bug has definitely been like, he's insanely skilled himself. You can see just from the way he freezes. He's not really getting hit in robes at all. Apart from maybe at the start of the fight, he took a couple hits in robes. I will say that this guy is definitely putting up a match for White Flag. White Flag probably getting a little bit better RNG and definitely making a couple better decisions here or there, which is making the difference. But Pizza Bug is definitely good. He knows what he's doing, and he's countering him at almost every play. Just whips him a 35 right there. And he's probably going to go for a DD advantage here soon if he can.
Yeah, it does really look like both of them are whipping a lot as opposed to just bolting and maging. Right now, I'd say White Flag is definitely doing a bit worse, getting caught on robes a bit more off Prey Melee. Pizza Bug, I'm not sure if he has the extra 50% yet, but he is going for that claw, hitting him off Prey. White Flag misclicking his Prey Melee there and clicking on Smite.
Pizza Bug really getting a lot of free hits right now. He just got 3 or 4 free hits just from that claw. A fifth free hit.
Another one as well. Another one by the looks of things.
Okay, wow. Okay, that's going well for him. He just really got a lot of momentum out there. But he just got bolted to 31, unfortunately. Didn't really go his way. But that was going pretty well for him.
Even if he did get all those free hits, it doesn't look like it did him a lot. Getting bolted at 31, I mean, he lost all of the momentum he had going.
I will say this is an incredibly even match fight, and I do honestly think Pizza Bug is probably doing a little bit better here at this point, and he is getting just so many free hits. You can see the way he runs out. He knows what he's doing in every single aspect. White Flag bolted on robes there again, getting hit at 0. I'm not sure how they're looking on food. Oh,
getting bolted a 52 bolt though, 1 away from the max hit right there. Yeah, that is really unlucky for Pizza. But I'd say he might be up food still.
It looks like White Flag might be out here. He's not eating on about 40 HP. He's getting whipped. He could die there.
Yeah,
so I mean, think he might be out of food.
He could get whip KO'd right here. Pizza Bug taking that claw
60 damage.
On robes. Are they
Pizza
both
Boy
out
of food? Okay, no, Pizza Bug ate. He just got staff bash. He could have died right there. Pizza Bug's on 50 HP. Maybe White Flag's on 30. Pizza Bug does have food left from what I can see, though. It looks like he's brewing up right now as he bolts back, not trying to lose any hits right now.
Yeah, definitely looks like he had a bit of food left, and he's just getting his HP as high as possible to make sure that he doesn't get KO'd here. I would say that if he stays composed, he should have this bag in this win in the bag. Sorry. White Flag flicking his redemption, but not doing it entirely correct.
It's Pizza Bug choking. He just staff bashed him before Robs gets whipped to 40.
Oh my.
Yo.
Oh wait, dude, no, Pizza Bug still has food somehow.
Respect.
White Flag is doing a good job though, keeping up. He's not really flicking that redemption as he should. Pizza Bug staff bashing for the 3rd time. It looks like he's really choking this win a little bit. Lie.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem to be going White Flag's way. I think White Flag might have met his match here. Let's see, if he has a claw spec here, it could win it for him. But still splashing. White Flag holding on. Let's see if he can get that heart ray off, because if he can, he's going to be at like 30 HP again, and he might be able to pull back and come back.
Oh, actually getting that heart ray off of the claw as well. That's very lucky for White Flag. He might be able to pull this back.
I don't know what that bolt hit. Okay, it didn't hit anything. Let's see if they both go for the freeze. White Flag goes for the bolt. He wants to try and get the guaranteed damage. He's trying to bolt him on his robes. Gets it on the tank, only for a 2. And White Flag has met his match.
Taken out by that 25 barrage. Did he not have
that was a
makeup,
sick fight. Nah, I think he was trying to heart pray it too early. He probably missed the ticks on that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get the tracker for that one as well.
That was a really close fight, and White Flag was probably the best player we've seen up until this point. And I did call it. I did say that Pizza Bug has beaten some really good people, so he's definitely gonna give White Flag a run for his money, and he did, winning that with a 25 barrage. A really sick fight.
Crazy first fight there. We saw White Flag absolutely dominate his first set there, and seems to have met his match in wild lead here. Looked as though White Flag.
I wonder if it's going to be a 2-0.
What was that, sorry?
I wonder if it's going to be able. I wonder if Pizza Bug is going to be able to get this 2-0 here, because White Flag was definitely winning the start of that fight. The first couple exchanges, I'd say White Flag was winning, but the fight kept dragging on, and as more exchanges happened, Pizza Bug was just getting free hits. There was, I think, a moment during that fight he got like 7 free hits in a row, and even though he didn't get a lot of damage out of it, just even being able to do that is a pretty dominant display.
Yeah,
it doesn't look like I'll be able to get the tracker. White Flag saying he doesn't have the PvP tracker enabled for that, and unfortunately I do not have any contact with his opponent Waleed, so it appears we are just going to have to base it off whatever we're seeing. We're not going to have any stats for that fight.
Take it on face value. It looked as though towards the end of that fight there, Waleed couldn't really finish it off. White Flag getting a nice little redemption on that Dragon Claw.
Yeah.
Might have been a little bit unlucky for Waleed there, but pretty insane that White Flag managed to survive for so long. Looks as though he might have been able to bring that one back there. A little bit closer than we thought.
A little bit of nerves maybe at the end there for Pizza Bug. There's a couple staff bashes when the guy was out of
definitely,
food, so hopefully that doesn't happen again.
It definitely looked like Pizza Bug was choking a little bit towards the end there. Going into the second fight though, White Flag going for the bolt straight away on robes, hitting a 0 off prey, but getting that 16 whip on prey on tank straight after. Right now, neither of them going for the freeze. Both of them just kind of bolting each other, trading damage here. Pizza Bug finally going for that freeze, but splashing, and White Flag catching the first crucial freeze. Both of them getting frozen, unfortunately. And it looks like we're just going to see a standoff between the two here, just trading mage in range.
They really rushed their specs off on that first fight, especially White Flag was trying to anti-spec them a bunch at the start. Seems to be a little bit more composed this time. As I say that, Pizza Bug goes in for a claw on prayer, and White Flag runs in for the claw too. Don't think he got that off.
Yeah, not entirely sure if he's gotten that off. Pizza Bug being extremely low HP there coming in.
I think he's
getting
just got
bolted on
robe
robes.
again.
Yeah, getting bolted on robes on that redemption prayer for that misclick that he's just done. But he does have the DD momentum here. He might be able to pull it back. It looks like he's just getting himself to full food, dumping that claw spec though on tank, on prey melee. Shouldn't really do that. Shouldn't expect much of that either.
I'm not sure what really happened in those 2 seconds, but when they came back, Pizza Bug was down to about 30 HP. So I'd say White Flag probably does have a considerable advantage right now. Don't think he's used his specs either, whereas Pizza Bug has, and he really didn't get much out of it. White Flag using movement a lot here. You'll notice that sometimes they go off screen because they're running all around the duel arena just trying to get their best movement in place. And if their opponent is trying to catch that freeze or misclicking, then they're just going to get free bolts in them. Which is what I assume he's doing right now.
It looks like both of our opponents are fighting at the edge of the duel arena right now, which is out of range for the camera, unfortunately. But we are back into it. Pizza Bug
42 ball.
Immediately taking that 42. I can't tell who's up food. We lost a lot of the fight there.
It seems every time they go away and come back, Pizza Bug is getting bolted on his robes, and he's half HP. So from that, I think White Flag is winning all these exchanges. So it could be that White Flag is up a bunch right now. He seems to be doing a lot better. He seems to be a lot more composed with the DDs, and he seems to be getting every hit back that he can. 34 claw scratch coming in there. Nice little RNG for him. He's not going to complain with that. Gets bolted on his robes there too for a 0. He's definitely got a lot of momentum right now. He's definitely up quite a bit of food on Pizza Bug.
Yeah, failing that DD right there, though, he manages to get himself back into it, getting 2 free hits right there. Trading that whip, though, both of them hitting off prey. Not for much damage, though, unfortunately. Getting a 25 bolt on tank, on prey. That is very lucky for White Flag. He's probably very happy to see that claw on him, a 50 right there. Some very nice movement as well.
White Flag's definitely stayed composed. He's come back into this, and he wants to get it back. I'd say he's definitely got maybe a sizable advantage in this fight. Obviously, we don't know what happened off camera, but I think he's probably up 150 damage at this point. He's got a considerable lead over Pizza Bug, which was kind of the same, but just in reverse on the other fight. So let's see where this goes.
Yeah, right now it looks like both of them are just kind of trading hits with each other, none of them getting any free hits. Did it going back to his normal color there, going away from the green. It looks like we have lost a Shrek, but Peter actually getting a claw off there. Didn't look like it was off prey though. 41 bolt into 21 as well. Jesus Christ. It looks like White Flag really stays on top of this fight.
Oh, that might be it. I think he's out of food there. 60 claw coming in into the 31 barrage. Is he KO'd to that? Oh no, he's completely red barred. 16. He's trying to KO him here. He's trying to finish it off. I think
yeah, it looks like Pizza Bug is
though.
sitting on a bruise only right now. Not entirely sure if he has any left, but it definitely... No, Pizza Bug is definitely out of food here, and White Flag KOing him with a 40 whip. Jesus Christ. So we are seeing a 1-1 between the two.
Yeah,
not
wow,
entirely,
that was a nice comeback.
Yeah,
that was a really nice comeback.
I'm not sure why, I mean, like, who did better here? I'd have to take a look at the PvP tracker, but us not having it, it does kind of seem like both of them are kind of even on skill. I wouldn't...
Yeah, I think White Flag probably did make a bunch of mistakes in that first one. It was probably... I think both of those fights went the way they should have, because White Flag definitely seemed a lot more dominant in that fight. It's tied up at 1-1 now.
Oh,
see how this...
Jake, you're muted.
Sorry about that, guys. White Flag absolutely dominating that fight there, coming back from the first one. Unfortunately, we missed a bit of that fight there due to the render limits in old school RuneScape. But as you said, every time they went away, it looked as though Pizza Bug came back in at half hit points, getting bolted on ropes. So domination there from White Flag.
Something was going on, and it wasn't going good for Pizza Bug, that's for sure. This definitely seems like these guys are the favorites so far, like in terms of their skill level. They seem to be the most dominant in their bracket, and they're coming up against each other pretty early on. So let's see how it goes for them.
Absolutely. 1-1 in this second match. Once again, the winner will be moving on to round 3 to come up against Drag Fireward, the Iron Man, who is currently at the bank making brews for his next fight.
Respect. Yeah, so I did actually check on that. He is not an Iron Man. It would have been Pog if we actually saw an Iron Man compete in the tourney, but unfortunately, he is just a regular player.
Yeah. A regular player without an Avernic. Okay.
I mean, can you imagine competing for, like, what, $1,000 in this tourney, and then if he moves on to the grand final, he'll compete for, like, $6,000 and still not pulling that 60 mil for an Avernic?
Surely gets tossed or donated an Avernic at that point.
Exactly. He might have to win this one and buy a few bonds, get himself an Avernic for the World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, either that or maybe he can just find a sponsor or something, like someone that can give him that 60 mil. But right now, he's definitely putting himself at a disadvantage.
Absolutely, yeah. It's an extra 2 or 3 strength bonus on that Vernic Defender compared to the Dragon Defender. Yeah,
and I mean, looking at what the gear setup is right here, I'd say getting that few extra strength bonus and accuracy as well, because the melee setups, I mean, the setups that we're rocking right now, they don't really have a lot of melee bonus. It's primarily mage and range bonus, so making sure that that whip has the extra accuracy and the most that you can have is very crucial to actually hitting something. I'd say bolts in this setup are a lot stronger than a whip as well, so I wouldn't rely on melee with a Dragon Defender, that's for sure.
Let's see how this fight goes off on the start. Who gets the first freeze? It probably matter. Pizza Bug gets the first freeze, and he gets 40 damage off 2 barrages through prayer into an 18 whip. He's already up 60 damage or so from the start of the fight, and he hasn't really taken anything yet. But White Flag is getting every hit back possible. He's not like panicking at all. He's hitting him back. Brune up probably, so he doesn't miss a hit there. Did just miss one. Goes in for the claw on prey melee and hits a whole 0. Still done 0 damage. Bolts him on robes for a 50 and maybe getting a little unlucky here, but Pizza Bug has probably got a little bit of an advantage right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say Pizza Bug is doing a nice job predicting White Flag. It looks like White Flag is only really bolting. Getting clawed off prey, though, I'm not entirely sure if that was on robes, but definitely not a big claw. But that 30 bolt bringing it straight back for Pizza Bug. Pizza Bug probably being up about 100 to 150 damage here.
Yeah. Into a 48 bolt, maybe up 200 bolt. Damage. Into a 0 claw, pretty much.
Yeah, it looks like we are seeing a another version of the first fight right here, where Pizza Bug is just doing everything right. White Flag appears to be choking by the looks of things.
He's down around 200 and doesn't have his tank shield on for some of those exchanges. He's bolting back. He's still bolting back while he brews up here. If he got barrage, it'd probably catch 100% right now. But it really doesn't seem like he's pulling out much. He's just been pretty much AFK bolting him while he eats up this entire fight, and that's not going to get you too much DPS in the long run.
Yeah, even when he's being DD'd, I mean, he's just bolting back. He's not really flicking between a whip and a bolt. Obviously, the bolts is the safer option to go if you want to make sure that you get that hit. I'd say flicking a whip, though, it can make a big difference. And for Pizza Bug, all he really needs to do by the looks of things right now is just camp prey range. Yeah,
seems to be all he has to do. White Flag did just get a couple of hits there, but even so, I'd say the amount of damage he's done is not significant at all. His inventory is probably not looking too hot right now compared to Pizza Bug's.
Yeah, White Flag showcases some really nice movement here as well. I'm not entirely sure what the specials are looking like. Have they both dumped their claws, or are we looking at 50 to 50?
I think they might have. I've seen a lot of claws being dumped on Prey Melee this fight, not gonna lie. So I'm not sure how much spec they each have, but I think right now they're trying to keep their distance and such because they don't really have spec.
Pizza Bug making a crucial mistake there, though, equipping his tank, but not his K-top, basically guaranteeing a freeze for White Flag. Still, though, it still looks like White Flag's taking a lot more damage.
Yeah.
Pizza Bug not really taking any, just keeping that tank on, keeping that protect from range on, and White Flag is just non-stop bolting. He is not giving up on the bolts.
Seems to just be keeping White Flag at a distance, and Pizza Bug's movement's really good too. You'll notice he goes in, and if White Flag zooms in, he'll then run away and go off screen, which will make it really hard for White Flag to get a hit back. White Flag does have claw spec from what it seems like, but he's just missed 2 hits because of it, because he got frozen. 3 hits
Make
now.
That free.
Yeah.
Maybe
seems to be that this is a repeat of round 1, and it is for Pizza Bug. That's definitely dominating, just like round 1 again. Just seem like he is the more skilled player, and in these, like, sort of, again, he runs when he's unfrozen.
Ooh, trading that claw was very
really
nice, though. Getting an Opal Bolt spec. Really Unfortunately, we can't see for how much for. Taking another claw spec, though, for Pizza Bug. It does look like Pizza Bug is losing a decent bit of momentum here. He has lost about 100 HP during that. But I don't think that's enough for White Flag.
I very well think White Flag could be quite close to out of food at this point, whereas Pizza Bug is still very much... I think he still has a lot in his inventory. I'm not going to lie. I don't think those claws did as much. And I think this is probably going to be a 2-1 for Pizza Bug here, which a lot of people may not have been expecting because we've been watching White Flag. He's been pretty dominant in his previous fights. But I think there is a little... These guys are definitely both above average, but Pizza Bug just seems to have a little bit of edge when it comes to those little DDs. And a little bit of
it kind of seems like whenever they're trading hits, White Flag, whenever he has the DD momentum, getting about 80 damage there from those 2 hits, but whenever White Flag has the DD momentum, it seems like he's playing it very well. But when they're both frozen and just trading like major range hits, White Flag doesn't really do much other than bolt.
I will say he has gotten a little bit lucky here. He's gotten a lot of damage back, but White Flag has been out for, I feel like, a while now, and he's just been holding on. If he gets a couple heart prays, there could be another comeback. But
yeah, it looks like he's kind of choking right now. He's not really getting those hits. Pizza Bug keeping his distance, making sure that he is only in major distance right now, but I can't entirely tell who's winning right now. Oh, White Flag getting taken out by that 22 bolt. I'm not entirely sure if Pizza Bug was out of food there. I mean, White Flag had a very good comeback.
It does look like a 2-1 for Pizza Bug. Moving on and defeating White Flag. 2 very skilled opponents, and I don't think we'll be seeing the last of White Flag because he's going to be in the losers bracket, and I do think he'll be able to make himself out of there and into the finals. He seems very, very good.
Yeah, definitely looked like a Pizza Bug dominated fight there up against White Flag, which is interesting to see after we saw White Flag absolutely smash his first opponent. Once again, just reiterating, White Flag will now move on to the losers bracket, so he does get a second chance to come back in this tournament. That's not the end of it for him, but Pizza Bug there moving on to the 3rd round is going to be coming up against Dragfire Ward. We are going to be going to a short break just after this, but before we go, guys, I just wanted to just quickly ask you for maybe some of the players at home that aren't really too deep into the PKing. You guys keep mentioning getting their tank shield on for those range hits. Just how important is it to make sure you're in tank for those range hits?
Casper, you want to take this one?
Yeah, so keeping your tank on is very crucial to this, to winning your fights here. And I mean, even when you are trying to freeze your opponent back, and let's say your opponent has DD advantage, I'd say if you are going to go for a freeze back while you're being DD'd, keeping a tank shield on is the best thing you can do. in order to like make sure that your opponent doesn't get like guaranteed hits. If you get whipped on ropes with a Mage's Book, you are almost always looking at taking some form of damage. Keeping that square shield on might make that a 0. So I'd say it's very crucial. Some people do kind of overuse their shields though. I'd say the Mage's Book is very important to make sure that you get that extra mage bonus in as well. You just have to make sure that when you have the Mage's Book on, make sure that your opponent isn't going to hit you at the same time, so you have that one tick to flick your tank.
Yep. So we'll just have a quick one last look at the bracket before we take a quick break here, guys. Once again, the third round will be Stars29 up against Waleed. Waleed taking out White Flag in that round just then, and Drag Firewall taking out Koof. We're going to be back with 4 different matches. The one that I am definitely looking forward to is going to be Zima versus With My Fart. Probably my favorite name for this tournament. What are you guys looking forward to in the next 4 matches?
I mean, I'm looking forward to Grim versus Mirage.
Yeah, I think that's our next fight. I think me and Casper are both looking forward to that. It's kind of like the heavyweight fight of this first round. So I'm really excited to see who comes out on top of that, because that's probably going to be a favorite contender to get into the final.
It's going to be like a clash of the titans, similar to what we've seen before, and 2 extremely skilled players going against each other. I do believe Miraja is finished though, so he will be at a ping disadvantage compared to Grim, who is actually on the East Coast. So if I were to bet on anyone, I think I'd have to place my money on Grim here. He does have the ping advantage. I do think they're at a very similar skill level. So that little 120 ping that Mirage is probably going to be sitting on might cause him to lose.
Very good. Looking forward to those fights coming up soon, guys. We are just going to take a quick break here. You guys are watching the Method Mayhem US East PvP circuit, and we'll be right back.
Like you think see me how I see you, it will show. I am waiting for a moment to tell you everything, but I didn't have the courage, I didn't do a thing. There was nobody around, nobody, just me and you. I know we have got the courage to do the things we do. Hey there, what's that sound? Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. We're not slowing down. Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. I know why I let you go. There's something strange between us. Oh, let me show you what you need to know. If you see me how I see you, it will show. I am waiting for a moment to tell you everything, but I didn't have the courage, I didn't do a thing. There was nobody around, nobody, just me and you. I know we have got the courage to do the things we do. Hey there, what's that sound? Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. We're not slowing down. Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice.
Row, we can't do any damage back on 40.
Oh, Saladin! Does Ethan have a close call? Oh my god!
No way! What? Oh, I'm so surprised. Thing. So it looks like they're both out of food, just like the last fight, really coming down to the wire right now. The whip, oh my, what a combo! Steps underneath, goes from AJ, expects 73, no!
The Boaty number! There it is! Good.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Method Mayhem US East PvP circuit. We have gone through 5 or 6 fights so far. We've seen the top end of the bracket with 2 players moving on into the 3rd round, that being Dragfire Ward and Pizza Bug. Dragfire Ward, the man with the Dragon Defender. Boys, is there any interesting takeaways you want to take away from the top end of that bracket there?
I'm actually surprised at how many just like top quality, like very even, or maybe not even, but very high quality brids there were. I think Dragfire Ward, Waleed, White Flag, and even Kevin, who was fighting off stream. Those are all, even Dragonfish, to be fair, apart from all those bolts and ropes he's getting, every single one of those brids were really top tier, and those are some really close fights. Pizza Bug, Dragfire Ward, that's probably going to be a close fight as well, but I would probably say that Pizza Bug's going to have the advantage going into that on the next rounds. But honestly, all of those fights were really good. I think the next one we're about to get into is probably, hopefully lives up to the hype we're giving it to, Grim versus Miraja. I think it's also going to be a sick fight, and maybe a contender for Waleed, who's been so dominant so far.
Yeah, I mean, we're giving it a lot of hype. I really hope to see that. I really hope that we're going to see like a sick fight go down. If it comes down to be very disappointing, I don't know what I'll say. Honestly. We are looking at a clash of the Titans, and I'm really hoping for some nice play. It should be an even fight. I mean, I would say that Grim does have the ping advantage, and that might bring him with the win, but Miraja still being a very skilled player. Both of them being in opposite teams as well, so it might be a little bit of a beef fight.
Both of them make also really good. I'm a big fan of Grim's PK videos, but Miraja is my boy, and I fought him a lot over the past 2-3 years, and I think he's got what it takes, even with the ping disadvantage, to maybe win this bracket. And I hope he does, so good luck to him.
Yeah, you guys are definitely hyping this fight up. Hopefully it does live up to those expectations. You guys obviously have a lot of history with these two players, know their fighting styles. Do you guys have sort of a bit of backstory as to how well they PK, any sort of previous tournaments they've been in, or dead memos or something like that?
I wouldn't say we haven't really seen both compete in that many tournaments. I compete in a lot of tournaments. There's a few where I've seen Grim enter. I don't think I've ever seen Miraja enter one unless we go
I think
really
the
far
last
back.
tourney was the Jax 1v1 tourney for Miraja. I think he lost to Voss, maybe? I think he was fighting his own team member, and I think he might have lost to Voss in that. And Voss is a great opponent himself. Grim played the most recent DMM, I think, for his first time ever. He had a really good performance of that. Don't know how he did in the 1v1s, but just him PKing on DMM was pretty good to see.
I think Grim got taken
guy.
out in the multi section before even making it to the 1v1s during that DMM tourney. I'm seeing a lot of people ask which teams are they in. So what we're seeing right now is Grim being a leader in Kanini competing versus Miraja, who did I believe said is a leader in...
He's like a PK leader in FL, if I'm not mistaken. And he is one of their more competent, like 1v1 braids, one of their more confident fighters. So I think this should be a really good fight to see.
Yeah, so we're looking at Frontline versus Kanini here, both of them being in high positions. Going into the fight right now, though, it looks like both of them are stood in the tank, not entirely sure what they're going to do here. Grim bolting for Miraja's whip right there. Both of them catching each other off prey twice. Grim going for that freeze and catching it straight away with that 21.
Let's see how Miraja acts here. He gets 2 free hits by Grim there right off the bat on Miraja. 3 free hits potentially? Nah, Miraja starts bolting back here. But really none of the big numbers that we've been seeing so far. Miraja's going for that freeze in his K-top Mystic Robe bottom. Probably 2 freezes there that he was never going to catch. Seems to be a pretty slow start to this fight. Both of these guys are definitely keeping their tank on. Grim takes a 30 bolt there. Momentum could have maybe switched in Miraja's favor here. A 30-12 into a 38 on Robes. Another bolt on Robes on Grim hits a 0 though. He definitely
Grim doing
did just
a
have
decent
some
play
momentum
there though, keeping his D-square on and catching that blitz. So I do believe they're going to be on Frozen at just about the same time. Miraja getting another 26 bolt though. It looks like Miraja's bolt is really pulling him in this fight.
Into a claw off prayer, a 0. Pretty unlucky there. Grim gets the 26 barrage back, and now he has the DD advantage. Let's see what he does here. 1 free hit on Miraja. Let's see if he can get any others. A claw, another 0 traded, so both of them hitting 0 claws on each other. These guys have definitely been the greatest so far at keeping on their tank, I think. They haven't really been taking any hits in the robe so far. Miraja down a decent bit of HP right now, though. He has to decide whether he's going to eat up or try and catch that freeze and get momentum back.
Yeah, I mean, what we just saw, I do believe that Grim was kind of catching, like when Grim had that DD momentum, he was doing a lot better on the prayers. Miraja seemed to be getting hit off prey a decent bit, but obviously Grim having the DD advantage, it's a lot harder for Miraja to predict his opponent in that way. Grim kind of just has to make sure that he's flicking between the bolt and the whip. Both of them being frozen right now, though. Miraja going for that second claw, only getting 43 damage.
He did have that whole DD advantage there, and honestly, the only damage he got was that claw right at the end of it, unfortunately. Seems to be that Grim's getting a little bit lucky here. Oh, as I say that, he gets whipped at 28. Let's see how it happens here. Grim's unfrozen now. Let's see if he can get any sort of advantage. He's switching into his crossbow, and he's having the best range offense that he could possibly have. He's not using his shield or his skirt. And it didn't really get him much there, but he does catch the freeze there. I would say Grim's up a decent amount in this food, so...
yeah, I mean, Grim does have both of his claw specs as well, so maybe that could be a complete game changer. We're looking at Miraja with 0 claw specs right now versus Grim's 2. He still hasn't dumped them, though, so I'm kind of curious to see when he's going to do that. Right now would probably be the worst time, and he still does it anyway, getting a 16 claw there.
It seems to be that Grim's really just been chipping away at his food. There hasn't been that many like big hits. Grim just got whipped on his robes there as well. Doesn't really take too much damage.
Not the greatest play from Grim there, getting whipped on his robes, off prey as well, but only taking a 0, very luckily for him. It still seems like he's got this. I would say Grim is up a little bit of food here.
He's getting a lot of free hits right now as well. He's definitely up at least, I'd say, 100 damage. Going off screen there, as you can see, he's probably moving off screen, trying to bolt him in his robes. If Miraja switches to his robes, which he doesn't seem to be doing. He seems to be doing the exact same thing back to him. Goes for a freeze there, catches it, gets bolted in his robes, gets hit a 0. There's not really a whole lot of DDing right now. They're trying to keep their distance. They're trying to be smart with the movement, and it's just mostly mage and range right now.
Yeah, both really having like the same amount of freeze RNG here. Miraja sitting extremely low health though, getting all the way down to 10 HP there by that 34 barrage. I mean, a bolt off prey could have KO'd him.
Let's see Miraja with another claw, 41 claw there. It seems he's got a decent bit of damage from his claw specs just throughout the fight. Let's see if he can get any momentum out of that. 4 bolts.
Yeah, it does look like Grim is saving his 50% claw spec right there to kind of wait for the 100 and make sure that he's got both of them later. As I say that though, going for that claw off prey, only hitting at 28. All the claws we've seen have been fairly underwhelming, honestly.
The movement in this fight has definitely been different to everything we're seeing. We're not seeing just instantly go for freezes. They understand if they both go for the freeze that one of them could easily just one-tick a bolt and hit a 40. So they seem to be doing that quite a bit. I will say that it seems like Miraja is coming back a little bit here. As
Miraja getting chanced there though by that
I think he might
bolt.
be out. Oh no, he's eating. He's eating. But yeah, he
Yeah,
could have died to
Miraja
that bolt.
definitely
100%.
got bolt chance right there. I mean, that bolt can hit up to a 53, and it looks like Miraja was only on about 5 HP there, but they both traded a very similar hit, so it doesn't really look like either of them got a big advantage there. Grim going in with that staff bash, misclicking his
Whipped on
barrage.
Rose for a 19. I think Miraja is definitely bringing this back a little bit. The margin between them was a lot higher at the start of this fight, but it seems to be going in Miraja's way right now. He's got the DD advantage as well. Let's see if he can get a couple free hits here. He gets a 0 whip and gets whipped for a 22 as he goes in. It seems Grim's really competent when he's getting DD'd, and he knows what to do every single time.
Yeah, Grim doing a very nice play though, getting that whip in as Miraja was sidestepping, kind of knowing that he was going to whip him rather than bolt him.
As I said, that Grim did get whipped while wearing claws in full mystics. Probably should have hit more than a 0 there, but it is what it is. I'm trying to think.
Right
Miraja goes out for a 10.
We haven't really seen much DD advantage. Grim getting another opal bolt though, but unfortunately they're both just kind of trading very similar damage. I can't really tell who's up food right now.
I think Grim has a slight advantage at this point, and with this DD, we'll see where it goes. Goes for a 24 barrage. If he can keep up this advantage, he'll probably secure the win, but it is definitely very close.
Miraja going for that freeze as well, catching it with that 7 barrage, and it looks like Miraja has the DD advantage, not really using it that well though. Both of them just trading hits. Grim getting the freeze back.
Bolt.
Very nicely done by him. Bolting his opponent on 50 HP right there.
Let's see, neither one of them eating right now. They're both fairly low HP. It's possible that Miraja could be out of food. They're both at around 50 HP. Miraja trying to go for that freeze. Let's see if he goes for it again. Nope, he sits in his tank, gets hit at 29. Is he out here? He goes for the claw.
Miraja is completely out of food right now. Miraja getting that 4th claw spec off this fight. Grim is probably not going to get another claw. As I say that though, getting that 11 claw spec on prayer.
I think they might both be out here.
Grim sitting on about 40 HP versus Miraja's 18, and he goes down to that barrage through the prayer.
I think they were both out right there, and Grim winning by about 40 HP. He seemed to have momentum pretty much the whole fight. And Miraja did a good job at trying to come back, but ultimately Grim just had that little bit of advantage throughout the whole fight. Yeah,
even looking at that instant replay right there, Miraja could have actually won if his claw spec did hit a lot bigger. He did claw his opponent off prey, but unfortunately not for very much. Grim keeping his tank on was a very good decision there, kind of minimizing the damage that Miraja could have done. So it looks like a fairly even fight. I'll see if I can get a track.
It's living up to be a good fight as we thought, though. A lot slower paced, not as fast paced as all the other fights, but that could just be because of the skill level we're dealing with.
Yep. Good to see both players at the end there dropping the good fight in the chat as well from rival clans, showing a bit of respect. I think these players
love to see it
after that fight. I did notice, guys, throughout that fight, Grim was in between. There was points where he'd staff bash a couple times in a row, but then there was points where he would step out in his tank from a DD and then one tick a barrage. Do you think that these players with such massive PvP experience, do you think nerves are playing a factor for these two guys?
I'd say knowing that he's going against someone that's really good definitely adds to like the nerve-wracking of the pressure of this fight and stuff like that. So I think nerves plays a huge part. As I said, for myself personally, I'd say the first fights are definitely the most nerve-wracking ones compared to when you're like midway through the tourney. So we might be seeing that happen to Grim and Miraja. So
I think they do have that nice little respect there, as you can see from the good fight, but there's also a lot of pressure from both of them. They are rival clans at the end of the day. And when they get in the wilderness, they're fighting each other, flaming each other. So they're definitely trying to go for the win here. And Grim having that 1-0 advantage, he might be able to turn that into a 2-0 and progress on. Miraja will get put into the losers bracket if that happens. And I think he will be able to get himself out of there if that does happen. We just have to see how the second round goes.
Like you said, Mahir, they're not just fighting for themselves. It is a singles tournament, but these guys are all in clans, and there's a lot on the line for people in rival clans going up against each other for sort of ego purposes.
Yeah, 100%.
Did we manage to get the tracker from that fight, Casper?
I'm attempting to get it right now, but it looks like we are gonna be jumping into the second fight before I can get him, unfortunately. Oh, okay, wait, no, I do have the tracker. So looking at the tracker, we have Miraja with 102 hits to Grim's 101, and Miraja getting 62% of the praise correct to Grim's 56. Deserved damage being somewhat similar. Miraja having a 60 deserved damage advantage to Grim. But I'd say fairly even fight all around, honestly.
Wait, Miraja was actually up on deserved damage.
Yeah, Miraja was up by 60 deserved damage.
So he got unlucky. He actually should have won that fight by a little bit. Unfortunate to see.
Yeah, I mean, both of them, I mean, this is about as even of a fight as we've seen right now. Neither of them having that many free hits. Miraja did have one free hit on Grim, but definitely not enough to guarantee.
Surprising to see. It seems like the momentum was all Grim that way, but Miraja actually getting an extra free hit and being up 60 deserved damage, and that, as I say that, just gets clawed. That could have potentially ended up
that
with
could
him
have been
dying,
a very big claw, almost taking him out of the tournament right there. I mean, right now, there's definitely more pressure on Miraja. Miraja having to win 2 fights in a row to Grim's 1 fight. It does look like Grim is up a tiny bit of damage here. Going for that claw, though, on
good
prey.
amount of damage this fight. Another Opal Bolt in for a 25 as well. But Grim's probably eating for the first time just now, while Miraja has used quite a significant amount of his inventory. I mean, he was down the last fight too, and he managed to be up on deserve. So let's see if he can pull something back and get a little bit of lucky RNG this time compared to what he had last time.
Yeah, I mean, Miraja, I don't think has dumped either of his claws right now, so maybe that could bring him back into the fight.
Couple 70s.
Grim is definitely going to be camping melee a lot, though. Knowing that his opponent has both of those specs, Miraja is probably going to want to dump one of them. We're kind of seeing the opposite of what last fight. So last fight, we had Miraja dump both of his specs fairly early, but this time we have Grim. Grim bolting another big bolt there for a 36 into that 12 barrage and 0 whip.
Everything's going his way right now.
Yeah, I mean, Grim is doing some really nice plays there, especially whipping that. If that was a bigger barrage into that whip, I mean, it could have been a chance.
Mirage is sitting on very low HP here. He doesn't want to lose any momentum. He's probably going to eat a couple times during this DD, but he gets frozen as he walks out. That's not what you want to see from a Blitz as well, a lower level mage spell. So Grim was brewed down during that. Seems like he's got a very nice advantage over Mirage on this fight. But Mirage
both
still
of them
does have
kind of
those
camping
prospects.
the tank shields as well. As I say that, Grim does equip his mage's book, but both of them are barraging a fair amount in the tank shields.
Yeah. A 0 claw for Miraja. He still has 1 claw left, but that's not what you want to see when you're down that much. You need a little bit of momentum. It's not really going his way right now.
No, I'd say Grim is definitely focusing a bit more on mage than what Miraja is. Like I said, both of them kind of just barraging in their tank shields, making sure that they got that extra defense on. Not entirely sure how this is looking right now. Grim seems to be making a fair few mistakes.
That's a max claw through prayer, I think?
Yeah, through prey and through tank as well. Grim is definitely on the upside, but that sets him back a decent amount.
Miraja hoping for a bit of a comeback here, but I honestly think the food difference is too much. But we've seen crazier things happen. So it looks like Miraja's got the DD here. Oh no, it's Grim with the DD. He runs out, gets bolted and robes there for an 8. Let's see what he decides to do. They're both unfrozen here, so I want to see Grim's going for that freeze in the Dragon Square Shield. He's not putting that
Grim
mage grip on
really
for that
wants
freeze.
that DD advantage right now. It looks like Miraja's focusing a little bit more on just kind of
They both catch the
on
freeze.
robes.
Miraja was using his M book there, while Grim was only using the Dragon Square Shield, but they both caught the freeze. 35 trading for a 40 bolt.
Yeah, Grim getting that 28
now.
straight after as well, putting him a little bit on the upside.
I'd say Grim's probably going to close this out with a 2-0. It seems like just those little exchanges like that, he's just been getting a better number
very
on the end
nice
of it.
claw from Grim there, but unfortunately Miraja predicting it as well. I mean, that was a very high play, honestly, predicting that his opponent was going to run up to him. Right now, Grim camping extremely high HP. Miraja kind of sitting on the lower side, trying to get that momentum back. Taking a 32 barrage, though. Grim is really utilizing that mage DPS right now. Miraja getting a few small hits in.
I think that's the last of the food we're going to see Miraja eat, to be honest. He's just been getting battered the whole fight. He's now probably at full HP with very little left. Let's see what he can do. He gets another bolt on robes there on Grim, hits a 0. Seems to be that both of these fights have been a lot slower paced compared to every single fight, just because of the way they're working with their mage. Oh my God.
Grim getting about 60 damage there just in those 2 bolts. I mean, from what we've seen in this fight, I'd say Miraja is getting kind of like the lower end of the hits. He's hitting maybe 10s and 20s, while Grim is hitting in the higher 30s to 40s. Grim definitely doing a very good job on keeping his opponent on edge and catching those freezes right now, but he is just doing way too good, and it looks like Miraja is out of food. Grim probably having at least
he fakes the
100
claw?
HP in food.
I wonder if he actually has a claw or if that was just a fake heat. Because if he has a claw, he could set up something here. He uses it. He did have a claw. It only hits a 22. Miraja's definitely out of food here. It looks like he's going to be dropping. If he does, he's going to be extremely upset because, yeah,
And
that's
he
a good
does
fight.
drop to
That's
that
a 2-0 for
24
Grim.
whip, and that is a 2-0 for Grim. So Miraja goes on to the losers bracket, unfortunately.
I think he will find a way to claw himself out of that losers bracket. Probably feels a little bit cheated because of the first round being up to deserved damage and losing, but I don't think we've seen the end of him for now.
Let's see if I can get the tracker for that fight as well. But yeah, looking at that fight, Grim definitely had the upper hand. He was dealing a lot bigger damage. It seemed like he was outplaying Miraja. I can't entirely tell though until we see the tracker. But I'd say, yeah, Grim was definitely up at least like 100 or 150 damage.
Yeah, nice little 2-0 there for Grim. Once again, very close set. Even though it was a 2-0, both of those fights really could have gone either way towards the end. Maybe not what we were expecting to see with the 2-0 there, but like you said here, Mirage is going to be moving on to that losers bracket. And I think that he'll be able to claw his way out of that losers bracket based on what we've just seen there.
Here.
Do we have that PvP tracker?
I'm attempting to get it right now, but I'm not getting a response from either of them. I'm going to see if I can get Grim's point of view of that.
We are going to be moving on to the next match very soon. We're going to be seeing Zima up against With My Fart. Like I said, looking forward to seeing that one and seeing you guys pass that one. What a great name for that, man.
So Zima, I'm sure a lot of the people watching this know who Zima is. He's a Twitch. He's a deep wilderness PKer. He streams on Twitch quite a bit. He's always messing around with a bunch of streamers and PK and having fun. Meagle, on the other hand, is a single PKer. He's from a single team that's not as known as the others. He's in Envy. He does actually do a lot of tribert staking. He's fought a lot of my friends, and a couple times he's fought me. He is pretty decent, so he is the favorite going into this fight. I would say everyone probably expects him to beat Zima. But Zima knows what he's doing. He could potentially bring out a very nice performance here, and he might even be able to beat Meagle.
Sorry to backtrack here as well. I am looking at the PvP tracker for that fight. It looks like, yet again, another really even fight, but Grim actually coming out on top this one. Grim having 82 hits to Miraja's 75, with Grim having 60% praise correct to Miraja's 59%, and Grim having 50 extra deserved damage on Miraja. So yeah, I mean, yeah, 7 hits, but it didn't look like it did Grim that much. Both of the deserved damage being very even. I'd say from the last fight, it definitely looked like Grim kind of took the exact same, but did a reverse on it and managed to pull that same deserved damage, but this time winning it. So I don't know. I think that's a very even fight between the two, about as even as it's possibly gonna get.
Yep.
As we thought.
Like you said, he might have got 7 extra hits, but as is RuneScape, RNG definitely plays a factor. And maybe those 7 hits did nothing, but he still walks away with a victory.
That's very true. Like, maybe they did do nothing.
Once again, the next match, With My Fart up against Mayhem OSRS. And you guys have With My Fart in this one, did you say?
Yeah, Meagle is definitely going to be the favorite going into this. He does a lot of tribert stakes. He's very interactive with the PKing and Twitch single community. Not in one of the big 3 teams, but he does PK with Envy. They do max PK quite a bit. Zima, bit of the underdog into this, but you know, I'm hoping he can pull through and maybe give us a good performance here. I really like Zima a lot.
Yep. So if we just quickly take a look at the bracket here, the winner of this fight is going to be going up against Grim in the next round. Based on what we've just seen them here, what do you think they're going to be seeing in the next round if they make it through?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So either With My Fart or Zima makes it through here, they're going to be versing Grim in the next round.
I think Grim is easily the favorite of this top region. I do think he's definitely going to come up against trouble later on if he has to fight Pizza Bug. But I think versus Meagle or Zima, Grim would easily win that one. I'd assume, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to see as it comes. Like we said, RNG definitely can play a factor in these fights. Hopefully not too much, but everyone does have a chance here.
Yeah, I mean, Grim definitely being the more skilled player between the two that we're going to see fight right now. I would say that he's got the odds in his favor. I haven't really seen too much of Megal though. I know Zima streams. I've seen some decent plays for him in the past. I know nothing about Megal, unfortunately.
Megal likes Tribrid Stake streamers quite a bit, you know. He's Tribrid Stakes. He Tribrid Stakes quite a bit. He's one of those guys who will hop on an account when someone needs to get a Tribrid Stake done. So he knows what he's doing. He's definitely very competent here.
We could also.
Have you ever fought him yourself?
I've never got the chance to fight him myself, unfortunately, but my friends have fought him. Yeah.
How do you think you'd fare?
I think I'd be able to beat him, unfortunately. But I will not be fighting. I will not be fighting him today. I will be competing in my own region, in the Australian region, in a couple weeks from now, and hopefully, I can
the
make
confidence on this man never ceases to amaze me. As we just saw in the bracket, guys, in the next matchup, Antonio Montana is taking out the victory up against Stinger in a 2-1 there, so he'll be moving on to round 2.
Cool. I don't know anything about either of those guys. Antonio Montana sounds like an interesting character. I think he beat a couple of good guys in the qualifiers actually, so I think he's probably the favorite against.
Yeah, looking at Twitch as well, it seems like someone put that Megal apparently lost to Zima in practice, so maybe we'll see Zima actually come out on top again. It'd be very unfortunate to go into practice rounds versus someone and then lose in the actual tourney, but...
Do you think there's, people that fight against each other a fair bit sort of take on and understand their opponent's mannerisms and where they pray and what they try and hit? Do you think that maybe in these practice matches, potentially Megal was hiding some things from Zima, or do you think it's just straight practice and do what he did in the practice matches up against him in the fights here?
I'd say it depends on how smart the person is. Yeah, like if you want to hide some of your strategies, then sure. But...
You probably don't want to be giving your opponent a bunch of practice versus you. So that, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't the best decision by either of them, but we'll see how it goes. I think Zima could pull an underdog story here.
From casting the EU bracket, a lot of what I saw on PvP trackers was that on the first fight, someone could be leading very strongly, and going into the second fight, their opponent maybe learned a little bit. They got to see their opponent fight and how they fight, so they took that information and made sure to kind of predict it on the second fight and actually do better on the second fight than what they did in the first, and on the third coming out on top. So if that could happen here, that would be very interesting to see. I think Megal, maybe having learned something from Zima in the practice fight, might be able to take that information, utilize it, and make sure that he wins this. But if Zima did win in the practice fights, I'd say the odds are definitely stacked with him rather than against him.
Yeah,
Zima
like
does seem to be the people's champion here, so I'm hoping he can impress everyone and do them proud. I'm hoping he pulls through with the 2-0.
Definitely. A lot of people in the chat seem to be rooting for Zima. Maybe some stream watchers in the chat for him. But like you said, might not have been the best idea to have practice matches against each other before going in.
Yeah, definitely not.
It could have been a good thing. We'll have to see.
Okay, we're getting into it now. I do think...
the two, with my thought, getting a ball on robes, only taking a 14 and barraging his opponent a 25. Zima currently not having the DD advantage, only getting a 7 open bolt spec though. Very unfortunate for him. We've seen a lot of opal bolt, big opal bolts in this one.
People been doing their diaries. I noticed that Megal right off the start went for the freeze and the DD. I really expected him just to be controlling the fight the whole way through, but it seems to be that Zima's got the DD advantage on him right now. And Zima is actually getting free hits on Megal right now. I think he just got 3 free hits in a row.
Better right now.
Yeah,
look,
100%.
Seeing that tank barrage yet again, the tank with the Mystic top on. We've seen that in previous fights. I know Golf used it a lot. So, I still don't really know if that is...
I found that out. I found that out as something that... I think Panic actually claims he started all this, because when people started studying the tracker, that's what he started doing. He started freezing with a Verax Skirt Mystic top on, because it actually gives you better deserved damage. And if it's better on the tracker, apparently it's better in game. So a lot of people have been trying to execute it and see if it does better for them.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely it grants you the tank, but at the same time also gets you a little bit of mage bonus. I mean, with a setup like this, rocking the Brimstone and the Mystic Boots, I could see that the mage bonus is already there. Yeah, exactly. I could see that the mage bonus is already there, and equipping that Mystic top might just be enough.
Up so much momentum
chancing his opponent right there, though, with that claw.
You can definitely see that Megal's movement is one that you'd expect of a Tribrid Staker. He runs off when he needs to eat, comes back in, whips on robes. He's definitely like similar to a bunch of the other fights we've seen. Obviously, his opponent doesn't probably Zima doesn't do this stuff 24/7, so there is probably a bit of skill discrepancy there.
Ooh, Zima staff specking though. That is the second staff spec we've seen in this tournament. The first one being between, I believe it was Ethan and Hamza still, not Hamza, Ethan still winning that
still managed
fight.
to win that round, yeah. That was a great fight to see.
Yeah,
Zima,
I mean, that was definitely
sure
one of the favorites in that tournament. Zima doesn't really have to play melee here. Just camping that staff might be the better move.
I'd say this is probably following that staff spec and the amount of damage. Another 30, a max barrage for Meagle. He's whipping him on his robes. Meagle's definitely up like 200, 300 damage this fight. Not going to have any issues winning this fight, probably. Next round, maybe Zima can come a little bit more composed, get some claw specs, and take him out. But at the start, even Zima was putting in work, and right now he's putting in work. A bunch of free hits. He's doing a good job here, but it just doesn't seem he's getting any hits apart from that 30 right there.
Yeah, and it does look like Megal is intentionally casting his barrages with the Mystic Top on and the tank. Currently sitting very low HP though. Not entirely sure on that one. He's using that DD advantage he has right now to heal back up, but maybe Megal used the practice fights to kind of learn about his opponents. His opponent, and just use a completely different style himself.
Zima getting some free hits again here. He seems to be doing great on this DD. He's just not getting the damage I feel like he should be getting.
Yeah, Megal is really trying for that freeze right now, and it's not doing him any good. Zima getting 5 free hits in during that DD. I mean,
Zima's low-key a demon. 32 staff bash as well. Come on, Zima.
I mean, right now we are seeing Zima actually do really well. Unfortunately, those DDs and the free hits he's gotten doesn't seem to have done him a lot. He doesn't really get too much damage out of them, unfortunately for him. Megal still just trying to catch that free. Zima having to
He's getting more free hits again. The people's champion Zima, he's going in. He's probably got 3 free hits in the past couple of hits, and those freezes are not doing anything to him right now.
Yeah, and another free not even praying melee as well. Another free hit for Zima. I'm very interested to see this tracker
going
right
in.
Now.
Zima is going in. I think he's definitely up deserved damage at this point. He's gotten so many free hits at this point.
I mean, he has to.
I think Zima could win this. I think Zima could win this round easily at this point. He gets another DD here. Let's see what he does. Let's see if he can get some more free hits. Another free hit. And once again, he's just getting frozen back, and the Verax skirt, Mystic Top, and Zima gets another free hit on him. Zima is absolutely bossing this fight. I think he's up versus
he's
Meagle.
getting 20 free hits right now, and it's not doing him anything though. Right now, he seems like he's hitting zeros. Megal taking that claw, dealing 40 damage right there. Right now, Megal still is sitting in his tank, trying to catch his opponent back. Zima's whip is just not doing anything for him though.
He still goes. He still goes. He's still
it looks like Megal has given up on the whole like freezing back while he's DDing right now. He's just,
it has not worked.
Yeah, he's just trying to spam those bolts. Bolting his opponent off prey on robes though, only for a 0, unfortunately for Megal. Zima does.
If Zima catches his freeze and gets another DD, then he's gonna get that. Oh damn it! Megal catches the freeze on him. He catches him right next to him. Let's see what Zima can do here. Zima's probably up food at this point. Not gonna lie, he has got a lot of DPS back. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, if we were to look at the tracker, I think definitely Zima's up on the deserved damage. I'm not entirely sure on what the food is looking like. It looks like it's about even. Even though Zima has gotten like 20 free hits on his opponent, he really didn't do a lot of damage during those free hits, and Megal seemed to have gotten a few big hits as well. Zima getting that freeze by the looks of things, no splashing. Megal trying to get that bolt on
just robes. Sitting in full robes. A couple bolts on that. Zima's got the HP advantage here, and Megal is not eating at all. It's potential one of them could be out. I don't know. Zima's still eating up here as he keeps bolting them.
Yeah, it looks like both of them have kind of given up on going for the freeze. They've been on frozen for about 25 seconds now. Both of them getting frozen there. Zima still not having a DD advantage. I mean, this is the first fight, so if Zima could kind of take away from this fight and try to get more DDs than what he's
an opal ball coming in. I think this could go in Zima's favor right now.
Yeah,
I think
Zima
all
choking
Megal's
a
using
little
is
bit
his bruise,
though,
maybe.
bolting in his robes, clawing Megal right on 60 HP for a 0
right there. Zima
that could have been a game changer right there.
Oh, getting bolted on robes, 35.
Yeah,
that's
gonna hit on robes.
Get under
Still
Zima.
having food,
there you go. There you go. What's he gonna do here? 15 barrage, a free hit. Let's see what he makes it into. A claw coming back at him, hits a 0. They're both out of food on like 30 HP here. Come on, Zima. Let's see what bolts he's gonna got. He's in robes. He gets hit. A 2. We take those. He whips it back. This could go either way, and it depends
Yeah,
if
I
either
mean,
of them get any
right now,
hard
neither
frames.
of them are frozen. Megal's trying to catch that freeze. If Zima catches this and gets the DD advantage
Go on,
again, he
Zima.
might win.
Go on, Zima.
He only
That
needs
bolt
to
could
hit
be
about
it.
15 damage right now. Oh,
And
he does
wins.
actually
Zima
take him
wins
down.
the
He
first
does
fight versus
win.
Meagle. Let's go. I want to see the PvP tracker on that because I feel like he's definitely up hella hits.
I'm
Very impressive.
Gonna
The
try to
underdog
get
going
the
in
tracker
there.
here.
Zima going in as the underdog and honestly impressing us way more than we would have thought. Bunch of free hits and winning the first round versus Meagle. Zima goes hard.
What an insane first fight there. Watching from the outside, it just looked as though Zima had a little bit of nerves going into that fight, and then halfway through the fight, got his composure and started to make the comeback.
An absolute,
mean-
well, not a dominant display, but a very nice display by Zima. He was going hard.
I'd say looking at the difference between those two fights, I'd say Megal was getting the more hits on robes and stuff like that whenever both of them were on Frozen, but Zima just pummeling, getting those free hits in. I'd say he has at least 15 to 20 free hits during that fight.
Yep. Especially when he was getting those DDs, he was just coming out, getting a free hit, 5 or 6 free hits in a row every single time. A nice little display from Zima there. Once again, a fan favorite. Seems as though a fair few people in the chat are pretty happy about that one. Love to see the PvP tracker on this one. That should be coming through soon. But a nice little 1-0 for Zima at the moment.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not able to contact either of them right now. So I think we are going to have to hopefully at least get the tracker on the final fight. But right now, it seems like we are going to be jumping into the second one before we can get the tracker.
I think we got the tracker there, actually, yeah.
Yeah. I think just based off eyeballing that fight, it was very clear that Zima would have been up on the tracker. Just from the amount of free hits you're getting, that would have snowballed into probably a very sizable deserved damage lead.
Okay, so right before we jump into the next one, we do have the tracker actually. Zima with 106 hits to Megal's 92, but Zima having 47% of the prayers correct to With My Farts 62%. Being really even on the deserved damage, actually. I'd say this was probably about as even as we're going to see. We have Zima with 711 deserved damage, and With My Fart with 724, so only a 13 difference.
I think that difference would probably be Zima just taking those hits in robes throughout the fight.
Yeah, definitely. I'd say Zima took a lot more.
Bit.
Yeah, Zima definitely took a lot more hits on robes. Unfortunately, I think that's what brought him down.
Yep. Crazy to see Zima there with 14 extra hits and still pretty even on deserved damage there.
We'll see if he can step it up in this next round. If he just gets those tank switches on and plays the exact same way he did and controls the fight through those DDs, then he's going to win. We've got to see how it goes. One more win for Zima and he's through.
Yeah, it
tries going for the ball off the
caught
start.
the freeze straight off the bat, but yeah, Megal having a DD advantage. Taking that ball on ropes though, off prey. Still, both of them having fairly even DPS right here, only being down about 15 to 20 HP. Zima getting that 16 bolt, unfortunately not hitting too high for an Opal Bolt proc.
Oof, the claw on robes going in there, off prayer as well, only hitting a 37. Zima's not going to be happy about taking that. To be fair to him, he bolted Meagle on robes twice so far at the start of this fight. So they're both kind of making those mistakes of sitting in their robes right now. Looks like Meagle's come back from off screen, goes in for another claw. That was on prayer. He switched prayer after it went in, and it hit at 26. But Meagle is just up so much right now. He's definitely got a bunch of momentum on him right now. Zima going for that freeze and catches it. Maybe can recover a little bit here right now.
Yeah, I'd say Zima is definitely on the downside right now, but if he can utilize those DDs the same way he did last fight, I mean, it definitely looks like he will win. Getting 2 free hits there, Megal getting a free hit there somehow.
That claw off prayer for Zima as well, only hitting a 0, not the best thing you want to see. Bunch of hits coming in for Meagle. The RNG is definitely going his way right now, and he's controlling the fight. Fair play to him. He's got all the DDs going right now. He is getting hit in his robes a fair bit, but he just got barraged there. Let's see if he eats up here, because he has 50 HP. If he takes, goes straight up to 112. Doesn't want to lose any momentum. He ate up right while he was DD'd, so he didn't lose any hits
Megal
there.
running as far away from his opponent as he possibly can, knowing that Zima is going to try and get that DD similar in the way that he did last fight. Both of them being frozen right there. I believe Zima taking a 32 barrage.
Yeah.
Megal definitely getting the better RNG right now.
I think this is, oh my god, a 31 barrage. He's just following it up with more and more hits. This is definitely looking like it's going to be a 1-1. This performs probably a lot more dominant than the last one. This is definitely a clear difference in like amount of food in this fight. Meagle up a bunch so far. If Zima can bring it back, it'd be very exciting to see, but I think this might be headed towards a 1-1. Right now, as I say that though, Zima's just clawed back 100 damage while taking about 0. So let's see where that goes.
Yeah, Zima having a DD advantage right now. Megal's still going for those Mystic top barrages. We haven't really seen them do much for him right now.
I'm
yeah,
not a fan.
I don't think
But
we've
hey,
seen
if
him
it
catch
works,
a
it works.
I mean, we haven't
It
seen him
doesn't
catch a
work.
single
Yeah, it doesn't
barrage.
work.
Yes.
It doesn't. I'm not sure if it does work. So I don't know what the game. Zima going for a freeze in full Mystics and claws there. Seems there's a bit of nerves on either end of this fight, but Meagle is just up so much.
Maybe it does add a little bit of extra damage to the deserved tracker. I wouldn't exactly say that it seems to be the strat though. Megal not having caught a single one of the times he's tried. It's very unlucky for him, but maybe it's just not the best move.
The man might have a tracker ego. We're not sure here. He's still going for it. He put on his book there,
Zima
and because of
getting a
that, he just
decent
got
bolt
bolted
as well.
at 36. Yeah, sometimes it's not the best idea, and
It appears we are seeing a little bit of world lag. Yeah, okay.
I think
so
they're back. Yeah, world back.
Both of them just lagging there for a little bit. Obviously, RuneScape World's been fairly unstable. They often get like short spikes of 5-second lags. It doesn't really change the fight though, since both opponents are getting it. So there's no advantage to it at all. If anything, I'd say it just throws off both of the players.
Yep, Zima's still taking constant 20s and 30s pretty much every couple of hits. Whereas Meagle's been on that green bar pretty much the whole fight. He has taken a couple hits here or there. Another claw going in.
Nearly getting KO'd by that claw though.
I think Zima's food is not looking too hot here. It's probably going to be closing out the fight for Meagle here. That's 66 claw on robes. Into another bolt on robes for a 12. Even if you're praying that, okay, he comes back
getting
with
a
54
decent
claw.
claw. Yeah, getting a decent claw back
Into
there.
the 8
Unfortunately,
ball.
not as big as Megal's, but Megal's
He
getting
could've just died to a whip.
right there.
Zima
Oh,
could've just killed
Megal
him
does
with like
still
a
have
28
food,
whip.
so Megal actually did just get chance to that whip, getting whipped on about 30 HP. Megal having the DD advantage right now. Can't really tell who's going to be
he could have just whipped him a 28 and just straight up 2-0'd him, just like that. Unfortunately, the RNG didn't come through for him there, but that very easily could have happened. Let's see if he gets another whip in it. It seems like Meagle's camping really low HP. All Zima needs is a little bit
out
of
of
luck.
food here. He's not eating, sitting on robes, getting... Is
Get
he
a heart
taking...
prey
No.
off Zima. Get a heart prey off Zima.
Getting taken out by that 5 barrage. Megal did look like he was out of food on 20 HP right there, though, so that's really even, honestly. Let's see if I can get the tracker.
Pretty even fight. Zima could have KO'd him there with a whip. Obviously, Meagle got a bunch of nice hits on his robes right there.
Okay, so looking at the tracker as well for that fight, we have Zima with 64 hits. And to my surprise, I mean, we didn't really see Zima get a lot of DD advantage right there, so I'm not that surprised. But with my fight also having 64 hits of them, neither of them getting any free hits on each other. Zima having 45% prayers correct to Megal's 41%, and having 459 deserved damage to 441.
Wow. These are actually really close.
Yeah, that's extremely even. I mean, looking at the deserved damage as well, both of them dealt over 100 extra damage than what they deserved. So that fight went on a lot quicker than it should have. And I still felt like it was a slow fight.
Yeah, it looks as though it's mostly dominated by With My Father, but the tracker's saying differently, a lot closer than we expected there. We did see a big chance with the whip from Zima when it looked like he was very far behind. I know I said to you guys during the break that I'm surprised to see so many chances today. If you guys want to just quickly run the viewers through why we're seeing a few more chances on hit points than I thought we would see.
So, unless Dida wants to take this one.
Nah, this is all you, Casper.
So, if I were to speak, so I'd say this is the difference between, let's say, PvP and Deep Wilderness, for example. Both of them kind of want to get as much DPS as they possibly can. So, risking the HP to get a little bit of extra DPS instead of just eating up. Most players don't really... I mean, they'll sit maybe 50, 60, but they're trying their very hardest to get as much DPS without risking their HP too much. But still, the claws can hit up to a 75 right here, so... we're seeing a lot of chances, and people kind of they try their best to predict, and sometimes it just doesn't succeed very well for them. But just like I said, getting a 75 claw is very hard. Most of the times we're never going to see that, so I'm not surprised to see that we haven't seen a KO yet.
Yeah. And
So-
with it hitting on 2 separate ticks as well, if you're smart enough or just quick enough, you can get an eat in between the hits, and you could potentially save yourself from being chanced at all. But it can also depend on PID.
So,
Yeah.
in your professional opinions, guys, being PvP masters, would you say it's worth potentially leaving that chance, maybe around 70 hit points, just to get that extra DPS, or never take the risk?
I mean,
I'd say
you
it's
never
worth
wanted,
it.
you never want to get chanced, but you never really plan on getting chanced, right? You just want to just keep up the momentum, and if it happens, it happens. You hope to see that claw coming, but if you don't and you don't die, it is what it is. You carry on playing. You know what I mean? I'll take that risk most of the time.
Yeah, as well, when we're seeing like low claws happen, for example, if someone gets clawed on 70 HP, just like Dida said, claws are a 2-tick special attack weapon, so sometimes the opponent reads it and sees that the first 2 hits weren't that big and therefore doesn't eat, but if they saw that the hits were bigger, they would have eaten, for example. So we say it's a chance, but sometimes we truly don't know.
Yeah. Beginning to this fight, right off the beginning, Megal has not taken any damage, and he barrages him another 35. He's already up 100, getting another 13 barrage. He's controlling the start of this fight right away. And if he keeps his DD advantage, he's probably going to get some free hits. Zima seems like he was brewing up there, didn't really use his angler, so he's getting those bolts back on a robes. Hits his first damage, gets a 19, into the 34 freeze. Bit of a momentum change, so fair enough. Into the claw
Zima
as well
going
for
in
a
for the
0.
first claw, unfortunately only hitting 0s for him though. Not really too much damage there. I do believe Megal still has both of his claws, hitting a 0 as well. Off prey, Zima going for his second claw, only hitting about 25 damage right there. Both of those claws being extremely disappointing, honestly. I'd expect a little bit more from that claw on Megal's side.
For real. Megal's still with HP advantage, runs back in for another claw on full tank, prey melee, hits all 0s, into the 38 whip on robes off prayer, so kind of worth it there for that whip itself, into a 22 barrage. He's got so much damage up on Zima right now.
Yeah, right now, both of them being at kind of a standstill. I believe Zima has taken that little bit of break there to heal up. Both of them sitting around full HP right now, just kind of whipping and bolting. Not whipping and bolting, maging and bolting, sorry. Megal getting that 28 through prayer though, whipping his opponent a 16 on robes as well, very deserved. Getting another 27 bolt. Zima being extremely low HP right now, almost looking KO'able.
I do notice that the way Zima is eating is like, it sounds nerdy, but he's eating like really efficiently to the point where he doesn't really lose hits. If he's low HP and he wants to keep hitting you, I notice he's brewing up and still bolting, so he gets the hits. And when he has a DD advantage, he'll sometimes eat while he's DD'd so that he doesn't lose any hits there, because if he's DD'd on someone, they're not going to get any hits on him. So the way he's eating is actually really smart, and I don't know if Megal's doing it the same way.
Yeah, I mean, when he's got the DD advantage, just like you said, and he's whipping back, I'd say it's better to keep your damage going. Megal getting a 51 bolt, though. Definitely looking very bad for Zima right now, but just like you said, he is brewing down and still getting those hits in, so it's better to hit being brewed down than to not hit at all, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Zima, like you said, actually being really clever. Megal still going for those Mystic Top barrages and not landing a single one.
I don't know. Maybe the man just likes his tracker. It is what it is. Zima gets bolted on robes again.
Yeah,
It just doesn't seem like it's paying off.
Yeah, maybe it's just a case of bad RNG, but like at this point, we've seen about maybe 20 to 25 of them being thrown and not a
He just
single
caught.
one
I think he
hitting.
just caught the first one. Actually, I think he may have just caught the first one. So fair enough. Congratulations to him on catching his first Verax skirt freeze.
Is Zima out of food here?
I think he could be. Yeah, he's pretty much going steamroll this whole fight. He's managed to keep up with the hits just by eating efficiently, but I think this is the end of Zima. He will be moving to the losers bracket, and Megal coming out with a 2-1 win here if he finishes this up. Don't want to speak too soon, but
Yeah, Zima's
barrage
sitting
away.
on like 5 HP right now. Just about any hit could take him out unless he gets hit at 0 by a bolt or a whip. Megal going for the barrages though in the Mystic Top
Smart.
as per usual,
Or
still
maybe
not
not
hitting
smart.
any of them.
yeah. I don't know if he's going for a free, so it doesn't trigger the heart rate.
yeah,
The claw goes in for the 2-1.
Megal
Nice.
definitely played it smart there, going for that claw instead of getting doing any other hit, because the claw is the most accurate. It is it could trigger his what's it called, the redemption,
Heart
if he
rate,
hit a low
but
starting
very
hit.
unlikely.
But yeah, exactly. It's very unlikely for him not to kill his opponent there. But Zima is
underdog
getting
Zima.
taken out.
Going out, he did a very nice display of skill, a lot closer than anyone would have thought. And we might not see the end of him. He could come out of that losers bracket. So good fights to Zima and good fights to Megal.
Yep, Zima going into that losers bracket now. The reverse sweep for Megal there, coming from a 1-0 down to take out the series there. And he's going to be moving on to fight Grim in the next round, guys. How do you think that Megal is going to go up against Grim based on what
that is actually going to be a very, very hype fight. I think Megal he's up there. His skill level's up there. I think Grim definitely is probably the favorite in that, and he probably a little bit, I'd say a little bit more skillful. And just the fight I saw he had with Miraja. Some of the decisions he makes, it's just a little bit smarter. But we'll have to see when they come up, because I doubt these guys have ever fought before. They don't seem like they would have.
No, probably not. Just quickly backtracking, looking at the PvP tracker for that fight, we have Zima with 62 hits to Megal's 58, and Zima having a very low prayer percentage here with 35% prayers correct to Megal's 71%. Really surprised to see the deserved damage still being fairly equal. Zima having 410 to Megal's 489. So I'm not really sure what brought Megal that far down on deserved damage, considering he had double prayer percentage, right?
Yeah. That is interesting to see. Maybe the Mystic Top barrages aren't as good as we thought for that tracker. Who knows?
The Mystic Top and Verok Plate Skirt barrages. We'll get into that in just a minute. But just quickly, guys, if you type !community in the chat, there'll be a link there to be able to check out the Method community team. Signing up and becoming a member of the team offers all kinds of perks, such as access to exclusive content, opportunities, and giveaways. And also, Method help aspiring and up-and-coming streamers to grow their channels through a bunch of different initiatives. And also, if you'd like to support further, !merch in the chat, and you can get your hands on some of the hottest merch in the game, the new Method merch out now. So check those out. Method running some awesome tournaments for old school RuneScape, and you can support them through those links. But jumping back into the Mystic Top and Verok Plate Skirt barrages there, guys. You mentioned that it's big on the tracker, and you say that if it's good on the tracker, it's good in game. But why are players opting to use their Verok Plate Skirt and their Mystic Top rather than changing into the Mystic Bottoms?
So the way I think it works is if you are in your Verok Skirt and a Mystic Top and you go for a freeze, your deserved damage versus that guy, let's say, bolting you, is somehow higher, even though they're in their best gear to bolt you with, and you're supposedly not in your best gear for the freeze. Just because you have that tank on, it supposedly gives you better deserved damage. Apparently this is what Panic's been doing in some of his NH like tournaments, and he's like one of the most competent Brids there is nowadays. So I mean, if it works for him, I can't really blame Megal for trying to copy it and trying to see how it goes. Didn't seem like it was working that well, but also he wasn't taking that much damage, so maybe it does pay off. I don't know. I would personally never do it, but
it's a very questionable move. I believe you're probably only looking at like having 30 plus mage bonus. I think I'm even being generous there, honestly, and throwing that on a K-top, I just feel like that is not very prominent here.
Yeah, so the Verok's Plate Skirt is going to give you a negative 21 mage attack bonus there, so definitely going to reduce your chances of catching that freeze. Although that being said, I think it's only one player in this tournament we see tried to pull that out so far, so it's not really a huge sample size to say whether or not it is good, and there might be a few scientists in the lab in the back end there trying to figure out the DPS and figure out which one's better.
Okay. We're now moving into Tubby versus Astro Boy. Tubby, you guys may know from multiple Twitch streams. He likes to drop some Shazian crates here and there. He likes to go fight your favorite streamer. He's always involved with the PK scene. He's really good. Surprisingly good for someone who just memes around and jokes around in the fights. Astro Boy, I don't really know much about, but I do know that he beat Beck73. Beck73 was one of the contestants of Odablock's tournament, and he was a good Tribrid. And Beck73 also beat Kaya, who's another good Tribrid staker I know personally. So I think that gives Astro Boy sort of the edge here, just from the people he's beaten. I think he may be the favorite going into this. But so far, Tubby is doing an amazing job at the start of this fight.
Yeah, I mean, just like Dida said, seeing Tubby in a kind of serious manner is very surprising. Usually I'm used to Tubby running around with Spellbook Swap and Deep Wilderness and kind of memeing around a little bit, but he does seem to be doing fairly well right now.
He's doing really well.
Both of them kind of seeing similar hits. Tubby going for that claw as well, only hitting a 0 though. Going for the second one and hitting a 0 again.
Damage from 2 claws. I think he might have just lost all his momentum there, and Astro Boy is definitely going to try and take advantage of this. He still has his specs, of course. If he can catch this freeze and get a DD, or going for the claw right there. I
taking
think
a
that might have been
zero
on
as
prayer,
well.
but yeah,
Yeah,
that was a zero
I do
on
think
prayer.
that was on prayer. Tubby getting 60 damage there, right by that bolt and whip though. So
Let's see if
maybe
another
the
claw
claw
comes
specs
out
don't
from
matter
Astro
here.
Boy. Nah, Astro Boy's definitely down a lot of damage now, I think. I think if that claw was off prayer, could have potentially killed him or changed the pace of this fight. But right now, Tubby seems to have complete control, getting Astro Boy on ropes here quite a couple of times. A 40
Tubby
whip coming
whipping
in
that
as well.
39 as well. I mean, he does still have one claw spec, but Tubby dumping both of those, it's very depressing when you see like 2 claw specs hit zeros, right? But if your opponent doesn't really hit that big with him either, it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't really make the difference. You just got to stay composed and try and chip back that HP. As I say that, Astro Boy's doing a decent job of using this DD, but he gets back-to-back Opal Bolt spec. Not what you want to see. Into
and
a zero
gets a
claw.
zero claw.
Oh,
That
dear.
is very
This is
depressing
not
for
going
the...
well for Astro Boy right here. It doesn't seem to be going in his favor. As I say, that he gets a bolt on Robes, Opal Bolt, 34.
Yeah,
but
I do believe
think
that was
down
off prey, so that
right
was...
now.
yeah, I mean, hitting that bolt on prey, sorry, is probably the max.
Yeah, but Astro Boy's down maybe 200 damage. He's just constantly been getting pummeled the whole fight. Going back, he is staying composed. I will say that he is coming back and camping his tank pretty well and doing a good job at fighting back while taking loads of damage. But I just think the difference right now is too big, and Tubby has quite a sizable lead right now.
Yeah, definitely. Tubby seems to be outplaying his opponent a fair bit. Getting bolted on Robes right there, though. Not entirely sure what hit he took. It looked like something in the 20s.
Getting whipped on Robes again. Seems a bit of momentum in Astro Boy's favor here. Let's see if he can make something out of it. Let's see who goes for the freeze. Tubby getting bolted there on Robes for a 0. Bolting Astro Boy back on Robes for a 0 as well. Both getting kind of lucky there in that exchange. Guess it
I do
doesn't
believe
really matter.
Astro Boy has the DD momentum right now, though. Whipping each other. Ooh, whipping Tubby a 41 there.
Astro Boy
Both of
might
them
be
kinda
due for a
trading
comeback
hits.
here. He might be due for a comeback here. He's got a couple big hits over the course of the last minute. Tubby's still probably got a little bit of an advantage here, but it's definitely a lot closer than it may have seemed at one point.
Yeah, right now we're kind of seeing Tubby start dealing a bit lower hits. He's still getting a decent bit of damage in, but it's not really enough. Astro Boy getting on the higher end. As I say that, though, Tubby bolting that 34, getting about a 20 claw spec on the prey, and a 23 bolt right there. Astro Boy is about to have 50% though, so he might be able to pull it back with a big claw. As I say that, only claw in a 12.
Into the
I'd
zero
say,
whip on
yeah.
Robes. Astro
I
Boy
think
is
this might
not
be a
getting the greatest
guaranteed
RNG right now. I think Astro Boy, this is probably a much closer fight than it seems. I think Astro Boy is probably getting the shorter end of the stick right now, and it's not going
Yeah,
too good for
definitely.
him. 19
Getting a
bolt. Let's
19
see if he
open
can come
bolt
back.
spec. I do believe that was on the prey though, so not that surprised to see that spec hitting that. Tubby only needing to do about 50 damage. Astro Boy getting some decent hits in, but Tubby still having that extra food advantage on him right now. Getting an opal bolt spec only for a 6 though. I do think
staff
Tubby
bash
was
coming out of
brewed
Astro
down as
Boy.
well.
Astro Boy's actually stayed really composed. I think he's been out for the past minute. That bolt could be detrimental. 13 bolt there. He's been out for a minute or so. He's been hanging on, camp of that tank, and Tubby's just trying to finish him off. If Astro Boy gets a good string of RNG here, which he just started with a 19 bolt, he might be able to bring this back. Let's see if he can get a freeze or what he decides to do here. I think Tubby might be close to out here too now.
Oh, Astro Boy actually going up a little bit HP
Yeah.
though by the looks of things. It does look like he at least bruised it once. Doesn't look like he's got much food left. Taking a 0 whip on Robes off prey. Very unlucky for Tubby. It seems like Tubby's RNG is just non-existent right now. And
Yeah.
Astro,
seems to be a
although
flick
getting...
and it's switched off.
Yeah, although Astro's getting lucky, not taking any damage, it seems that he's not really dealing any damage either. So they're both kind of at a standstill right now.
I think they might both be out of food here. Astro Boy's definitely been very low food for a while, and Tubby blood blitzing actually. I think he might very well be out of food. Coming down to the wire here. Let's see if any. Oh, Tubby's
Tubby
eating.
eating up a little bit, just about over 50 HP right there.
I think that might be it.
40 HP advantage right now.
Let's see if Astro Boy can get this heart prayer off, or will he be out the game? Oh, a 31
Ooh,
bolt
and he
coming
does
in,
get
and
taken
Tubby
out.
wins the first round. He's up 1-0 versus Astro Boy. I will say Astro Boy did seem a little bit more consistent throughout the whole fight. Maybe he comes back for the next one. We'll have to see. Extremely
Very
close
close
fight,
first
however.
fight. A very, very close first fight. Once again, I'll be interested to see the tracker on that one if we can get our hands on it. But Tubby taking that
Attempting
one
to get it right
one
now.
over.
Tubby
Oh,
in a serious setup is a man to be zeered.
We do have the tracker actually. Looking at the tracker, we have Astro Boy with 79 hits to Tubby's 94. with Astro having 48% prayers correct and Tubby having 52%, with Astro Boy having 710 deserved damage to Tubby's 859. So yeah, Tubby definitely deserved to win that. I mean, even the freeze RNG being extremely even between the two, I'd say Tubby might have the second fight as well if he can continue this style of play.
Yeah, 150 deserved damage difference there. That is a massive, massive difference. So Tubby definitely deserving to take that one down there.
Let's see how the second fight goes, whether Astro Boy can bring it back. I hope he can. Let's see if we can get a nice little 1-1 on our hands.
Yep. First fight may not have been as close as we thought it was, but hopefully we can see a closer one for this second round. The winner of this fight is going to be going on to... Sorry, the winner of this set is going to be going on to face Antonio Montana. Did you boys say you don't know who that is?
I don't know who that is, but one of the people he beat in qualifiers is supposedly really good, so he has to be good himself. And a lot of the single PKers who are really good like to name themselves after people, so I'm assuming this is someone really good. Yeah.
Looks as though
we
we'll
are about to jump in
very soon. Tubby versus Astro Boy. Tubby up 1-0 so far.
Yeah. Right. That probably does make the most sense.
You're ridiculous, man. Here.
I mean, I'm surprised to see Tubby
that's
doing as
what
well
it
as
is.
he is right now. I didn't really expect him to be as good as he's shown himself to be. I've only seen him in very weird settings.
Yeah. Whenever there's the DMM beta, he always rocks up in that gear and fights in it. He's actually really good. He just likes to troll quite a bit. So obviously in a serious setting, he's doing the best he can.
Right now, both of them trading bolt hits there. Astro hitting him off prey, but not getting the RNG. Tubby having a DD advantage here again, getting a free hit right there. Another free hit as well. Oh no, he did not go underneath again, so that free hit is non-existent.
Yep. Let's see who decides to go for the first claw here. They were kind of both not making the smartest decision with their claws the last fight. A lot of them going on prayer or just dumping them 2 in a row just to try and get their damage. If they'd be a little bit smarter with it, it probably could get them some more damage in the long run.
Yeah, I think DD advantage is crucial to winning these fights, but obviously if neither of them are really utilizing it, then it doesn't really matter that much. Tubby going for that claw though, straight after that 36 bolt. Probably not the wisest moves, as Astro is almost guaranteed to pray melee there. He's so low HP, you kind of don't want to risk getting KO'd, and a PK is natural instinct whenever they're low HP is to pray melee.
100% of the time. And if you know that, you're going to be hitting them with anything else. Tubby getting clawed off prayer there could have potentially taken a lot of damage right there. Astro Boy seems to be doing a little bit better this fight and getting a little bit more momentum going his way.
Yeah, right now it seems like it's fairly even, though Astro probably being up a little bit. Tubby, I do believe, still has 1 claw spec to Astro's no special attack, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I think so. Let's see. Tubby's still just straight bolting him. Seemed to do all the fakies right there, but all of them ending in a bolt off prayer. Going his way. He's losing a couple hits here while Astro Boy has the DD on him. Doesn't really seem to matter. Tubby unfrozen there. Let's see what he decides to do.
Right now,
both going
of
for
them
the
is trying
freeze
to catch the freeze. Tubby getting that freeze, going in for the second barrage, but getting bolted on robes. Unfortunately for him, taking more damage than he's dealing right now. Does look like they're not really utilizing that DD advantage. I mean, they're stepping out a bit too far, not really getting any free hits on each other. Tubby having a lot more free hits last fight.
Yeah, I like
really
how Tubby keeps going for
play.
He keeps going for this blood blitz. I don't know if that's because he's brewed down because that's all he can use, or he thinks that little blood blitz is going to get him that extra HP that's going to win him the fight. I don't know if that's what I'd go with. I feel like if I misclick that blood blitz, not worth it. Or I think lower spells, like lower level spells, have less chance to cast. So I'd probably just be going for the ice barrages. I don't know about the whole blood blitz method.
Yeah, I mean, the only way I could see why he's using the Blood Blitz is if you're a top switcher as opposed to a bottom switcher, sometimes the Blood Blitz is just easier to one-tick and kind of reach compared to the barrage, but not entirely sure what the inventory looks like. I do believe Tubby is a bottom switcher, so I'm not sure why he's doing that.
just quickly jump in here, guys, and say all magic spells have the same accuracy. So he's got the same chance of hitting with Blitz as he does with the Barrage.
Ooh, Tubby taking that 42 Bolt, though, and a 18 Barrage right there.
Yeah, Tubby actually flicked on his smite for that 42 Bolt, which probably was not what he meant to do, and unfortunately ain't working too hot for him. Astro Boy's definitely doing a lot better this round, staying more composed, camping that tank, and I think probably getting a little bit better of the RNG this time around. Getting another Bolt on Robes there for the 16, steps out, doing a little bit of diagonal stepping, another whip off Prayer there. He's got a little bit of momentum here, let's see if he can keep it going.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this fight, Astro Boy definitely seems to be up food. Tubby's making a lot more mistakes. They're both not really DDing each other. Whenever they are on the move, just like that, I mean, Tubby's taking a claw spec off Prey. He's taking a lot of hits off Prey on Robes whenever they're moving around a lot. Astro Boy doing a better job keeping his tank on. It definitely seems like it's in Astro Boy's favor right now.
Yeah, 100%. Tubby getting hit in his Robes quite a bit there and just straight bolting back. While Astro Boy's movement has been great. He's running in and out, so he's probably messing with Tubby's zoom in, zoom out right there. And if he has to zoom out and switch into his Robes, he can get hit on Robes right there, but he only gets staff bashed by Astro Boy. That claw coming in, Astro Boy gets his prayer on in time. Oh, a really nice fakie coming in there for a 50
that's a
claw
sick
on Astro Boy.
fakie from
really
Tubby
nice.
right there. Getting that claw spec off Prey, hitting a decent bit of damage, not too much though. But I mean, you'd take a 50 claw any time of the day. Right now,
100%.
Tubby really needs that extra damage as well, so hopefully it'll do him some good.
That whip on Robes coming on Astro Boy as he steps out here. I think Astro Boy still probably has a sizable advantage here. You can see he's being smart with his eats. He's eating while he's DD'd, so when he's unfrozen and getting hit, he doesn't have to eat back at all and lose any momentum or any hits out of that, which is pretty smart. Eating in these fights can kind of change how many free hits you get or not.
Ooh, Tubby getting some really nice damage there with that. Oh, wait, no,
Tubby
never
could be
mind.
out
Sorry,
here.
that was Astro Boy getting that 40 whip, and Tubby looks like he is out of food. 10 HP run out, dying to a
Staff bash
30 staff
KO.
bash. That
As
is
the 1-1.
very unlucky for Tubby
1-1.
dying to a staff bash. Most likely his opponent had Augury on as well there, so getting hit a 30 staff bash is definitely demoralizing.
1-1. Tubby came in strong, but I did say Astro Boy had some impressive wins in the qualifiers and that he should be looked out for. And now we're going into the final fight. If Astro Boy keeps this up and just performs like he did, I think that'll be a 2-1 for him because Tubby did seem to be making quite a bit of mistakes in that fight.
Yeah, looking at the tracker here, we do have Astro Boy with 79 hits to Tubby's 75. Unfortunately for Tubby, not really getting those free hits that he did last time. Astro Boy having 62% praise correct to Tubby's 40%. Looking at deserved damage, we have Astro Boy with 756 to Tubby's 684.
Astro Boy bringing it back there against Tubby, a 1-1 now. Once again, the winner's going to be going on to verse Antonio Montana. Astro Boy, he maybe a bit of nerves in the first fight there. But,
I am
bring it back
just
to one.
quickly going to go for a leak as well. So, Dida, have fun commentating the
Let's
start.
go. Enjoy yourself.
It's all you, man. It's all you.
Let's go. I love it here.
You see that the big Shrek made an appearance in that last
Yeah,
fight.
I love a bit of green ditter on the screen. It's just a tan. What can I say? Sometimes I just got a tan going on.
Yep. Looks like we are going to be jumping into that next fight here. 1-1 currently, Astro Boy versus Tubby. Who do you think is going to take this one out, man?
I'm going with Astro Boy. He did lose the first round, but he just came back, and that was a pretty nice performance. Tubby seemed like he was choking a little bit there. I think Astro Boy's got this. Once again, I don't know who he is, but just the people he's beaten, I think he's got a good chance of winning this. The winner of this will fight, if I'm not mistaken, will fight Antonio Montana, correct?
Yeah. Correct. That is correct.
Okay, so here we are going in. Astro Boy gets the first freeze right off the bat and gets a whip on Robes right away on Tubby. No damage coming out from either of them, however. Tubby seems to be doing a pretty good job sitting in his tank and just waiting for him to get hit back. Tries to go for that freeze. Yeah.
3 whips off prayer.
That's all going in Astro Boy's favor right now. And Tubby gets a claw off prayer, hits a 0. Tubby's kind of getting unlucky right now, not going to lie. Astro Boy has definitely got a really good start to the start of this fight. He's up a decent amount. Gets hit back a 31 in Robes. Into the 30 barrage. Maybe the momentum changes a little bit here with Tubby now with the DD.
Yeah, I've seen Astro Boy a couple of times in this fight chuck his redemption prayer on. Maybe misclicking his prayers a little bit at the start of this fight. Maybe a bit of nerves going into that the 1-1 going for the victory here. But both players frozen across from each other. No DD advantage. And it looks as though a nice little claw coming in there, unfortunately, on tank and prey melee. So only doing 12 damage. And another one for 16 damage. Not the claws you'd be looking for.
Oh my god, the melee is going crazy right now. A bunch of exchanges being gone in there. Tubby whipping him while sitting on around 10 HP. That is a very ballsy move, and it seems to have paid off because he got an eat in between there. I think Tubby's definitely up food from all those exchanges right now.
Yeah, it looks as though Tubby might be with an advantage here as we have West Ham coming back in for the cast.
Yeah,
Welcome
coming back
to
and
the
immediately seeing them sitting on 20 HP. Tubby going for that, what's it called, whip hit when he's 20 HP. I mean, if both of them took the same risk there, we could have potentially seen a knockout.
Yeah, Tubby seems to have a sizable advantage right now. And the bolt's still going in at 23 through prayer. Astro Boy not having too much fun with that. He's just getting recomposed, getting his food out. Gets bolted again on robes for 0. Every time he runs out, he seems to get bolted on robes for the freeze. Doesn't seem to be the smartest decision.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure who's up. Maybe you could fill me in a little bit on what's been going on in the fight. Are we looking at about equal damage or?
I think Tubby is definitely up a little bit of damage right now. They've been going crazy with some melee exchanges, and Tubby was out there whipping him on 10 HP, getting extra hits in. So I think Tubby's probably up a decent bit in this fight so far.
Yeah, so far I've seen Tubby get a few free hits. As I say that though, Astro Boy is getting that free whip hit right there. Going for that barrage. Tubby trying to catch his opponent, freezes him, but takes a 41 to punish him for that freeze. Hopefully that freeze can generate Tubby some free hits and maybe get that damage back, but that's a big sacrifice for a freeze right there.
I still believe that Astro Boy can make the comeback. He's been composed throughout the whole fight. I feel like he's just been getting a little bit unlucky in some of the exchanges. Like that one, trading a bolt for a bolt, getting hit a 19 for a 0. A little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, so I mean, what we've seen so far, honestly, it kind of seems like whenever they're on Frozen, Astro seems to have the better advantage. He seems to be outplaying Tubby a bit more, but Tubby does better with DDs, making sure to get those free hits. Right now, Tubby being extremely dominant, getting those free hits, and also bolting a lot higher than about Astro, bolting a 36 right there, taking about an 80 damage lead by the looks of things, bolting again on robes off prey, only hitting a 0 though, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, Tubby up a bunch of food. I think some of those exchanges, he bolted a 38 on tank, and then he got a 36 in robes. He's probably up so much food. And you're right, with these DDs, he always seems to be doing great. Bolts him in robes again, hits a 0. Astro Boy does get the freeze back, to be fair, with a 31. And now it seems that Astro Boy has a little bit of an advantage in that exchange. Hits a 0 claw on prayer, on tank. Bit of a waste of a spec there. Not giving him what he needs from this fight.
Yeah, right now it does seem like they're both just trading hits. Astro Boy going for that whip a lot, but it's not really doing him much good. It seems like Tubby's bolts have been the main damage dealer right here.
For real.
Tubby
bolted on his robes.
Yeah, bolted on his robes off prey for a 4 as well. That's really depressing for Astro. Tubby casting a barrage in his K-top as well. It seems like Tubby's making a fair few mistakes here.
Yeah, just like the fight before, but it doesn't seem to be making that much of a difference for Tubby here. I'd say Astro Boy still has a lot to claw back. I also noticed Tubby's been getting poison ticked, which probably means he didn't bring a Samfew in. So if it gets down to that, close, that could be the difference.
Yeah, so what happens if you forget a Samfew? Most of these fights, depending on how long they go for, Tubby is probably looking at being down 40 damage just from those poison ticks, depending on if the fight drags on or if it goes by very quickly.
This could be 2 anglerfish just from poison. That could be the difference in the loss. I mean, if the fight goes on that long, regardless, it's a 40 HP difference, which really does matter in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, we did see a fight very similar to this one where the opponent didn't bring a Samfew and actually ended up with both of the opponents being out of food, but the person forgetting the Samfew losing by just 10 HP. So that could be the difference even in this fight.
Let's see. I think Astro Boy could very well be out of food here. He's sitting on about 60 HP. He hasn't really eaten in a while. Sitting on those robes, he just got bolted twice in his robes. Catches that freeze, but definitely not worth it if you're going to take a 28. He's going for that DD advantage. Still hasn't eaten. I think he might be eating here, so maybe he does have a little bit of food left.
Yeah,
only
he has
about
eaten
50
up to
HP.
about 60 HP right there. Doesn't seem like he's got much food left, but if he does, maybe he is just saving it for the end. Tubby clawing him off prey on robes as well, only for a 15. Very unlucky for Tubby, but it seems like Tubby's got this in the bag. It seems like he's going to win this. Right now, Astro sitting on about 20 HP, gets taken out by that 23 whip as well. And that means that Astro Boy is out and goes on to the losers bracket, and Tubby continues.
Tubby is moving on to fight Antonio Montana, whoever that may be. Congratulations to him.
Yeah, there it is. Tubby taking that one out 2-1 there, guys. Like you said at the start, Tubby, not someone that you guys would see in a serious scenario like this. Maybe someone that likes to troll around a little bit, have a bit of fun with the streamers, and showing that in a serious setting, he can make some moves there. You did mention that he was taking those poison ticks there without the Sandfew. 40 damage can make such a huge difference over the fight, considering the fact that we've seen some of these fights come down to 10 HP, 20 HP, 40 100%. HP can make a huge difference.
Yeah, looking at the tracker for that fight, we have Astro Boy with 87 hits to Tubby's 86, so only getting one free hit there. With 59% of the players correct to Tubby's 62%, with Astro Boy having 828 deserved damage to Tubby's 840. So Tubby definitely deserving to win, getting a bit more actual damage than deserved damage though.
Yeah.
I mean, Tubby definitely seemed to outplay his opponent there.
Yep. So Tubby is going to be moving on, if we take a quick look at the bracket here, to take on Antonio Montana, and Astro Boy is going to be going into the losers bracket. He'll be up against Stinger. We didn't mention about the losers bracket before is that Zima is going to be going up against Miraja in that losers bracket there.
Oh no, Zima.
I wish him luck. I definitely think he needs the best of luck with that one. I think Miraja definitely wins that one versus Zima.
I wish him luck.
I did notice that both players were sort of making a fair few mistakes throughout the fight, but both of them making the mistakes at the same time sort of cancelled out the other's mistakes. Do you think that's going to come back to bite Tubby in the next round?
I mean, if he could stay calm and learn from his mistakes, then maybe he does a better performance. Really just depends on how good his opponent, Antonio Montana, is, whether he can afford to make those mistakes or not and win in the same fashion. If he can't, he's going to get punished and he's going to lose.
Yeah, I'd say Tubby's biggest downfall is the way he equips his robes a lot. Whenever Tubby is unfrozen and both of them are kind of just running around trying to get the freeze. We saw Astro Boy bolting Tubby a lot on robes whenever he was trying to get the freeze, and Tubby not really doing much but praying mage whenever he's unfrozen. I think that is his downfall, but he might be able to take that away and learn a little bit. Maybe flick his tank a lot more, make sure that he's praying range or melee whenever both of them are at a distance and stuff like that. So hopefully we can see some improvement from Tubby.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that goes in the next one. But the next fight we're going to be looking at is Grim versus Megal. What are your thoughts on this one, boys?
Grim's probably the heavy favorite going into this one, especially after his performance versus Miraja. Megal is good, though. I think he's not as much as a disadvantage as people might think. Tribrid stakes at this level, there's really not that much skill gap between the top people. And Megal could very well be up there. We're going to see how he does against someone of Grim's skill.
Yeah, I'd say even with an opponent that's way above average, going against someone decent, sometimes unlucky RNG can really bring you that loss. And hopefully we don't see that, but I do think Grim is going to win this. I think he's a little bit better than Megal. I was about to call him Begal there. But we'll see. I think Grim probably should win this one.
Yep. I think regardless of whether Megal wins here, I think he's the real winner in this tournament for the name With My Fire. I'm sorry, he's my winner here. So
fair play. The level of humor Jake allows is.
Yes, I am a child. Yes.
I'm seeing people saying that we're mispronouncing Megal, but they're saying it's pronounced like this.
Megal.
Yeah, like we can't tell the difference when you're typing it.
Megal.
Apparently it's pronounced Smeggle.
Megal.
Not Megal. Megal.
Maybe we'll just go with My Fart.
Yeah, I'm with you. Anyway, let's see how With My Fart can do against Grim on TS.
Yeah, round 2 in the tournament. Grim versus With My Fart. We're jumping in.
Starting off, both sitting in a tank. It appears that they are both going to go for a whip. No, Megal going for a whip right there. Still not hitting it that much damage though, both of them being frozen right now. Grim definitely taking a bit of damage here, being down about 48 hit points, but coming right back with that 35 bolt. Meggle barraging him a 15. Both of them kind of just trading hits with each other right now. Grim taking some massive bolts from Meggle though.
Not the greatest start for Grim. Something I did notice at the start, and this is something I do in my Tribird stakes too, is Grim waited for him to attack him. He waited in his tank so that 100% whatever Meggle did was going to be on Grim's tank. There was no chance they hit each other same tick, and he could have taken a hit in his robes. Fortunately, those kind of decisions, while they might make a slight difference, haven't made any difference here because Meggle's momentum has just been crazy. I don't think he's had to eat once, and he's just done maybe over 130 damage to Grim so far. Grim is in a really bad
looks
position.
like Meggle's bolts are on fire right now, and Grim is not really getting a lot of damage back. He's just getting bolted constant 30s. That is probably the 5th or 6th 30 we've seen from Meggle right now.
Yeah.
Grim being on the defensive, trying to get a little bit of extra damage in, but it's definitely not working in his favor. Getting bolted on ropes there for a 20. I mean, right now it definitely doesn't look too good for Grim.
Yeah, he's definitely at a huge disadvantage right now. Meagle's like movement while he was unfrozen there was really good. He kept running out of range of Grim's bolts so that if Grim tried hitting him on that tick with the bolt, he couldn't have got it, stepping out of range and barraging him. Grim really hasn't got much DPS at all. Running into a claw.
Almost getting
He could have
knocked
just
out
died
there.
right there. Grim is down so much HP. That claw was definitely detrimental in full ropes. He could have died to that claw. I don't know if Meagle has another spec. Gets whipped to 39.
Pulling it back
Meagle's
though
low
with that
shit,
39
too. Yeah.
whip. Getting the free. Oh no, he did not get the freeze there. Meggle just wasn't moving, unfortunately. Grim definitely needing that freeze right there to kind of capitalize on that momentum that he just got, but it looks like they are right back to where they began. Both of them sitting around full HP right now. I mean, it's not looking too hot for Grim.
Not looking too great for Grim at all, but the one thing we did see in his fight versus Miraja is he managed to keep the fight long. Like, the fight lasted a long time. He was constantly sitting in his ropes. So as long as the RNG sort of evens out as the fight goes on, maybe he slowly makes that difference a little bit smaller and maybe can get this win over. And it seems to be working so far. He's not taking as much damage as he used to be. Did just get pretty lucky, got bolted in his ropes.
Ooh,
into
getting a 42
whip.
whip though. Unfortunately, trading that for a 35 bolt, so it doesn't really bring him that much. Right now, Grim definitely being on the downside. He needs to get like those zero
Those
hits
whips
from
are
Meggle.
really nice. That whip Grim just did was really nice. I thought he was going to go for a freeze there. He's just gotten a free 45 damage. Grim definitely a little bit more composed right now, getting a whole lot more damage in. Oh,
Yeah,
that
Meggle
bolt's
coming
not gonna be
straight
too
back
nice.
with a 10 Opal bolt spec though. Not really surprised to see it not hit that much, considering Grim was doing everything right. He was in his tank, he was praying range, so he definitely didn't deserve to get hit there.
no.
Taking a 37 whip though. Grim might be out of food here, actually.
Yeah, I think he is. And a
And he
33
gets
ball
taken
from
out by
Eagle.
33
Grim just
ball.
drops the lull. I don't think he's too happy with that.
No,
But
definitely
hey,
not.
it do be what it do be. Meggle is up 1-0. Fair play to him. He did really well. Grim just wasn't getting the hits and was getting hit quite a bit. Meggle obviously representing Envy. That's his team for. Grim representing Kanini. Meggle is up 1-0 so far in this fight.
Yeah, crazy to see there, guys. Grim going in his favorite, and Meagle showing that he's not here to mess around, and he wants to take this one down. How do you think that losing that match, whether that might have been a little bit of RNG on Meagle's side, is going to affect Grim going into the second one? Do you think he's going to be more raring to go, wanting to come back, or do you think he's going to go, I'm one down, and maybe get a bit down on himself?
I think for someone at Grim's level, I think he will remain composed and not really take that too harsh. I've got the tracker right here. Looking at that fight, we have Grim with 44 hits to Meggle's 51, with Grim having 55% of the prayers correct and Meggle having 61%. Deserved damage being fairly equal. We have Grim with 311 deserved damage and Meggle with 369. Only big difference being Meggle did 584 damage, even with that similar deserved damage. Meggle definitely got some insane RNG there, and I think that Grim got put on the defensive way too much by that RNG.
We'll see how it goes and see whether the RNG is a little bit more fair this fight. Fair play to Meagle if he can get the 2-0. Grim's going to be calm. This is the type of guy who PKs like Deep Wilderness and Max Gear 24/7. He's not going to be shaken if he's down 1-0 in this type of tournament. He's going to be calm. Let's see if he can bring it back.
Going into the second fight here, Meggle only needs to win another fight for him to go through. Grim needing to do the reverse sweep and needing 2 wins right now. Meggle stuff bashing him right there. Grim going in, both of them going in for a whip, trading 0 for a 7. Grim yet again being down a little bit. Right now,
Both of these guys'
too
movements
early
are really
to kind of
good.
tell.
Grim gets the first freeze though. Let's see how he goes here. Gets a 22 whip. Let's see if he can control this like he did with the Miraja fight. He'll definitely get a lot of DPS in here. Getting a couple free hits. That whip trades it for a claw, hitting a 49. That was off prayer. That was pretty bad.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if that was off prey or on prey. It looked like the XP drop could have landed on prey melee.
I think that hit a 49 if I wasn't mistaken. It was like
oh yeah, if it hit a 49, it was
yeah.
definitely off prey.
Yeah. So Grim definitely down a little bit of food just off that. But his start was good. Let's see if he can come back here. Tries to go for the claw. Ends up giving Meagle a free hit. Still can't catch that freeze back. Let's see if he goes in for the claw here. That's a long claw. He definitely gets the prey melee on for that. It's all 0.
Unfortunately, only hitting
I would not have
0
gone for
there
that,
as well. Yeah, I mean, when you see that your opponent's already run away from it, I think at that point it's best to just give up and try to do something else instead of just wasting it.
Let's see, though. He seems to have caught the freeze, sort of staying composed. Megal probably not up that much right now. This seemed like a closer fight so far. It's a little bit more even. I will notice that Grim is going into his Mage's Book a lot for that bolt, so he is trying to get those extra bonuses, so he doesn't have the Dragon Square Shield on. Put on the claws there, actually could have antied it, but the guy was playing melee, so maybe he didn't want to go in for it. Grim has bolted him like 6 times with that Mage's Book on and hasn't hit anything. He goes for a claw
now,
just
Grim's
like he
RNG
did
is
earlier.
Not the greatest, and Megal is really getting some DPS in right here, probably catching that freeze. No, both of them still being unfrozen, not able to catch a freeze. Grim getting bolted on robes again for a 20. Grim, you're splashing right now while Megal is not even attempting to freeze. He knows that he can get his opponent off guard here and he's continued to whip and bolt on him. But Megal gaining about 120 damage right there. Grim definitely needs a comeback from this DD right now.
Yeah, Grim took that DD, tried to recover. He's gotten his HP back up to full, but he's just been taking so much damage. And the issue is he really hasn't been outputting that much either. It's sort of like the first fight. It was a little bit close at the start. Once again, Megal has the DD advantage right now. Grim getting bolted in his robes for a 0. Not looking too hot for Grim. 43 bolt coming back though.
43 bolt though, yeah, that does bring him back a little bit, but right now it seems like Megal's outplaying Grim. He's bolting him on robes a lot. Grim actually getting a decent claw right there, just about a 50 or 60. But Megal is kind of just being opportunities here and knowing that Grim is trying to catch that freeze. Grim ain't really focusing too much on other things than playing Mage. Right now, both of them kind of just trading hits. Megal taking
Grim is definitely getting some
damage.
Yeah, Grim is definitely getting some hits back right now. 100%. Let's see. He's eating up right now. He probably does not have a whole lot of food left after the whole fight that's been taking place. But if he can just keep up the momentum, maybe get some heart praise towards the end, he could win this.
Yeah, right now, Grim just needs to make sure that he's not taking any more hits on robes. Going for that Mystic Top with tank on splashing yet again. We haven't really seen those catch a lot, so I'm not sure if that is a good move. I definitely don't think it is. Megal getting another Opal Bolt proc though for a 26 right there. Grim yet again being on the downside of this fight. Looks like Grim probably needs to do about 150 to 200 damage to Megal right now without taking any back and getting that zero claw off prey. Megal dealing a 14 whip on prey on tank right there. Whipping him back on robes. Neither of them hitting that much right now. But Grim definitely needs some good RNG to pull this back.
Grim is trying to hold on. He's doing a good job of staying his tank, not taking any unnecessary damage. He gets caught frozen there off prayer for a 21. Hits back for a 22. Grim is using his food pretty well. He's eating up to full there. I don't know how much food he really has left, but he has clawed it back a little bit here versus Meagle.
Yeah, Grim bolting on in his Mage's Book as well, making sure that his shield is not giving him any negative range bonus. Doesn't seem to be doing him that much though, as Megal's bolts just are a little bit more powerful.
A bunch of staff bashes come out of Grim. Maybe he is panicking a little bit, or maybe just a case of a misclick. Goes in for a whip there, trades it for on the correct prayer, but doesn't get anything out of that.
Yeah, right now we're looking extremely even. Megal going for that claw on tank, on prey melee. Not hitting too much as you should expect, but I don't know, right now every damage counts for Grim and he needs to make sure that he's getting these hits in and he is just not getting anything right now. Megal, almost got a whip on Rogue. Staff bashing again from Megal, not entirely sure if he's doing that on purpose with the defender on.
These are two of the favorites of the bracket and it seems the nerves maybe get into them. The fight is gone on a little bit and there's been a couple staff bashes out of both of them.
Yeah, it does look like we're in for a bit of a slower fight compared to what we've seen before. Grim staff bashing again and taking a 40 bolt. It seems like it's over for Grim, honestly.
Yep, I think this might be the 2-0 for Mego. Grim will go into the losers bracket. He's not out yet. He can still win from that losers bracket. I'm not sure exactly who he will be fighting, but big upset. A lot of people were probably expecting Grim to win this. He's one of the more known PKers, and he's one of the leaderships from Kanini. But Megel, fair play to him, taking home a win for Envy and for himself.
Yeah, I'd say Megel is definitely and very beautiful anti from Megel is
fair
there.
enough.
I mean, it seemed like Megel was just doing a good job. Like whenever Grim was splashing, he was making sure that he was getting those bolts and whips off prey on robes, and it seemed to have done him a lot in that fight. Grim not getting the best RNG, but rightfully so taking a bit of damage whenever he was in his robes. I'd say that start of the fight with the big bolters as well definitely set Grim back a lot.
Fortunate to see you fight.
Demon.
Gonna see if I can get the tracker for that one as well.
The man behind the fart with the 2-0 victory.
Yeah, might not have gone into that one as favorite, but taking it out 2-0, showing that he's here to play. And I don't think Grim will be too happy with that one.
No, he will.
No, well, he still has a chance to come back in the losers bracket. You never know. He will be probably fighting Miraja again in the losers bracket by the looks of things.
No. So in the losers bracket here, Mirage has moved on. He beat Zima 2-0, and Kev moved on Fish. And I don't think that Grim and Mirage will see each other in the losers bracket again. So we'll have to find out. Grim's going to take on the winner of the loser of 11 and 12. So we'll have to see who they are when we get to them. But Meagle moving on with my fart into the round 3, and he's going to be taking on the winner of the next match, which is between Antonio Montana and off-brand Tubby. Who do you guys have in the next fight?
I don't really know much about Antonio Montana. I have some suspicions, and if it is who I think it is, then he's going to put up a very good display. He's beaten 2 people already in the qualifiers, but I don't know. As for Tubby, we've obviously already seen him against Astro Boy, and while he may have been a little bit of nerves, maybe a little bit of mistakes, overall his performance was actually really good. So probably could pull this off unless Antonio Montana is some sick demon bread, but we are not aware of.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, for a lot of people, we don't really know who they are, and if they're completely unknown, they could be someone really good, maybe just having a different username or something similar to that. So, I mean, for the opponent that he's beat so far, it does look like we are in for a good fight. Not entirely sure how it's going to go, though, but I think my bets right now probably would be on Tubby.
So with Tubby and a few mistakes in the last round, do you think that can be put down to nerves? Do you think they're going to go away in the second fight? Do you think he's just going to come out hot? Or do you think we're going to continue to see a few mistakes from him?
I hope he keeps his composure, and I hope he can carry on, because his performance when he was doing the right things was actually really good. But a couple of those mistakes, especially when you're in robes, sometimes you don't get punished, but if you do, it's going to be really bad for you. So I hope he keeps his composure here.
Yeah, I think it kind of comes down to Tubby's biggest downfall is whenever both of them are on Frozen, it seems like Tubby really focuses on that Prey Mage, getting hit on robes a lot. Also off Prey, like we're seeing right now, getting bolted at 17, off Prey right there on robes, rightfully so. Tubby is going for the freeze by the looks of things.
Okay, so already off this fight, I can see that Destroyed 64A or Antonio Montana is definitely some really good sick bread. Just off the start of the fight, I noticed that when Tubby was going for a freeze, he had his Mystic Bottoms and his Mage's Book on for Mage defense, and as soon as Tubby casted his freeze, he went right back into full tank. And just off this beginning,
Montana getting a lot of free hits here as well. Tubby going for that Desperation Claw, but not doing him anything. Tubby currently sitting about 40 HP, getting Whip Chance there, I believe, as well. It is not looking too hot for Tubby right now, that's for sure.
Yeah, Antonio Montana is definitely controlling this fight. He's already up 100 to 200 damage. Very surprising to see Tubby get kind of dominated like this, considering the fights he had versus his previous opponent, which were kind of even throughout the whole way. But Destroyed 64A is probably up 200 damage at this point.
Ooh,
as I say that, he hits the
second star spec of this tournament so far, going to Montana, wasting that. But maybe if he's lucky, he can utilize it to actually win the fight.
Could pay off for him, yeah. If he just keeps that, he is keeping the staff on from what I can see.
Yeah,
from the melee. I can respect that.
Montana going in for the staff bash is actually trying to utilize that staff spec as much as he can, never taking it off unless he very much needs to. I mean, I'm not sure if I'd agree with that. I think using your whip and flicking the staff is probably a better move, but it is doing a decent bit of damage. And for those of you that don't know, staff actually does have the same stats as a D-skimmy, I believe, so it's not the most terrible weapon to use, but the whip is definitely the better option.
Yeah. He still keeps the staff spec ability as long as he doesn't get meleeed when he doesn't have the staff on. So for that whole minute, he's pretty much, as long as he has that staff on, he's not going to get hit 100% of the damage.
Yeah, I mean, Montana definitely doesn't need to play melee right now as long as he has that staff on, and Tubby can only really mage and range here. I do believe his staff spec is about to be up, but he's still keeping it on. Tubby, by the looks of things, actually falling for that staff bash fakie, if you can call it that, honestly.
Tubby just getting whipped on his robes. He's lost out so many free hits there. He pulls out his claw, loses another hit. It's just been a complete domination start to finish.
Seems like Tubby is down at least about 10 hits right now. He's just not really utilizing his freezes a lot. It seems like he's just trying to bolt spam, getting bolted at 37 on robes again, getting bolted at 0 though, taking out whip on robes as well. It is not looking too good for Tubby right now.
He still goes for those blood blitzes. I respect them, but I don't think that's going to make the difference here. He's really down food. Gets bolted in his robes again. Doesn't even get that hit off there for a while. Looks like he was on food delay. Got to be smarter with those eats. Gets one. I think that's the first time this whole fight Antonio's been bolted on robes. He got bolted at 34.
Yeah, I mean, just like we said earlier, Tubby's biggest downfall really is when they're both unfrozen. He seems to be taking so many hits on robes. Even when he's been DD this time, it doesn't really look like he's able to do much. Antonio is getting those free hits non-stop, and honestly, Tubby seems to be getting heavily outplayed right now.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think this would probably be a fairly comfortable win for Antonio Montana, unless Tubby comes out with something different for the next round. I think right now he's barraging him from out of range so that Tubby can't even bolt him back. And he got a couple
I do believe they're both out of bolt distance. Maybe with long range they could bolt something. Not entirely sure what the distance is right now, but it seems like both of them are only able to mage right now. Tubby going in for that bolt, hitting a 9. Faking the claw spec there, actually catching Antonio off prey, but Antonio still keeping his tank on, making sure that he doesn't get caught in robes. As I say that though, getting bolted in robes for a 0. Tubby taking a massive claw spec into the 28
whip. I think this is over for young Tubby
right
now.
It definitely looks like it's over for Tubby right now. Antonio is probably up about 250 to 300 HP, and Tubby is just not dealing any damage back. Right now,
he's out of food here. Yeah, I think this is over for Tubby. He tries to go in for that claw. He just hits the headbang.
Easy does the headbang right there, getting barraged a 1. Both of them kind of just doing emotes on each other right now. Tubby has fully given up, going down to that 15 barrage.
Respect.
Yeah, it does look like
Antonio
Tubby
Montana
has accepted defeat.
Pretty dominant display all the way through. Not gonna lie, Antonio Montana definitely someone we didn't expect, mainly because we don't know who he is, but he's absolutely doing a great job right now.
Yep, Antonio Montana going to take down the first fight there. Good to see the players at the end there having a bit of fun with each other, doing a couple of emotes in the chat, and maybe not taking it super seriously, but maybe just having a bit of fun with each other. But Antonio Montana taking down that first one against Tubby with a pretty dominant display, guys.
Yeah, that was really sick to see. He was getting loads of free hits.
I'm attempting to get the tracker right now, but I can't seem to find either of them, so it looks like we are going to have to wait a little bit, maybe do a final recap towards the end for whoever wins, because as for right now, I don't think I can get that tracker.
Based on that first fight there, guys, do you think that Antonio is just going to take this down in a clean sweep? It looked that way to me.
Yeah, 100%.
Definitely.
I'd say so. Unless Tubby pulls something special here, or gets extremely lucky, I think it will be going in Antonio's favor.
Yeah, from mine, it looked like Antonio was a bit of a demon on the sticks, and he's going to be taking on Meagle. If he wins this next fight, he's going to be moving on to the third round, and taking on Meagle in the next fight. But I have to see if Tubby can bring it back here.
Yeah, good luck to him.
Yeah, I mean, by the level of skill we've seen so far, I would be very surprised if Tubby manages to win 2 in a row. Maybe he can get some RNG and beat him once, but twice, I don't really see that happening. Right now, though, saying that Tubby is up about 45 damage, just kind of bolting his opponent. Ooh, Antonio catching his opponent off prey right there with that claw, not hitting too much, unfortunately, for him. Tubby getting a few free hits as well.
Yeah, wow. he's doing a lot better this time. Seems a little bit more composed. He got that freeze DD advantage right off the start and is making use of it as much as he can. Antonio going for the freeze back, not putting his Mage's Book on. He wants to go for the Dragon Square Shield freeze just in case he gets hit. Gets a claw off prayer into a whip
dumping
on
that
road.
second spec, which means Tubby now has 100% spec to Antonio's 0%. So Antonio is going to begin regenerating his special attack, maybe getting a third or even a fourth claw during this fight. Tubby finally dumping his first claw, only hitting about 40, but going in for the second one, chancing his opponent
Gets a
there.
60 claw on Antonio. A lot of damage right there.
Yeah, could have
I don't know if it's gonna
potentially
be
been
enough.
a KO for Tubby. I'm not entirely sure if that's going to be enough though.
I think he was a bit above 70 HP. I'm not sure if you can hit that in that gear without like B-ring and D shoes, but maybe. I don't know. Tubby getting
think
bolted on the
the,
ropes right there.
I think the max hit in this gear is anywhere between a 73 and a 75.
75 with claws? Maybe. I don't know. Tubby's still getting bolted. A bunch of damage coming in. That 60 claw doesn't seem to do a bunch for Tubby. It seems that was pretty much all he's gotten so far because Antonio's just putting in the work right now.
Yeah, it looks like Antonio is utilizing his whip a lot more, doing him a lot better, honestly, than what his bolts and barrages are. Right now, Tubby getting one free hit in right there, though, but taking that bolt on robes, not sure if I'd be trading that, if I'm honest. I'd say stepping out in tank and maybe taking the hit first and then barraging would be a better choice for
that would
Tubby.
definitely be better. He's gotten a bunch of free hits on Antonio right here. As I say that, Antonio cashes the freeze in the Dragon Square Shield again. He's been one of those guys, like you mentioned, going for the Dragon Square Shield freezes, just in case they get hit on the same tick. I don't know if I'd go for it. Maybe I'd wait the tick and then go in for the full Mage's Book in order to catch the freeze. But it seems to be working. He's up loads of damage right now. A couple whips through the prayer, getting
Staff
him
bashing his
40
opponent
damage.
there as
Another
well.
whip through prayer for 21. Gets barrage back at 33. He's sitting low, really low right now. He needs to eat up or this chance he could get KO'd.
I've just got word back from guys, and in this gear, the Dragon Claw max hit is in fact a 73.
So
Let's
it is the
go.
Smorkington.
Let's go.
So that means I think in the EU bracket, we saw someone hit a 73 AGS. That might have been the max hit then as well.
I think the AGS would be 75. It's got a higher max hit in this kind of gear. Which is why some people might offer the claw and robes there on Prey Melee as well. 38 damage or so.
Yeah, Antonio's taking a decent bit of damage back, getting bolt with a 38 into that 32, setting him back about 78 HP, taking another 12 bolt. Tubby is kind of popping off right now, but he does get bolted back at 31, setting him right back, unfortunately. Tubby's sitting extremely low right now. I do think Antonio is just about to regen that 50%, so if Tubby doesn't eat up here, he might be getting KO'd.
Yeah. I wonder how much food he really has left after all that whole fight. That claw coming in, is he going to go for it? Nope. Free
It's definitely
hit
hard
for
to tell, but I
Antonio.
would say Antonio is, I mean,
Yeah, those
he
balls
is
are
just getting
going in.
so much that, yeah,
Back to back to back 30s. Into
getting
an
that
18. I think
13
Tubby's at
whip
the
as
game
well.
here.
Tubby might be
think Tubby's
completely
out
out of food, 10 HP, and he does not have any chance at redemption. Going down there to that 17, I'd say that's a very deserved loss for Tubby.
Yeah, and Antonio, that means he's moving on. He's qualified and he'll be back here tomorrow fighting Meagle in round 3.
Absolutely insane display there from Antonio Montana, destroying Tubby 2-0 just then. Very dominant display.
Really, really
Like
nice.
that.
Unfortunate for Tubby. He'll be in the losers bracket though, so maybe he can claw it back.
Yep, that is right. Tubby will move on to the losers bracket there. And like you said, Antonio will be facing off against Meagle tomorrow in that round 3 fight.
Looking at the tracker for that fight, I have just got the tracker, but only for that fight, unfortunately. We are looking at Tubby with 48 hits to Destroyed's 58, with Tubby having 56% praise correct to Destroyed's 57, with deserved damage for Tubby being 459 to Destroyed's 548. So I think those 10 deserved, those 10 free hits from Destroyed definitely got him that win.
Yep, a very nice display. Guys, we are going to be taking a quick break here in the US East PvP Method Mayhem circuit. We'll be back very shortly.
You seem to know
damage back on 40.
Oh, Saladin! Does even have a claw spec? Oh my god!
No way! What? Oh, I'm so surprised. Thing. So it looks like they're both out of food, just like the last fight, really coming down to the wire right now. The whip, oh my, what a combo! Steps underneath, goes for an AJ spec.
The Boaty number! There it is! Good!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Method Mayhem US East PvP circuit. We are about to jump into the 9th matchup we have today, which is going to be Immaculate versus Addison. Boys, you know anything about these two?
I'm going to be honest, I know absolutely nothing about either of these people. This is the one fight and maybe the whole bracket which both of the guys I don't know much about, so for all we know, they could be two very good competitors. They could go all the way, or it could just be a little fun fight of even skill. I have no idea.
Yeah, I have no idea about either of them, unfortunately, either. I do rate Addison's RSN, though, being Scooby Zooby. Very nice RSN there. But right now, it seems like we are just going into this fight blind without knowing anything about our contestants here. So hopefully, we're going to see two really good people compete. But I wouldn't expect too much.
It'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, within the first 10-15 seconds, just seeing from their movement and switches, we'll be able to see whether anyone's the clear favorite or this is going to be a very one-side match. We'll see real quick. Yep.
So I did want to ask you guys, before we jump into this next fight, West Ham, you mentioned in the last fight getting off a spec early in the fight allows you to get a third, potentially even a fourth one off during that fight. How big is specking at the very start just so you can start recharging that special attack energy?
I'd say getting the spec off early can both be a plus and a negative. I wouldn't exactly say dumping it in a very predictable time is the best. You kind of have to play your cards right and make sure that you catch your opponent off prayer when you do it, because dumping it on prey and on tank, not the best move. Sometimes keeping 100% might be a decent decision, because you can keep your opponent on the tiptoes. Because if your opponent knows that you have 100%, sometimes they will just camp that prey melee, and with that you can kind of utilize your mage range as much as you can. So it completely depends, honestly. For myself, what I've done in the past, what that became fairly predictable when fighting me was I'll eat an angler straight off the bat and go for a claw spec straight away, because you can sacrifice that 21 HP and sometimes come out on top since no one really prays melee at the very beginning.
Probably be a
And what about you? You more of a
I probably
straight away, or?
I don't know. I probably use the spec whenever, like, I never really think about it. It happens just naturally. I never waste an angler at the start, because if it doesn't pay off, then I'm down 20 damage for no reason. Off the start, these two guys are already good. I can tell both these guys are really sick. Scooby Zooby, with the first freeze, he's been one tick in every single barrage since. Same with Tevin, with Addison and Immaculate. Both these guys are already really good from what I can tell. Interesting to see. Tevin just did get bolted on robes there 4-0. So that's the first mistake I've seen out of him. Same for Scooby, he just got bolted on robes as well. Both claw specs being exchanged, both on prey melee. I noticed that Immaculate, Tevin, also has a Dragon Defender that we would have seen earlier from someone else. I don't think he's an Iron Man. Scooby Zooby going for a Blood Blitz there. They're both in mage range right now, so neither of them can really bolt each other. I don't think they could.
Yeah, no, it does look like they can bolt on long range right there, as they both have.
They both went for it, so both these guys are definitely skilled Brids. Wonder who they are, but Scooby Zooby or Addison definitely has a massive advantage so far. He seems to
doing
just be
a really nice move
but
there,
30s.
just barraging non-stop, getting those 330 barrages, the 20 claw into that 34 bolt, probably setting him up about 120 HP there. Yet again, going for that barrage and some really nice movement there.
Yeah, up so much damage. Immaculate, sorry, Tevin from RSP. Okay, not really getting back here at all. He has that Dragon Defender, and he is putting on that Mage's Book for those bolts as well that we've seen other competitors do. But he just took a bolt in robes again.
There, yeah.
He's down a lot of damage so far. Addison has really been dominant so far in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, right now, from what we're seeing from Scooby is he's maging a lot, and whenever you get that first freeze and like you run up to your opponent, nearly all the time, people tend to like whip or range each other. So going for that mage is almost always a guaranteed hit off prey.
Yeah, 100%. Seems like Immaculate is getting a little bit of momentum back right now. He has the DD advantage and he's bolting it back. Addison having the balls to go for the freeze back while being DD'd. So he's definitely getting he knows what he's doing. He's getting his tank on in between those hits. As I say that, he takes a 41 bolt. Let's see if he can get the DD advantage here again and hopefully start recovering his HP a little bit. He's eating as he goes under, so not to lose any damage or any free hits.
Yeah, Tevin still rocking that D defender as well. Not entirely sure if I would be whipping with that in a tourney of this price pool, but honestly, it does seem like Scooby Zooby still keeping up that momentum. Tevin trying to get that claw spec off. Does get it off prey, actually. Surprised he didn't catch that on prey. I mean, he had a lot of time to prey melee there, but unfortunately didn't get it on anyway. Only took about a 50 though, so it's definitely not setting back all the momentum that he's had this fight.
I will say I've seen Addison or Scooby staff bash this fight 3 or 4 times. So while everything else of his game seems to be near perfect, I think he might be clicking a little bit too fast for his liking. And a couple of that ends up being staff bashes, which is just wasted potential, really.
Yeah, right now, both of them being DD'd, it looks like Scooby's just eating up a little bit of HP here. Tevin not really eating at all. Both of them not dealing a lot of damage. As I say that, though, getting hit at 38 right there. Taking another bolt off Prayer, flicking on that smite, I presume by mistake.
Yeah. Scooby really wanted to go for the claw spec there, and it doesn't look like it paid off for him. And now the momentum has completely shifted. He's getting bolted back. Let's see what he decides to do here. His opponent most likely going to pray melee as he shows the claws. Gets clawed on pray melee. Bit of a waste there, but a 41 whip off Prayer.
Straight after, though. That is very
into
nice.
18 barrage. Let's see if he keeps this up. He's going to go for another whip here, probably. Let's see what he does.
I believe
Bolts him on robes.
If he whipped him there, that would have been a chance. It looks like he misclicked his opponent and didn't get the whip on, unfortunately. Going for that 2 barrages in a row there. Second one splashing. First one hitting a 17. Getting a 4 barrage straight after. Going for the whip. Looks like Tevin's close to out of food. He's sitting fairly low. He's flicking his claws right there.
Looks like he has a claw spec left. Yeah, let's see if he can get it off or if he's going to die before that happens. I think if Addison just plays his cards right, stays full HP, he should be good here to comfortably win this first fight. I assume Tevin, if he has a claw spec, is going to use it anytime soon because otherwise he's going to die before he gets it off. There it is. All zeros.
Yeah, I mean, rightfully so, right? Clawing his opponent on prey melee and on tank. You shouldn't really expect to hit that high. Just seeing a little bit of damage would have been nice, but zeros is to be expected for that type of play. Tevin looking like he is down a lot right now, though.
Yeah, he is coming back a little bit. He was looking really bad for him at the start of this fight when he was just constantly getting pummeled, and with those claw specs coming in, doing some good work with those DDs, getting the ball off in robes. Goes in for that whip on his robes again.
Yeah, seems to be getting a decent bit of damage. That bolt, I believe, was off prey on robes as well. And Scooby Zooby actually not eating up right now, maybe being completely out of food. Taking a bolt on tank, on prey range right there.
Oh my god, what a reverse.
Tevin with the comeback right now. Only needs to deal 5 damage, and he has won it. I mean, that's one of the best comebacks we've seen.
There. Yeah. If Scooby got hit a 0 there, he would have heart prayed. He would have been back at 30 HP, but he just got hit constantly and he just got beat in that comeback. I was not expecting that at all. Addison seemed like the better player throughout that whole fight, but I mean, it is what it is. It came down right to the wire and it didn't go in his favor.
Yeah, it seemed like he was choking a little bit there towards the end, but that is a very unfortunate situation for Addison. I mean, looking at throughout the fight, he definitely deserved to win that. Not entirely sure if I can get the trackers, though. I will do my best at getting on that right now.
Absolutely crazy there. Poor Addison was up quite a few hit points there. Looked as though Immaculate was out of food and then still managed to come back. Maybe even like 100 hit points in difference there. Yeah. I will say I did notice for the second time in this tournament, we have a man with a dragon defender. What's going on today?
Man, I mean, it could bonded all their alts.
I'd say it's probably someone on like some form of alt account or something like that, because if you have like a prize pool this big, then surely you would take the money to buy a Vernic Defender, sorry. But I do have the PvP tracker now. Looking at that fight, we have Addison with 44% praise, right? And Tevin with 54%. However, Addison having 82 hits to Tevin's 69, with Addison having 556 deserved damage to Tevin's 483. Both of them rocking about equal actual damage.
Wow.
So Addison getting extremely unlucky there. He was actually up in a lot of those statistics and probably should have won that fight. Unfortunately.
13 extra hits as well.
Yeah, I mean, with a 10% prayer difference, Tevin having a little bit better correct prayers, but still getting those... No, 13 free hits on him.
Less hits, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if he deserved to win based off of just the prayers there.
We'll see the start of this fight. Scooby actually gets whipped on full robe, something I was not expecting to see at the start of this fight. Doesn't get punished for it, so let's see if he can recover from that little mistake. Let's see if he catches his freeze. They're both going for it. Tevin with the whip so far. 0 damage coming out of both of them.
Very nice tank flick and straight onto that prey melee as well, predicting his opponent fairly well. Both of them just hitting nothing right now.
Yeah, it seems like Tevin's got the first freeze DD advantage here, so let's see what he can make of it. Scooby doesn't seem that much opposed to someone DDing him. He knows what he does. Goes for a freeze there, misses it, and now he's just getting free hitted right now because Immaculate is just getting free bolts on him. And
yeah,
he
he's
gets
definitely
bolted in robes
utilizing
for
that
a
Mage's
10.
Book as well. It seemed like they were trading bolt hits there. Scooby having his Mage's Book on and Tevin having his D square on. I do think that keeping your tank shield if you're trading hits is probably better, but
100%.
yeah, not entirely sure how that works on the tracker. Both of them just hitting nothing though. Scooby getting bolted a 6 on robes off prey, whipped on robes off prey again, only for 9. I mean, this
seems
is
like
just
the
a
1-0
0
deficit. Yeah, it seems like the 1-0 deficit might be getting to Addison a bit here because he has been making a whole lot more mistakes than I saw the last.
Oh, and as we say that as well, he's star specs.
No. Let's see. Okay, he's really thrown away this fight, but he did have a really dominant display last time. So let's see if he could keep it going. I don't know.
In the entire EU bracket, we saw one person staff spec one time. So far, we have not even gone through like half the fights yet, and we've seen 3 staff specs. So maybe Americans just like the staff spec a lot more.
Yeah, maybe they're the defensive kind of players. Scooby just still trying to recover this. I don't really know where he goes from here. He needs to try and freeze him and get some more free whips on those robes. But right now, I'd say Immaculate's definitely up a good amount of food.
Yeah, I mean, he does have the advantage right now of not being able to take much melee damage. I don't think Tevin's going to be dumping a claw spec anytime soon.
37 bolt.
Both of them kind of sitting on just about equal damage right now. It seems like we're in for a long fight, honestly.
Yeah, they're both playing extremely defensive. They're smart with their tank flicks, apart from Scooby making a couple. As I say that, bolted in robes again for a 0 on prey range. Goes in for that whip on robes, hits a 17. He is coming back a little bit right now, and they're both, there's no DD going on, and he has the HP advantage over Tevin. So if he makes Tevin eat, he could really start snowballing right now.
Yeah, I mean, looking at what we've seen in this fight so far, we're not really seeing a lot of big hits. We're seeing a lot of small hits kind of just add on top, and like, it seems like the tracker for this fight is probably gonna be up in the thousands if we're...
Yeah, oh my, okay, some nice momentum here coming in from Addison. He gets a bolt on a rose for a 20 into a 34 barrage. He's diagonal DD stepping him right now. Tevin trying to go for that freeze, but didn't end up going for it because I guess Addison's eating. Gets a free hit for Addison. Another free hit for Addison. He drops a question mark. God damn. Okay, another free hit. He's flaming. He's got a 3rd hit in. Let's see if he can keep it up.
Yeah, I mean, he called him Boom. I'm not entirely sure if we're looking at Tevin being Boom Saigon, but maybe they know something else.
I would sincerely doubt it. I think Tevin. I think we got to give Immaculate a little bit more credit than that. He's doing a great job here. And ballsy for Madison being 1-0 down, asking if his opponent's good, getting clawed. I don't know. Maybe is he good? We're not sure because he's running away right now after that claw.
It does seem like that was killable HP, but I mean, looking at Addison's level of skill, I do think that he would have an eat ready for that. So maybe not a chance, but you never know in these type of fights. Yeah, a claw coming in off, that could have killed him right there.
Yeah, that
100%.
Definitely could have killed him. That second whip as well. Chance with a 29 bar. I think that was almost a chance. I'm not entirely sure. I mean,
you can hit a 35. I think he could have killed that 100%. Maybe.
Yeah, that HP being so low, we're not entirely sure if that's just a little bit above chanceable, but Scooby definitely getting some momentum right now, but he's running around a lot. They both seem a little bit confused on what they're doing.
Let's see if Scooby can back up his talk. He just got whipped on ropes again. He actually has been taking quite a few hits on ropes that I've noticed.
Ooh,
gets that 31 bolt into a 30
chancing
bolt.
him twice, back to back right there, going in for that whip as well. Looks like Tevin still has a bit of combo food left though, because he was able to eat up so fast right there. Not entirely sure on the food situation that we're looking at, but I would say Addison's definitely up a little bit.
Yeah. At this point, when he's dropping you goods a minute into the fight, he's bolted him there again. He could have died to that ball. I think it's definitely tied up at 1-1. He did have a better performance in the first round too. He did just get unlucky. This round didn't seem as good. The amount of times I've seen him get hit in his robes have been quite a lot, as well as that staff spec, but seems to be going all his way, and it's probably going to be 1-1 here.
Yeah, it does kind of look like he's not dealing a lot of damage right now, though. Getting that 14, Tevin having that claw spec, but gets taken out by that 35 barrage right at the end. We are looking at a 1-1, so the next fight will decide who goes through.
Yep, good luck to both of them. Addison definitely getting a little bit lippy there, so let's see if he can keep it through all the way through and get the 2-1.
Definitely a bit of trash talk coming out of Addison there, and the timing on that trash talk seemed like Addison was down on food when that trash talk came in. Do you think maybe trying to get into the head a little bit of Immaculate there?
It's all mental
Yeah,
mental warfare. He was just trying to, get into his head. Let him know
Yeah,
what's
I mean,
good.
keeping
And
that
he showed him.
psychological warfare, maybe getting your opponent angry, making them choke a little bit more. But I would also say, what I've seen in the past, most people that flame also tend to have a little bit of dose of karma handed to them. We
Go
saw
back to the
Ethan versus Hamza. Yeah, Hamza taking his gear off, being up a lot of HP, kind of flexing on his opponent, and then actually turning out to lose that fight. Maybe we could see somewhat of a similar fight happening here.
Definitely have to time your trash talks there. Looks like we do have the tracker, Casper, if you want to go through that one real quick.
I don't actually see it. Can you send it to
Yeah,
me?
I got you.
Such a handsome man he is. Sending us the
All
track.
right, deal.
Nice hat, by the way, Jake. Looks
Okay,
really
so
good on you.
looking at the tracker for that one, we have Scooby Zooby with 82 hits to Tevin's 70 hits, having 12 free hits there. That is massive, with the prayers being fairly equal. Scooby Zooby having 65 to Tevin's 63%, but Scooby Zooby being up 500. Sorry, not up 500, up 60 deserved damage.
What
With
is
that
this
many
black?
free, yeah, I mean, with that many free hits and the equal prayer percentage, I'd kind of expect him to be up a little bit more on deserved, but maybe Scooby got hit a little bit more on robes.
Yeah, he did get hit on ropes a lot from what I saw. So that could probably be it. But he did just seem a lot just more cleaner with everything, a lot more quicker and just more calculated with everything. And I think that's going to repeat itself here. He seemed more dominant
getting
in every
that
single
free
fight.
straight off the bat as well. Unfortunately for Scooby, though, getting frozen back for 33 straight off the bat. Looks like he is taking it back a little bit, just about being equal right now, but getting whipped a 21 right there, followed by the 19 barrage.
Scooby deciding to eat first, so he's either brewing or using anglerfish, so he's going to lose out on some DPS here. Goes back for that freeze. Tevin just took a 4 poison tick. I wonder if he brought in a Sanfi or he just hasn't drank it yet. Into that, oh my
Ooh,
god, Scooby
very
gets a
big
64
claw right
claw
there to the
into
24
a 24
barrage. Him keeping he's keeping those barrages up right now because he knows his opponent is brewing down, making sure he's capitalizing on his mage level being down, but gets ported back at 42 straight after, dumping his last claw spec there for about a 20, followed up by the 17 whip. Seems like he's
is up
getting
a
a
good
decent
amount,
bit of
though.
RNG, but I mean, honestly, Tevin's getting that RNG straight back. Unfortunately, clawing that 0 though, but the bolts are really popping off for Tevin.
31 bolt there coming in nice. 0 claw, unfortunately, but he still has another claw spec, whereas Addison has 0 claw specs. I will say Addison was up a lot at the start, but I think Tevin has clawed it back a little bit more here. And it's probably
Yeah, I
very
think
even.
those big bolts that he got kind of leveled out the claw, followed by the barrages that Addison got on him.
Oh yeah, 100%. Both unfrozen here, and you can see, let's see if anyone decides to go for their freeze and may get bolted on robes. There, Tevin got bolted, switched his robes after, so that's fine. Unfortunately, Scooby gets the freeze, gets a free
Staff
hit there pretty
bashing his
much.
opponent.
Yeah.
Neither of them getting that many free hits. Addison getting a little bit of... Getting
One
just
free
about
hit
2
there.
free hits there.
Yep, he's controlling it right now. Tevin in his robes right now could get... If he got whipped right there, that could have been really bad. Got a little bit lucky there, I guess. Scooby was eating back up. Both going for the freezes here. Tevin catches it. Let's see if he gets this DD. Yeah, he got it. Let's see if he gets any free hits. He just got bolted in really low defense right there. Takes a 0, so fair play. Got a little bit lucky there. He's decided to eat up and sort of recover now.
Yeah, right now I can't exactly... I can't exactly determine who's up food. They seem
I'd
to be
say
both
Scooby's
doing
up a
fairly-
decent, maybe about 100 damage or so. Scooby would be up at this point. All those whips just going in. He's really controlling the game with these DDs. He does get bolted in his robes every now. Oh my god, a dragon crossbow spec coming out of Tevin. Did hit a 38.
Not sure if that was intentional, but I mean, it did pay off. I mean, a 38 bolt, you take those, honestly.
He might have preferred the claw spec there,
of that
but
dragon
there's no way he knows whether that claw would have hit or not. And that 38 bolt, he'll take it. I would say Tevin's still down a decent bit right here. Just got whipped on his mage's book as well. He needs to sort of keep that tank on or he's going to lose this fight. A 36 whip coming on Scooby's robes right now. A little bit of comeback maybe for Tevin, but Scooby still seems to be ahead by a decent amount of HP so far.
Yeah, it does kind of look like whenever Scooby is getting hit on his robes, he at least has that tank shield on to kind of minimize the damage. It's not that much defense, but it definitely helps. I'd say keeping your full tank on is very important, but sometimes it's worth taking that risk to get the freeze. And equipping your mage's book could just be a bad decision right there.
Yeah. I think there's a possibility Immaculate's out of food here. Addison drops another claw, only hits around an 18. Scooby again gets bolted in, I think half robes there, I'm not exactly sure. Gets whipped on full robes and mage's book, only gets hit a 16. I don't know how much in favor this tracker is for Scooby, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see right here at the end. This is the deciding fight, so whoever wins this does go through and the loser goes on to the loser's bracket. Tevin definitely being a bit risky with his HP nut right now. Not sure if he's out of food, but sitting that 60 HP without the freeze advantage, but he did just get it actually. Maybe he will use it to heal up a little bit. There.
Let's see if he gets any more. A 31 bolt coming in, trade for a 0. He takes that. Let's see if he gets that claw off prayer on robes. That could have been huge.
That definitely should have been bigger than what it was, only getting about 30 damage from that. Is Addison about to get another dose of bad RNG right towards the end?
Maybe. I think Addison definitely has a claw spec coming up. I haven't seen him use one in a bit. Maybe not. Maybe he doesn't, but we'll see. I swear that Immaculate should be down on food right now, but it seems to be that Addison is at half HP and he's not eating. Let's see. Maybe he just wants to
he's definitely taking a lot more damage here at the late stage of the fight. Not entirely sure if he's kind of choking a little bit. He seemed to be doing a lot better in the beginning and the midst of the fight. Right now, it seems like Tevin's kind of outplaying him, keeping his opponent as far away from him as he possibly can. He knows Addison has that 50% claw spec coming up.
Bolted on robes again. Let's see. I think that was half robes. Let's see where this goes.
I mean, right now, Addison's sitting about 40 HP, not healing up anymore.
I think Karma could be coming for him. We'll see. I think he might be out here because he's sitting on 40 HP in robes. He very well could have died to that bolt if it was off prayer.
Yeah, I mean, surely Addison has a claw spec right now, and if he does, he needs to dump that. And it looks like he's kind of choking right now, doing some kind of.
Remember, he did ask his opponent if he was good in the last fight, and I don't know. Might have come back.
Oh, and he does get taken out by that 26 bolt. So yet again, we have seen someone flame and then immediately get dealt a dose of karma.
Good fights, good fights. And while Addison might very well have been the better player there, Immaculate is moving on with a 2-1 lead. And sometimes karma just hits you.
Yeah, I mean, it do be what it Scooby Dooby Dooby.
For real, for real.
Moving on in the 2-1. Good to see him remaining calm, remaining humble at the end there, not flaming back, not giving the you good back after receiving that flame in the middle of the last.
I would have.
I know you would have. I'm sure you would have said a bit worse than that as well.
Come on now, come on now. I don't want to say too much.
That is going to be Immaculate moving on to the next round. The second round in this tournament. The next match we're going to be looking at is What a Boss versus Saeed. But before we move into that one, guys, exclamation mark merch in the chat if you want to check out the new Method merch. Method have been putting on some amazing tournaments for old school RuneScape. So make sure you check out their merch with that link in the chat right now. And also, you can type exclamation mark community to check out the Method community team. Signing up and becoming a member of the community team offers all kinds of perks such as access to exclusive content, opportunities, and giveaways, and they also help aspiring / up-and-coming streamers to grow their channels through a number of different initiatives. But the next match coming up is going to be What a Boss versus Saeed. Boys, I've seen Saeed name in the chat a lot throughout this tournament so far. What do you guys think about the next matchup?
So, Saeed probably had the hardest bracket there was in the Jax 1v1 finals, and he made it all the way to the finals versus 1013. getting him completely out of food, 1 HP in one of their fights. Bit of luck involved for sure, but still a great performance to even get to the finals. And he's going to be fighting Water Boss, who is a leader of a smaller single team called Carnage. So Zaid's in Fruitcakes, Kanini, and Blazers, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, all fairly good teams. Blazers, of course, on DMM, and Kanini on 07, and Fruitcake's just doing a bunch of PKing on 07 as well. So Zaid is probably the favorite, heavy favorite going into this. He's done a lot of these kind of fights. Water Boss is good though. He is good. He can't be slept on. So we'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, just backtracking shortly here to talk about a tracker from the last fight that we unfortunately didn't get in time to talk about. But looking at the tracker from that last fight versus Scooby and Tevin, Scooby had 90 hits to Tevin's 81, with 61% praise correct to Tevin's 57, with Scooby having 633 deserved damage to Tevin's 553. So Tevin actually won on RNG that fight, definitely deserving to lose. And Saeed, going into the fight right here, has whipped a Water Balls on ropes there, only for a 7 though, unfortunately for him.
Looks I like Water Boss's name. Water Boss's name, like a book. I assume that means he's reading his opponent like a book, but so far it doesn't seem to be the case. Saeed is probably one of the calmest and like well-composed birds I've ever fought in these kind of fights, and it seems to be working his way so far. Hasn't really made any visible mistake that I can see. Tank on for every single hit where he gets hit.
Ooh, yeah, really going off on on the switches right now as well, doing about 3 fakies there right before going into the bolt, catching his opponent off prey. It looks like if Water Balls truly is reading his opponent like a book, it looks like he's a little bit dyslexic here, because he is not doing anything right now.
Zaid's doing great so far, and there hasn't been a single mistake. I don't think he's got a hit in his ropes so far, and I think he's also flicking on his augury and staff in between every hit, increasing his mage defense as much as possible. Let's see what happens. He goes in for a claw on
going
robes,
in for that claw off prey as well. I mean, Saeed is just doing everything right now. He is genuinely up a decent bit right now. Bolton his opponent a funny. They're going claw scratching him, unfortunately. Probably for the better though. I mean, he would have clawed his opponent on prey there, but on robes.
Water Boss doing a little bit to come back here. He gets a free hit, stepping out diagonal, another bolt off prayer there. I do think the advantage Saeed has so far, catching that freeze as well. He's been doing the Dragon Square Shield freeze while getting DD'd too. Seems like a lot of the Blazers people are adopting that method. And Saeed is definitely up a good amount of food right now. 41 bolt going in as well.
Honest. Into the claw, with that claw chancing him extremely hard right there. Saeed is just demonizing his opponent right now. This is absolutely unreal. I think Saeed has got this in the bag if he just continues like this. All he needs to do right now is just not choke.
There's a reason he was in the finals of the last 20, and he's showing that reason right now. Doing really good. And once again, Water Boss is not, like, he's a very good Tribird as well. So for Zaid to be beating him like this just shows how good he is.
Yeah, I mean, Saeed being very calculated. From what we've seen from Blazers members, honestly, they are very calculated. Not too big on a movement, more on like the kind of keeping it slow and steady, making sure they get those free hits. Saeed, though, really showcasing some nice movement that we haven't really seen in this tournament so far. I mean, he is just doing absolute bits to Water Balls right now. Water Balls not even getting that free hit with that diagonal step.
Saeed always making sure he's at least getting a bolt back if he's getting DD'd. Misses that on robes. Goes in for... I think he just got bolted on robes there. I don't know if he got that tank switch on in time. Gets a 36 sure, another 40. Like
they just traded a 36 for a 40. So, I mean, definitely not good for Saeed. But Saeed being up as much food as he is right now, I don't think he's really
still in a good position. Yeah, he's still in a good position to win this fight. And give him the 1-0 lead. Let's see. Still making 0 mistakes. 39 bolt there, to be fair. And then bolted in his robes again for a 0. A little bit of choke coming in for Saeed. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of claw scratches. Honestly, that's like the
another
fifth claw scratch, and he gets charged by a bolt, getting whipped on about 5 HP there.
Is he out, or is he? Was that? I think he might be out.
It looks like he has a little bit of food. Yeah, he has. He's just brewdosed twice, but he's just not doing it in time. Saeed just chancing his opponent over and over again right now. I mean, this is definitely a win for Saeed, honestly. I don't see how Water Balls can pull this back.
Well, it did come second in the last
claw scratches his opponent, though.
Claw spec going in, or claw scratch going in.
Is he memeing the claw scratch right now, or is he doing that on purpose?
Okay.
Takes him out of that claw spec, finally there.
You're gonna win. Good fight. That's how you got. He's a funny little strange man, Saeed is. He's a very funny guy. Second place in the last tournament, and he's 1-0 up against Waterboss right now. Let's see if he can get his way to the finals again.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looked like Saeed was in the lead during that entire fight. I'd be surprised to hear if he was even remotely down on that tracker there. I'm going to see if I can get it off him.
Yeah.
I gotta say, guys, I'm glad that you two were casting that one because I had to mute up and cry for a second there after West all about the ball. I don't know how you kept it together,
It's safe to say I couldn't believe my ears. You know what I mean?
Looking at the tracker for that fight, though, sorry to cut you off there, Jake, but I'm just going to go over the tracker as fast as I can here. We have Saeed with 67 hits to Waterballs' 62, with Saeed having 60% of the prayers right to Waterballs' 56%. That was actually a lot closer than I thought it would be.
Yeah, very close on the tracker there. I was just going to say that Saeed, 5 or 6 claw scratches in that first fight. What do you think was going on there?
I'm not entirely
Maybe
sure,
not
but I mean, Saeed's deserved damage was 688 to Waterballs' 555. So although the hits and prayers being very equal, it looks like Waterballs definitely got hit on robes a lot for that to happen.
Maybe he's not as composed as I thought from Saeed, but if we don't see any claw scratches out of him in this next fight, then we've got another good contender to go all the way to the finals from this guy. Saeed's definitely a good contender.
Though, I mean, he did about 6 or 7 claw scratches that fight. I think if you can keep them on a low, 100% he's got that fight in the bag.
I've just seen in the chat here, someone said his whip broke. Maybe potentially his whip was out there. He's using the claw scratches as his melee.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe he has to run to the G to buy another whip then. That would make sense, actually, because he was claw scratching there at the end, and I wasn't sure if he was just taking a piss with it or not.
Okay, Saeed wishing a good luck, boss. A very respectful man himself. Gets the bolt right away on robes on Waterboss
Going
for
for
the
that
25.
whip as well. Into the bolt, catching him on robes again. Waterboss flicking his tank a little bit too late there, but luckily for him, he got the prayer on at least.
Saeed up a bunch of damage right now. Still hasn't gone for a freeze, but honestly doesn't need to get a freeze the way he fights. It doesn't matter. Let's see, he's getting DD'd right now.
He's not really allowing Waterballs to get any free hits, right? So it doesn't really matter if he catches the freeze or not. They're both just still trading hits, and Saeed seems to be doing a better job with the fakies, catching his opponent off prey. Saeed getting bolted on robes off prey there, as I say that, though.
A whip coming in. Saeed getting... the anti-claw coming in. That was off prayer on Saeed. Hits a 0, unfortunately. Gets bolted in robes again for a 1. A bit unlucky on Waterboss's behalf right there.
Yeah, it seems like Saeed is not going into this as strong as he was on the first time. Maybe Waterballs has learned a little bit about his opponent and is able to outplay him a bit more. But still, Saeed getting 2 free hits on his opponent so far, with Waterballs having none, I believe. Getting his first free hit right there. Both of them trading hits with the correct prayers on. Saeed trying to go for that anti with the claw, but Waterballs predicting the melee, taking a diagonal step, making sure that his opponent can't melee him.
Yeah, I don't think Saeed's used a claw spec here yet, and as I say that, he's trying. He goes in for that. Ooh, I think, okay, he did eat that, but chance.
Yeah, he took his prayer off entirely, and luckily got the prey melee on in time. Otherwise, that could have been very bad for Saeed.
I think he was just trying to get those specs off a little bit. He's mainly just focusing on that. As I say that, he claws on prey melee again. Does he go for a double claw? He doesn't, but I think he was just focusing on that spec a little bit too much, and it cost him a little bit there. As I say that, the melee's going in.
Yeah, I mean, right there, just getting 80 damage from that bolt into the whip. Right now, faking those claws a decent bit. That's a good move from Saeed right now, making sure that his opponent is on edge with the claws, not really dumping them, but just flicking them on, making his opponent pray, melee, and panic, and bolting straight after.
Interesting gear setups. I thought Saeed was about to start doing the Verax plate skirt barrage method there, but he's not. He's got his Dragon Square Shield Mystics out. Gets free hitted right there, because I guess he switched. Trades it for a claw, though. A 50 claw off prayer. Very, very nice. Into that whip. I think potentially could have killed him if he maxed right there. Was sitting around 40 HP. Gets a whip on robes for another 29. Waterboss running away, gets bolted on robes again. Waterboss just keep getting hit on robes by Saeed right now. And if he keeps carrying it on, that's just going to be a bunch of free damage. I think Saeed just got frozen right there. Let's see if he gets another whip on robes there. He does as Waterboss walks out. He's actually getting read like a book right now.
Yeah, I mean, Saeed is doing really well. And Waterboss seems to be taking the time here to heal back up a little bit, get himself to full HP. doing the diagonal step. Saeed catching him right back though, kind of predicting it. Getting bolted at 40, unfortunately for Saeed. Still looks like Saeed is up a little bit of damage though. I think he will probably use the momentum on this DD right here to pull back on damage. Getting bolted off prey.
Yeah, he just stayed a little bit calm there, went to full HP while he was DD'd, and now that he's got high HP again, he can sort of get back to the fight. Gets whipped to 40, not the greatest thing you want to see. Bolted on robes there for a 12. The claw coming in, that could have killed Saeed again too. That claw definitely could have killed him. It was off prayer. Water Boss definitely doing a lot better in this fight. Yeah,
like we said before, it's hard to know if the claws can actually kill the opponent since claws are 2-tick. Definitely was a chance unless Saeed had that eat ready. It is unfortunately impossible for us to know though. Right now, Water Balls seems to be hitting a little bit better. He's got a couple 40 bolts here and there. Saeed not doing too much damage, only really getting 15s and 20s.
I think during that as well, Saeed dropped a premature good fight while he was DD'd on that guy. And I don't know if he means that because he's losing or because he thinks he's winning, but we'll have to see where it goes.
Oh, and yeah, just right there, I mean, Saeed took another 55-ish damage from those 2 bolts. It looks like Water Ball's bolts is definitely helping him out here. Maybe getting him to that upper edge of the fight. Saeed choking a little bit, kind of misreading his prayers a decent amount.
Yeah, seems Water Boss has really come back strong in this fight. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to pull out the win. Claw going in for Saeed, only a 10.
Was that off prayer? I couldn't really tell. It seemed like Water Balls might have flicked it just in time.
I'm not quite sure, but he just got 2 hits tanked back-to-back on robes for a Water Boss, and he's still seeing fine so far. Getting bolted on robes again, actually, for 26. Let's see where this goes. I think they both could be very close to out here. Seems Water Boss is out. I don't know if Saeed is 100%.
Water Boss is, yeah, sitting about 30 HP right now, not eating. I'd be surprised to find out he was out, though. Maybe that starting momentum that Saeed had really has shown to actually have done a lot here, but right now, Saeed being on the lower edge, maybe getting... No, he takes a 21 Opal Bolt, having healed up just a little bit. Right now, it seems like he's completely out of food, though.
That
Procking
Water Balls' 25.
25 Staff Bash.
He hits
and Water
another
Balls gets another Heart Prayer off right now. Saeed hitting him another 19.
No way!
Oh, and Saeed does go down.
He loses a 1-1 to Water Boss. Water Boss with the clutch, 2 Heart Prayers coming back and beating Saeed for a 1-1 there. Damn,
yeah, I mean, those 2 Heart Prayers definitely won him that fight. Saeed just hitting right below what he needed to right there. He probably needed to hit him a 30 with that Staff Bash and then bolting that 0. I was expecting a double death there, honestly. I saw Water Balls get hit. I didn't see that he had a sliver of HP left, but he still stands.
Jake!
Wow. My jaw just hit the floor. What a close fight that was. 2 redemption procs coming in there for Water Boss, and he takes it out.
Looking at the tracker for that fight, Saeed did perform a little bit worse this time around. He has 4 free hits, with Saeed having 79 to Water Balls' 75, with Saeed having 43% prayers right, and Water Balls having 52%, saying that though, Saeed having 740 deserved damage to Water Balls' 704. So yet again, I think we're seeing a case of Saeed hitting his opponent on robes a lot more, because despite Water Balls doing better on the prayers, he is still down damage.
Yeah, well, we'll get into this 3rd fight. Hopefully Saeed can just stay a little bit more composed, get the right RNG he needs, and come through with a 2-1 victory here. But Water Boss definitely did perform, just in general, a lot better that fight. It seemed a lot more even of a fight as it came down to it. He did get lucky there with his 2 Heart Prayers. Saeed didn't proc a single Heart Prayer, so could go very different the next fight.
Yeah, definitely.
Could be another
I'd say it's quite
close
even between the 2 on that 2nd fight, so if Water Balls can kind of take away and learn a little bit, I think Saeed definitely has to do a little bit better though with the prayers in order to win this next one.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, as we saw on the tracker there, the prayers a little bit off for Saeed, but still getting more deserved damage. So getting those hits off on ropes rather than on tank. So
yeah, right now we are just waiting for the final fight to begin. It is currently 1-1 between the 2, so whoever loses this one, it goes on to the losers bracket. Both of them starting right now. Looks like Saeed is going for that whip straight away, hitting his opponent off prey. Unfortunately, only for a 0, bolting him a 10 though. Very low hit, honestly. Water Balls did not have his staff on. He was in complete no defense right there, and still only getting hit at 10. That is very lucky for Waterballs.
It looks like Waterboss has caught the first freeze here, so he has that DD advantage. Doesn't seem to matter that much, I will say, when it's against Saeed. Doesn't, as I say that, he does get a free hit right there. I think, yep, maybe 2 free hits, a whip on Robes there as well. So far, all going Waterboss's way. Seems to be making the correct decisions here so far.
Yeah, surprised to see that Saeed was not able to hit him back there. I mean, from what we saw in the first and second fights, right, was that Saeed, even though he was being DD'd upon, didn't really seem to mind. He always used he always
just got 3 back-to-back bolts on Robes and only hit a 30 out of all of them. Those were probably could have all hit more for Saeed. Really unlucky.
Yeah, I definitely think that's where Saeed gets most of his deserved damage from, right? He keeps bolting water balls on Robes. Water balls, what it looked like right there was just too zoomed out because he was just standing still for about 5 seconds there.
Yeah, 100%.
So
honestly, Zaid's down.
Claws.
I would say Zaid's down a decent bit of food. Well, not a decent, a little bit of food right now. That claw going in way too far off. He didn't go in for it though. Fair enough. Let's see how Zaid eats up here and whether Waterboss gets any free hits because he is down quite a bit. 1 free hit, I think that might just be it. A 0 claw off prayer as well.
There. It seems like Saeed's attempt to go for that claw whenever he's been DD'd on is kind of costing him the hits right here.
Hasn't really worked at all.
Yeah, Waterballs has gotten 4 free hits just off of Saeed attempting to go for that final claw. Right now, though, it does seem that Saeed is pulling it back a little bit, getting a little bit better RNG here, trading that 20-ish claw for a 13 bolt right there. Not entirely sure who's up. It seems like Saeed has pulled back a little bit, and those small increments of damage that he's gotten has gotten him a bit over edge over Waterballs. As I say that, though, gets bolted at 35.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Saeed might be a little bit unlucky here, and it might cost him. We'll see. If Waterboss is getting a couple free hits here and there with those diagonal DDs, a 38 bolt, 2 free hits coming in. 3. Oh no, Saeed's now bolting him back. Waterboss, see, he camps low HP and just keeps that damage up. And I assume when he goes for those DDs, that's when he eats. Unfortunately, that's the freeze timer just ran out there, so it probably wasn't the best idea. But he does the way he eats is pretty smart. He eats only when the guy can't hit him back, so he's not losing any damage.
Yeah, definitely. And from what we've seen this fight, it kind of looks like Saeed is catching his opponent on Robes a lot more. But Waterballs is getting a few free hits in. So it seems like those would probably even each other out on the tracker. Not entirely sure what deserved damage is looking like. Like I said, Waterballs is just getting hit so hard on Robes right now. He really needs to keep that tank shield on and make sure that he's flicking tank as much as he possibly can, because it's costing him a lot right now.
Yep. 25 bolt on Saeed again on prayer. It gets bolted on his Robes only for a 2. 27 bolt coming on Saeed. Every damage that you could possibly get hit, he's getting hit for. I think Waterboss has a significant lead in this fight so far.
Yeah, I mean, right now, both of them are kind of just remaining unfrozen, trading bolt hits with each other. Not entirely sure if Saeed is going to go for the freeze here. It looks like he has and has caught him. Staff bash him in at 18 right there. Very lucky to get staff bash hits, honestly. Although the staff does have the same stats as a D-Skimmy, I mean, not having your Piety on is kind of crucial to actually getting some melee damage in. Because Piety adds 25% melee damage and accuracy, so... Right now, Waterballs seems to be getting a few free hits, getting a massive claw right there, clawing his opponent a 62. Doesn't seem like Saeed is in the lead anymore, needing that freeze very badly right now. Only flicking his Varrock skirt right there, getting frozen. Both of them frozen yet again. Waterballs getting bolted on Robes a decent bit.
Yeah, that's surprising that those hits aren't really going through. I wonder if Saeed's fully potted. I'd imagine he is, considering he would probably be keeping his pot management pretty good. But none of those bolts on Robes really doing much for him. He goes in for another claw on prayer, hits a complete 0. No damage coming in from that. I think this might be the end for Saeed.
I think the claws has been Saeed's downfall, if I'm honest. He's failed a lot of hits. Waterballs is getting a few free hits just because Saeed has tried to get that claw off. And unfortunately, I think all time Saeed has clawed his opponent on prey. Right now, Saeed taking the time to heal up here. Going back to full HP, probably repotting as well. Bowling at 25 through prayer right there, though.
Whips someone on Robes off prayer as well. Another Opal bolt coming in, 29. I think those bolts might have just changed the complete game. I don't know.
Yeah, let's see. That was a chance right there. Oh, Waterball's getting bolted on 10 HP. Robes and still not dying.
Looks like Saeed might have actually clutched it up. I think Saeed's probably out of food too. Gets free hit right there. Let's see if Water Boss gets any heart prayers like last time. Because that was the game changer last time. Let's see.
I mean, Saeed definitely has to be out of food here, I'd say. And he
And the
does
29
get the
ball
win.
comes in.
So that
29
means
ball
Saeed
comes in.
is through and he has won. Water Ball is going to the losers bracket, so we might be seeing a return of him later. Because if Water Balls manages to win the losers bracket, he will be going against the finalist. Looking at that tracker though, we have Saeed with 77 hits to Water Balls is 81. So Water Balls, like we saw as well, getting those free hits and actually added up to four free hits to kind of equal the tracker a little bit. But saying that, Saeed does have 734 deserved damage to Water Balls is 689.
A nice little performance there by Saeed. He's going to be moving on to round 2. He's going to be taking on Immaculate in the next round. And Water Boss going into the losers bracket, going to be taking on Addison. And then the winner of that match will be up against Tubby in the losers round 2. The next match we're going to be taking a look at is going to be Caustic versus Coin. Do you know either of those two boys?
I think Coin is a lit member from what I can remember. I'm not too
I
sure
recognize
about
the
either of them,
name
to be honest, but I do
Coin.
recognize the name Coin.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure on either of them. I do kind of recognize the name Coin, but not sure from
I think he
where.
might be a lit member from DMM, so maybe some DMM experience there, but really I don't know too much about each of them.
Yeah, I think we're looking at yet another 2 completely unknown players here. But from what we've seen so far, the unknown players have turned out to be really good. So maybe we can see another one of those happen.
Yeah, hopefully.
But saying that, right before the fight goes on, I'm going to go for another leak.
So just before we jump into the fight here, while I've got you here, we've seen so far in this bracket 4 staff specs in fights. How much of a difference is that going to make in a fight if you staff spec at the start?
Honestly, it's probably gonna mess you up quite a bit. You don't want to be going for staff specs. Obviously, it does give you a little bit of a defensive edge, maybe, if you keep it on for the whole minute and every single time you have it on, they're whipping you. But honestly, you want to have the freedom to use the claw specs whenever you want. It gives you a lot more diversity in your melee attacks as to opposed to just tent specking or using your tent. So a lot. If you're going to keep staff specking, eventually it's going to catch up to you and probably cost you a round or 2 here or there.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned with the staff spec, obviously that gives a 50% reduction to any melee damage incoming. You mentioned during one of the fights that the player's keeping their staff on to keep that spec, but also something along the lines of if their staff comes off and they don't get meleeed, it stays around.
Yeah. So if they get meleeed after staff spec and let's say they have their crossbow on, then they lose the staff spec completely. But if every time they get meleeed, they still keep that, they can switch, but as long as by the time they get meleeed, they have their staff on, the effect is still there for that whole minute. So they don't need to pray melee, their damage just gets halved.
Gotcha. Another big thing that we've seen in this tournament is the Opal Bolt specs coming through. I believe it's a 53 max hit with an Opal Bolt spec. And you mentioned the diaries, the Kandarin diary, I believe it is.
Yeah, gives you a little bit of extra luck with those bolts, which I think those bolts can max a 53 in the current gear setup with what we have. So a lot of those bolts getting bolted on low HP could end up in a KO if they get the right RNG.
Yeah, so that diary giving it a 10% extra chance of those bolts proccing. They have a 5% chance to start with, so it's up to a 5.5% chance, which doesn't seem like that much, but every 200 bolts you get an extra spec, which could hit up to a 53. It's going to make a difference in the long run, that is for sure. And like I said, the next match we're going to be looking at is Caustic versus Coin. The winner of that one is going to go through to versus Jewel Steak, who beat Fanatics in the first round matchup. Do you guys know either of Jewel Steak or Fanatics in the first round matchup there?
Okay, so yeah, so from what I know is that Dual Stake beat DBU in the qualifiers, and Fanatics beat Houdini in the qualifiers. And Houdini and DBU are both very prominent Brids and Tri-Brid stakers. So for Fanatics to beat all those guys, or is a pretty good display. Daniel 17 is Caustic here versus Coin. Coin is the lit member, I think, from DMM, so I think he might have the advantage going into this. I honestly can't tell. I don't know much about Caustic, so I couldn't tell you. Seems like Caustic's up, though.
Yeah, trading that claw on prey for a claw off prey on robes right there. Getting hit about a 50, so not the highest of claws we've seen. Definitely deserved a little bit of a bigger hit there, but Coin's sitting really low HP right now, trying to get his freeze. Eating straight back up though, gaining Daniel those free hits.
Seems like Coin is actually a member of OT, not Lit, which is in the DMM team. Same sort of alliance, I think.
Is Lit.
Okay, Caustic is Lit. Interesting. Caustic has actually had a really good display so far. I think he's gotten a bunch of free hits, and he's definitely up on damage. So I think that if the fight keeps going on this way, if Coin doesn't pull out anything, then Caustic's probably got this.
Yeah, I mean, he's really getting some nice bolts and barrages right here, chancing his opponent with that bolt as well. Does seem like
in pretty late into this fight, so they were already pretty deep into it when we jumped in.
Oh, okay. So this is definitely not the beginning of the fight. Depending on how much they were already dealing damage-wise, it does seem like this is going to be towards the end of the fight. So far from what we've seen about 200, 300 damage being dealt. You only need about 550 damage to kill someone in these type of fights. Right now, Coin taking a lot of damage from those bolts.
Yeah, it seems to be all Caustic right now. Daniel numbers has not really been taking any damage. He's been getting tank on from what I could see for pretty much every single hit, and Coin has just been getting punished and punished. A 27 staff bash coming in for Caustic. Coin really can't do much against that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to take one of those, but to be on the other side of that is very depressing.
Yeah, unfortunate for Coin. Only the first round, so could potentially come back
a lot in that Majors book as well, from the looks of things. And those bolts he's got are really popping off.
See if he catches a freeze here. No, he just wants to bolt that robes, and it paid off. Another 35 bolt there. Let's see if he goes for that freeze. He catches it. I think Coin's out here.
Coin is just completely getting destroyed by those bolts that Caustic has right now. I mean, there's not really much counterplay to that, unfortunately. It does seem like Daniel might be out of food too. I'd be really surprised if Daniel. Yeah, I'd be surprised if Daniel's completely out of food. I'm not sure why he's just continuing with the blood blitzes as well, rather than barraging. Coin could have gotten a redemption there if he actually prayed it in the right time. Getting that redemption on the 5 barrage. Daniel's sitting extremely low HP right now. Taking that bolt on robes off prey could have been a deal breaker between the two. Yeah, who would you say? I mean,
well, when we joined, we joined the fight, and it was all Caustic from what we could see. But all we could see is that it's close right now. So that means at the start of the fight, it was all Coin.
Yeah,
so
Coin
maybe
getting another redemption there as well.
Yeah, maybe Caustic was just getting unlucky towards the start, and as we joined in, he was making up for it. But right now, they're both out of food, both trying to hit that heart praise. Daniel going for those blood blitzes. Let's see if it's worth it. I think he dies to that.
Is that over for Coin? No, Coin is sitting on about 1 HP right now. Any hit could matter here. He just needs to hit something to bring his opponent down. And he does get another redemption on the third redemption for Coin right now. Damage sitting on... Not damage, sorry. Daniel sitting on 1 HP right now.
And he goes through... Okay, respect. All right, go on, Daniel.
Is that a 34 bolt through prey?
That is a 34 bolt, yeah. That's for all his HP, because I'm pretty sure a heart prey brings you up to around 32, 33 HP, and he just died straight up after it. He activated his heart prey 3 or 4 times, though. Obviously, it was his own mistake, because if you just try and barrage at 9 HP or below, as long as you splash, you don't activate the heart prey. But if you hit anything else as a 0, it activates it. So it's probably his own fault there. If he just stayed a little bit more composed,
looking at
the barrage, he would have won a lot easier.
Looking at that instant replay as well, I'm not sure if you noticed, but Coin actually barraged Daniel when he was 1 HP, and he barraged him on Varroc's skirt with a Mystic top on. So he had no mage defense there, and he still splashed. And unfortunately for him, he did actually lose that.
Apparently, Caustic is from Colombia, so he's on some high ping. So, respect to him.
4 redemptions there from Coin. I don't know about you guys, but if I was him, I'd be fuming to lose that one after getting so lucky and my opponent being on 1 hit point at the end there. But good to see Caustic, even though he got a bit unlucky with those 4 redemptions in the end, managed to take it out.
Yeah, let's see if he can clean it up with a nice little 2-0. It seems like he was probably getting unlucky at the start of the fight, which we didn't end up seeing. So if he just shows us a performance like we saw for the second half of that fight, it should be pretty nice for them.
Yeah, I mean, Daniel's bolts were just popping off from what we saw. I was really surprised to see both of them out of food there. That is absolutely crazy. But I mean, we're going to have to see right now. Daniel only needing to win 1 extra fight, while Coin needs to do a reverse sweep here in order to win and win 2 fights in a row.
Yeah, we definitely came in a bit late there, but it looked like it was all Caustic towards the end of that fight. But as we saw, they were very close on food at the end, so maybe it was all Coin at the start.
Let's
Straight
see.
off the bat here, it looks like Daniel has caught the freeze running in with his robes on. Neither of them dealing any damage to each other though. Both is bolting a lot of zeros right now.
We'll say that Coin, more often than not, isn't always wearing the best defensive gear. Right, obviously for those hits he was, but I can see him sitting in his robes quite a bit. And even in the last fight, I noticed it quite a bit, where he was just getting hit on his robes, especially when they were both unfrozen. Right now, it doesn't seem to be the case. Coin seems to be really doing great at the start of this. And he's getting 2 free hits on Caustic, both 30s, up around 70 damage so far, because he really hasn't taken anything yet, apart from
Yeah,
that
and
38.
just like that, he gets bolted on robes for that 38 as well. Seems like Coin being up about 50 HP right now. Going in for that claw anti, not working out though.
36
Getting bolted
bolt.
at 36.
Let's see what they decide to do here. Daniel getting bolted on his robes again for a 40. He keeps going for that blood blitz. He went for that blood blitz in a K-top as well. Gets whipped at 19. He could have died to that whip, I'm pretty sure. I'm not too sure, but I think he could have died to that whip. Caustic seems to be choking the start of this fight really badly. Getting clawed again on 50 HP. Still going for the blood blitz. I don't know if that's the play, my dude. Right now, the play is he is getting really badly worked right now.
Yeah, I mean, for top switchers, obviously the blitz is closer to the inventory, but I'm not sure that's worth it still. I mean, he seems to not even be one-ticking them, so the barrage is just more worth. I don't know why he keeps blood blitzing.
So I actually got the track from the last fight. Coin was up 64 deserved damage, so he actually deserved to win that last fight, even despite it seemed like Caustic was controlling the whole of the fight. So maybe the start of it was just all in Coin's favor. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks that way, considering we did not expect them to be out of food both at the same time. It looked like...
Oh my god!
Oh, and Coin takes him out with a 70 claw right there.
Jesus.
The first KO that we've seen so far.
Wow. That's a 1-1 right there. Nice. Sick KO coming from Coin. That was a really nice claw spec. He ran off, he changed prayers, and he clawed him again. Really nice.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely puts, Coin in a little bit of favor here, considering he does seem to be a little bit more skilled than Caustic, if I'm being honest, and now he only needs to win 1 instead of 2 fights.
Absolutely insane there. The first KO we've seen this tournament. Daniel there definitely not out of food and just copping like a 70 claw to the dome to take him out. Now we're in a 1-1 situation.
Damn. It only took Coin 27 hits to win that fight on that claw spell.
I mean, that's definitely one of the faster fights we've seen.
Just to put that in perspective for the audience, the last fight before that went 88 hits. So 50 hits difference between that fight and the first fight.
Let's see, going in 1-1, Lit versus OT, with the Lit member being Caustic and the OT member being Coin. Both 2 DMM teams. Strictly DMM, I think, as well.
Yep. How much do you think that KO there is going to affect the next fight?
Oh, it's going to affect it. It's sort of a really bad mental thing when you get KO'd in an Outlast fight. I don't know how... If I'm going into my next fight, I feel pretty shit after that. Right
off the bat here, Daniel barraging with his K-top on as well, getting immediately frozen. Both of them just being right next to each other, frozen, going to be unfrozen on just about the same time. Trading zeros with each other right now. Only doing small increments of damage from what we've seen. Neither of them have gone below 99 right now, but it does seem that Daniel gets his first decent hit there with a 16
Still
with that
going for his
19
blood
blood barrage. Not blood barrage, blood blitz, sorry.
Yeah. He really loves the blood blitz, so maybe, fair enough, if it's all you can click, I should stop hating on it. Another bolt on robes on Coin, hits a 0. Coin then gets the bolt on robes, hits a 38, traded for a 32. Coin seems to be... I think we may have underestimated Coin watching that first round. He seems to be kind of dominating this fight again. Another 38
that 38 bolt as well.
Let's see, he eats up to full there. Doesn't really miss any hits. Maybe 1 there while he ate up. Let's see if he decides to go in for a spec soon, because I think he is unfrozen. Daniel pulling out his claws, maybe try to anti it, but he didn't come in for it. Let's see. Surely one of these guys drops a claw spec soon. Daniel gets bolted in his robes again for a 16.
Yeah, honestly, it looks like Daniel's getting bolted a lot on his robes. I mean, he has his tank on, but then flicks it at the like the wrong time. Yeah, and just gets bolted on robes repeatedly. Hasn't seemed to be that punishing for him though. Oh, and he switches
He could have
that.
just got KO'd again.
Yeah, switches that prey melee off right at the last tick, getting clawed off prey for only about a 50 there on 70.
Yeah, absolute domination so far for Coin. Getting loads of free hits, bolting him on his robes. Another claw spec coming in here, a 66. A complete
Massive
domination by
claw spec
Coin
right
so
there.
far for OT. Let's see if he goes in. Another freeze, 23. Probably going to bolt that robe again for 30.
Oh my god. And
Still in robes,
is he
he's going
going to
for the
get
claw
bolted on
spec.
robes? Ooh. So it looked like Coin was about to KO his opponent there with a bolt on robes, but he took the decision to eat rather than hit him back.
Yeah, seems like Caustic is just a little bit late on every switch. As I say, that Coin gets bolted full robes, gets hit a 0, trades it for a 33 barrage. Definitely RNG is on Coin's side, but he's also doing better. 100%.
Yeah, he's doing a lot better by the looks of things. Whipping his opponent on robes yet again, but he does take a bolt on robes, both of them hitting 0. Kind of trading that right there, but Coin just doing bits with the bolts and barrages right now. Bolting him
Another
on
bolt
robes
coming in
again.
robes. Absolute domination from Coin. Will it be interesting to see how he does against some other opponents coming up in this next bracket? Because I do think it's very certain he wins this. He'll be coming up against Dual Stake in the next fight, if he wins it. Daniel, maybe the 10th Blood Blitz I've seen out of him. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he keeps blood blitzing his opponent. I definitely wouldn't say that's worth it. Maybe he's just doing it because it's closer to, what's it called?
Yeah.
To his switches, but still, man, I wouldn't go for that, especially not when your opponent is unfrozen. Right now, Daniel seems to be out of food here, not eating, and just... I wouldn't say he's doing a lot right, honestly.
Yep. I think Daniel's out of food here. Staff bashing, full robes. I think a couple more hits out of Coin and should be winning this. 10 ball. Yeah, Daniel's definitely out of food. Coin seems to be chill. He's sitting in his robes. He's calm collected. He's probably got a full invent or something like it. Another freeze
Yet
coming
still
in.
going for those blood blitzes, not really doing him a lot. I've barely seen those hit anything. It seems like he's trying to get that extra
And
hit
he's
heal, and it's not working out for him. Gets taken out by that 32 bolt. Yeah, I think those blood blitzes were definitely a really bad move.
Yeah, not a fan of them. And hey, he's out the game. Congratulations, Coin moving through for OT, beating Caustic 2-1.
Coin coming in with that reverse sweep there, being down 1-0 and coming back with the 2 victories at the end there. You guys are talking a lot about the blood blitzes there from Daniel, and he seemed to be casting them very often. What's the positives and negatives of blood blitzing in Fire Sale compared to your barrage?
I mean, Blood Blitz heals like, what, 5 or 10% of the damage dealt, but it's just not worth it in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel it's very negligible in this scenario, especially when you're risking being in robes for it. If someone times it right, they're just going to bolt you on your robes, and immediately that blood blitz was never even worth it.
So we do have
Someone
the track.
said he's obviously brewed down. Sorry, someone said he's obviously brewed down when he blood blitzes, but judging by how many times he's blood blitzed right there during those fights, I would doubt that. Maybe for some of them, but definitely not all.
You could also bolt when he's brewed down too. On the tracker though, as Jake was saying, he was up. Coin was up 74 deserved damage, but did actual damage of plus 357. So yeah, he did get a bit lucky. Even with, yeah, but he was doing better. He did deserve to win, but he did get a little bit lucky there.
Wow. That tracker is insane, actually, on Daniel's side. Deserved to do, is it 357 more damage than he did? Am I reading that right?
He deserved to do 467. He only did 238. Yeah, so
Wow. So a bit of RNG there, but that's definitely not to take away from Coin's performance there. Absolute domination in those last 2 fights.
Yeah,
So
and I
the-
mean, he still has a chance at the losers bracket, right? So he's not out of the tournament just yet.
Yeah, that is correct. I'll just have a look at the losers bracket now and see who he's going to be facing. Yeah, so he's going to be coming up against Fanatics in the losers bracket. There is Daniel, and Coin is going to be moving on to take on Dual Stake in the winners bracket. But the next match we're going to be looking at is Immaculate versus Saeed. Who are we got in that next one, boys?
interesting. So Immaculate was fighting Addison, and it sort of seemed like he was outskilled versus Addison. I think people were expecting Addison to win. Addison got a little bit cocky, and it came back to bite him. As for Saeed, he just did beat Waterboss. Some extremely close fights that we maybe weren't expecting. He's also he's the runner-up in the last ever 1v1 tournament that Jax hosted. So he's probably the clear favorite going into here. I'd probably say he wins this too, as long as he can stay composed and sort of work on some of the things he was messing up on the water boss fight. Like he was constantly trying to anti-claw water boss when he ran in, and he was just missing hits like that.
Yeah,
if he works on that for this fight, he'll be fine.
Like that.
Yeah, if he works on that for this fight, I think he'll be fine versus Immaculate, because I think Addison should be Immaculate too.
And what's your thoughts on the next fight, West Ham?
I think Saeed definitely is, like Dida said, the favorite here. I would put my money on Saeed right now. If Saeed just can prevent himself from missing hits and he was trying to go for those claw specs a lot, and it kind of sent him back. So yeah. I think if he can fix up on that and learn from that, then he will definitely win this one. Straight off the bat here, Saeed going for a bolt and a whip. Both of them hitting 0. Saeed getting caught for the first time. Getting whipped on robes off prey for a 0. Neither of them doing a lot of damage right now. Saeed taking his first decent hit there with a 24 bolt.
Let's see if he tries to go for this freeze with a Dragon Square Shield like we've seen him do before. He might not go for it. Might try and get... Oh, he's going for it now. He gets on his full robes. Actually gets bolted on prey melee. Gets hit at 36. Maybe not worth it, but he did get the freeze. Let's see if he can make something out of it right now.
Yeah, I mean, that barrage hit at 26 as well, right? So it's only a 10 damage difference. I'd say that definitely played out well for Saeed, but it could have gone a lot worse.
Yeah, a 0 claw coming in from Saeed. Did get it on prayer. Tevin tried going for the anti-claw, but immediately switched back. Tevin coming in for a claw off prayer, hits a 0 too. Saeed going in for a claw off prayer, hits a 40, I think that was. So pretty decent from him, but he has no more claw spec. Tevin still has 1.
Yeah, looking at that bolt proc as well. Not a very big hit for being off prey, honestly. And Saeed chancing his opponent with that whip right there.
I think there's been a lot of people getting chanced by whips, and one day it's going to happen where someone's going to get whip KO'd. I got whip KO'd in All-Stars once. Shit happens, man. So you got to keep your HP up. Another free
Saeed
hit on
right
Saeed
now, losing a hit right there. Does look like Saeed is trying to go for the freeze. Unfortunately, not getting it, though. Both of them going for barrages right now. It does seem like they're both out of range for crossbows.
Yeah, I think so. Saeed also tossing in a cheeky blood blitz there. I think that might... Oh my god, they both did it. I think that's because they're both out of range and they're just trying to get some free HP there. They both
looks
know
like Tevin has realized he can range with long range on right now, and he goes for that straight away, catching Saeed off guard there with a 31 bolt.
Looks like this past little 30 seconds or so has really gone in Tevin's favor. He's gotten a lot of free damage on Saeed. Saeed running around in full robes, gets bolted to 0. Splashes the freeze on Tevin. Tevin bolts Saeed back again for another 0. Both unfrozen here. Saeed gets frozen. Is Tevin going to start DDing him? He probably is. Yep, he goes for the DD. Let's see if he can get some free hits. 42 whip.
42 whip right there. Definitely looks like Tevin might be on the upside in terms of food right now.
Yeah,
Saeed being up a little
that
bit.
was really smart. He runs all the way out and all the way back in for a claw off prayer. I think that could have killed Saeed. I'm not sure if it was... I think that was off prayer.
It definitely was off prayer. It seems like it was KO'able HP, but like we said before, like you have no idea.
He could have eaten it. 100%.
Yeah.
But definitely seems to be in favor of Immaculate so far. I think he's up a decent bit of food on Saeed right now. Once again, the underdog proving that he is a force to be reckoned with. 24 bolt though, so he gets a free hit into a 25.
Saeed getting it back right now, doing about 78 damage right there on those free hits. Getting that barrage while he's brewed down as well for a 14, getting a refreeze.
Oh,
another 33 for Saeed
He's really
as well.
snowballing now.
Yeah, really keeping up with that momentum. It might be, that momentum might be over right there though with that 33 bolt that Tevin has just pulled.
Bolted on robes for a 0. Saeed gets instant frozen. Now Tevin should be unfrozen in a second here and he'll be able to get the DD advantage. Let's see if he goes for it. He might have got refrozen there. Oh no, he's unfrozen. Let's see what happens. Goes for that bolt on robes. It's 0. Saeed cashes the freeze back, so there's going to be no DDing. Saeed fakies the claw pretty nice. For a 32 bolt. Into the claw spec. And Saeed
and he actually KOs him.
Claw. He KOs him with a 70 claw. Drops the good fight. The guy drops the
Oh my god.
Saeed played that really, really nice. Really, really nice. Let's go, Saeed. 1-0 up versus Immaculate. I think Saeed was definitely down food. But
yeah,
I
mean, he might have been just about even from the little comeback that we saw, but that KO was very beautiful from Saeed right there.
If you can pull out a KO, you can pull out a KO. Very, very nice. And it happened, you know. We've been talking about getting chanced, and he got chanced and he died.
That's the second KO we've seen in the last 2 matches after not seeing one all day. Saeed getting up there against Immaculate. And it seems like he was a little bit down on food there. potentially looking to lose that match and then pulls out that claw spec for the victory. We do
Let's
have
see though.
PvP tracker.
Let's see what it's saying. Damn. So Tevin was actually up like 2 deserved damage, but he was down in the actual fight 150 damage. So apparently he was getting extremely unlucky during that. And I guess 70 of that damage did come from that claw at the end. So maybe he was only down like 80 deserved damage in total. But still, it seems to be going in his favor. And Saeed just got a little bit luckier with his claw specs.
And just like that, that can turn a match around in an instant. One claw spec like that, giving you the victory when you're potentially down on food and potentially losing. But as we saw from the tracker there, it looked as though Saeed was, in fact, up on food. But definitely a KO there. We can say from the tracker that Immaculate still had food in his inventory when he was KO'd there.
Yeah, I mean, going into the second fight here, Saeed only needs to win one more fight. Immaculate needing to do a reverse sweep on him right now, needing 2 wins in a row. And by the looks of things, I mean, the last fight was fairly even between the two. So if RNG, I mean, if they do the same as they did last fight, it looks like RNG will definitely decide.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Saeed, he just gets bolted. Oh my god, he could have got clawed right there. I don't know why Tevin didn't click it. I think he might have ran away at that last tick. Saeed gets bolted
taking
at 40.
a lot of big bolts right now, only getting that 12 opal bolt proc as well on his prayer.
Goes in for tries to go in for the claw, gets frozen out. Saeed taking a bunch of damage right now. Doesn't have that staff on for that mage defense. Bolts Tevin back, sort of like half robes right there. Saeed getting opal. We've seen so many opal bolt specs.
Yeah, it definitely looks like we've seen more opal bolt procs here than what we have seen in the EU one. Saeed getting a decent claw right there though, hitting a 60 off his prayer into the 12 whip right there.
Claw going in. Saeed managed to get out of distance and get that prey melee on before it managed to hit him. Really smart by him. Running away on those claw specs can really make or break some of those fights. Gets a bolt on robes there on Tevin, hits a 0 and gets frozen back. It does seem like Saeed is getting a little bit unluckier this fight, but last fight seemed to be completely even in terms of RNG.
Yeah, right now it definitely looks like Saeed is doing a little bit worse than Tevin. Catching Tevin barraging him right there on his Varrock skirt with Mystic top on, and Tevin bolt chancing his opponent right there, getting a 30 claw through the prayer. Saeed still on the defense by the looks of things, really needs to catch a freeze right now to pull it back.
Yeah. Saeed still just sitting in his robes right here. Gets bolted in full robes on prey mage, only for a 0, so you take those. Can he catch his freeze there? Goes in for a bolt himself, hits another 0. Gets his tank on there. Neither of them really catching a freeze. Saeed just went for it in a K-top, not going to catch that freeze. Flicks on his smite. Might be honestly panicking a little bit here. I'm not too sure. Things aren't going his way. He did just get that 30 freeze though, so maybe he can snowball a little bit of momentum here. Going for that DD, eating. I don't know how much food he really has left on this DD, so really depends how much he has. He goes up to full HP, to be fair. Bolts a 33. Bolts another 0. He's getting free hits on Tevin right now. Tevin's not hitting back. He tries to go for that freeze in full robes. Gets bolted on his robes for a 0. Cashes that freeze back in a Dragon Square Shield. Saeed's still probably down on this. That probably wasn't enough
momentum
looks like
to bring him back. Saeed is down a little bit right now. He really needs to come back, honestly. Both of them kind of just trading mage hits right now. Saeed getting another claw off prey. Those claws might be bringing them back.
Yeah, 40 claw right there. He gets some free bolts while that guy has a tent whip expecting him to come in. He runs off. I see that a lot, actually, when people are trying to predict what the guy's going to do. If they're DDing him, they just spam click with the tent whip. And Saeed just runs so far off that he just gets 1, maybe 2 free hits just from bolting him while he sits out with his tent.
Tevin also sitting fairly low HP, but eating straight back up to full right there. Saeed seems to be pulling back a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's definitely just came back a lot. I'd say Saeed's in a more favorable position at this point now. I think he's done around 100 damage without taking any. So you absolutely take those. If he can catch this refreeze and do it all again, then he could really be in a good position. Claw there, off prayer, only for a 28. Could have killed Tevin.
Yeah,
Saeed in a really good position to win this fight. Yeah, I think Tevin might be out here. He could be. Oh no, he's eating on that DD. I hope he is.
Yeah, definitely looks like he's eating up right now, but it seemed like he was out of food, but he's straight back up to full. He definitely took a risk he shouldn't have.
Claw coming in? Nope, he decided not to use it. Saeed predicts that whip, whips him back. Gets that freeze again. Oh, things are going Saeed's way right now. I think Tevin could be out here. and that will make it 1, or it will make it 2-0 for Saeed if he wins this. Probably going to step out diagonally and bolt that. Yep. All going Saeed's way right now. I think he was down a lot at the start of that, but a 31 barrage, if he just barrages this, he should win it if Tevin's out of food. And Saeed has won 2-0 versus Tevin.
Dropping the absurd as he goes
I don't think
down.
he's,
as well.
I think he's too happy with that, but...
Yeah, I mean, that does mean that I do believe this is a loser's bracket fight, so that means Immaculate is out of the tournament completely, if I'm not wrong.
That was not a loser bracket fight. That was.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, sorry, my bad.
Immaculate will be going into the losers bracket to face up against Astro Boy. So it does have another chance to come back in the tournament, but a 2-0 from Syed there, really showing why he made it so far in the last 1v1 tournament, coming second in that one, and showing that he's here to put on a display and potentially back that up with a win in this one.
Yeah, 100%. I think the next fight we're looking at, if I'm not mistaken, is Dual Stake versus Coin.
That is correct. We'll be taking a look at that one. The winner of that will go on to face Saeed tomorrow. Just having a look at the losers bracket there. We're going to have Addison versus Water Boss and Fanatics versus Caustic. And the winner of the Fanatics Caustic will go on to face Grim. The winner of Addison and Water Boss will go on to face Tubby. But this next matchup here, Dual Stake versus Coin. What are you thinking for this one, here?
So from what I know, okay, so obviously Coin had a very impressive performance recently versus Caustic. He was doing really well, got a nice KO there. But from what I can see and from what I can tell is that his opponent, Dual Stake, has left a lot of good people in his tracks, like a lot of really, really good people. So I'm going to say that this should go in Dual Stake's favor. There shouldn't be any reason for him not to win. I think the people he's beaten have been DBU, Houdini, and Feasted, if I'm not mistaken. If I could, I think that's correct, which is a lot of good high-level Brits. So we're gonna see how this goes.
So just having a look at the PvP tracker from that last fight, I believe it was Tevin dropping the absurd as he went down there. But taking a look at the tracker, Saeed deserving to do 651 damage, which is 112 more than Tevin. So definitely a deserved win there, and even getting 10 more hits. So very nice performance from Saeed there, but we're jumping into the next match. Dual Stake up against Coin.
So look at this, Script Kid LOL or Coin Stake. This is why I think this guy is really good. He's beaten a bunch of people who are top level competitors, and he's on an account with a Rune Kite Shield because the quest doesn't have Legends quest done. He's using a Rune Kite Shield, and he's beaten DBU, he's beaten Houdini, and these are very top level Brids. So for this guy to be walking in here with a Rune Kite Shield, that cocky, not even getting on an account with a Dragon Square Shield, he has to be really, really good. So I think there's no reason he shouldn't win this fight.
He is taking the mickey, that is for sure.
Yeah, I mean, just coming in with such decreased odds, I wonder if he even has an Avernic Defender. He just gets bolted to 43, to be fair. I'm interested to see if he has an Avernic.
Yeah, we'll certainly find out soon, but that 43 bolt showing there, that maybe he needed that extra defense from that Dragon Square Shield, but
yeah,
he's got the DD advantage here, running out pretty far there. Could have been caught on the barrage, but 35 barrage into a fakey claw. And he
really hasn't used any melee so far. The guy has just been praying melee. Coin has only been praying melee, so Script Kid hasn't even touched him once with melee. He's just been bolting him, running off screen, faking the claws, and just keeps doing that. And the first claw spec coming in, I think you might have predicted a prayer switch there. Didn't end up happening. But he once again runs off screen. He's running off screen again just so... Okay, now they're frozen right next to each other. I'm interested to see if Script Kid uses any melee here at all, because Coin is already praying melee. And Script Kid hasn't even hit him back yet.
Did he just catch a barrage in his full tank gear? I think he did.
I think he might have. And he also just hit a 31 staff bash on Script Kid. Script Kid still hasn't even used his tent from what I can see. There, the first tent whip comes in, and he runs off screen right away.
I believe that was an Avernic Defender as well. So
all right, respect. He's rich. He just can't quest.
Just doesn't want to put some respect. Yeah, I can respect.
We can put some respect on it.
48 bolt coming in.
Oh my god! Yo, Script Kid is getting smoked right now by Coin. Coin is absolutely putting up a fight as probably the underdog going into this. Script Kid has left some very good opponents in his track and seems to be kind of even right now.
A lot of momentum here for Coin after that huge bolt into that claw spec, but he's going to have to eat up now and give up that momentum he had. and Script can come in and reclaim some of that momentum with the DD here. Faking with the staff, coming in with the bolts as he steps out, trying to catch him off prayer. And we see Coin is just constantly praying melee. There still
Script
is
had definitely taken notice of that. Has barely been meleeing him this fight, apart from a couple claw specs and a couple tents to throw him off. Script had very, very much composed, switching between to his robes and his tank while being DD'd. To do that, you kind of need to have a good idea of all the timings on attacks so that you never get hit in your robes. So he's a very smart guy there. Goes in for another freeze, instantly back to his tank. Into that claw off prayer, only hitting a 29. That was a really nice claw. And once again, as soon as he uses that melee, you see him run all the way off screen just in case Coin tries to anti him. He never gets meleeed again.
Doesn't want to stay within that melee distance because once he gets his claw off, it's very easy for his opponent to get a claw off as well while he's in there, maybe catching him off guard. But 29 claw spec, probably not what he was looking for off prayer and on robes there. But now Coin with the DD advantage, but not really taking advantage of it, sort of running away rather than standing underneath.
I will say this fight has been a lot closer than I expected. I did kind of expect a stomping by Dealstake just because of the people he's beaten, but Coin is actually putting up a really good fight so far. Seems like Script Kid or Dealstake's movement and just the way he doesn't use melee because he doesn't think it's worth it. It seems very smart and calculated, but Coin himself is still making sure he's not really missing hits and still doing the best he can to stay in this fight. And honestly, I think at this point he might be up a little bit of food.
Yep. Well, we do see him praying melee a lot of the time. Anytime that Script is near Coin is praying melee. I believe there is still one claw
right
spec
then. Yeah.
As well. And here we go. The melee prayer comes straight back on as soon as DD comes in. And Script easily capitalizing on that, just constantly bolting.
That might be the third or fourth time he's used his tent whip this whole fight, I think. He's really avoiding it because this guy is only praying melee. Another ball off prayer there. He predicts that claw spec as well. Script Kid doing a really good job here, but just doesn't seem to be going his way.
Yeah, even through prayer there, still getting like 30 to 40 damage with that claw spec does Coin. So he'll be pretty happy with the amount of damage he did through tank and through prayer. Definitely not happy on the side of Script, but they're now frozen apart from each other. It's going to be a range mage battle until they come in. Is Script out of food here? He is.
I think he might be. The favorite, he's got incredibly... I mean, I can't say until I've seen the tracker, but the man with the rune kite shield is losing this fight by a full health bar, it seems, because Coin has full HP. He's keeping that prey melee on. He doesn't care. That's all he needs to win this fight. Activates his heart prey, hits a 32. Let's see. Oh, he didn't get that on. He could have flicked that on in time, and he's just going to get barraged out from now on. Coin knows that. Oh, Coin shouldn't have tented that. Should not have whipped that. He should just barrage him out.
Should have procced his redemption there, that whip.
He got it on a tick late, and there he goes. Script Kid losing. Very, very surprising. I think he was definitely the favorite going into that. So let's see what happens.
Very interesting fight there. From mine, it seemed like Script should have done a lot more damage than he did, catching Coin off prayer a lot. Basically,
I think he should have as well.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see the tracker. It is coming in now. Yeah, Coin only getting 30% of his prayers correct versus Script's 52. But the deserved damage there was 555 for Coin and 617 for Script. But Script deserving 617 damage and only doing 338.
So about half of what he deserved ain't too hot, unfortunately, for Script Kid. But he's going into the second round.
Yep. But that being said, Coin did deserve to do 555 damage there and did 610. So not too crazy RNG on the offensive for Coin there, but definitely on the defensive, getting some crazy RNG. And that could have changed the fight completely. It was obviously close in the damage, but having that extra hit in there, getting more momentum can change the fight up so heavily.
And we're into the second round right now, obviously with the 1-0 advantage to Coin. If he can close it out, he'll be advancing forward to the finals tomorrow. Script Kid, let's see if he can bring it back. Obviously, he probably did give us a little bit more of an impressive performance last fight. Just the RNG wasn't there for him. They're both in mage range right now, so they're literally just barraging each other back. And as soon as their freezes end, let's see how the movement goes. Script Kid, once again, not even going for that freeze, just going for those bolts.
Yeah, it was a nice little move from Script there, moving out of distance to drag his opponent towards him and then moving back in for the bolt, catching it off prayer. Now getting that DD going, and we can see, again, Coin just constantly praying melee.
He was expecting that claw spec, didn't even change it at all. And Script Kid, honestly, probably should have just saved that spec. But so
it
it seems to be going the same way.
We just
Script
saw
Kid down,
there
more
the
down.
Mystic Top Veric plate skirt barrage, and it caught. So there we go.
Classic. The classic. Script Kid down a lot of damage again in this fight. It seems to be sort of going the same way as the last fight, where he's just not getting the hits that he needs. As I say that, he goes in for a 58 claw off prayer. Coin once again just praying melee. I don't think we'll see many whips come back out of Script Kid for a while now. We'll have to see.
Yeah, absolutely.
As I say that, whips.
Yeah, we might see Coin Pray Melee a little less now that both of the claw specs are out from Script. That a 39 bolt?
Yeah, Script's kind of getting some of the RNG he deserves right now. For that bolt where he just bolted a 39, he put his Mage Book on and his Mystic Bottoms on, so he had the best offense possible. So fair enough for him. If you're going to make those kind of decisions, which a lot of people wouldn't risk, then you deserve to hit a little higher. And so far, it's working out for him. I think Script Kid has now probably got that advantage back in this fight, following the momentum he got off that 59 claw.
Definitely. A very close fight still, maybe a little bit in Script's favor, and he does have the DD advantage here. Here comes a
claw coming in off prayer.
Off prayer for all zeros. He's not going to be happy with that, and he's refrozen again. Script straight back on the DD. It looks as though he's really on the offensive here, Script, and he's in the driver's seat with this fight.
100%. Coin still flicking that prayer melee on every couple of hits, and Script just not falling for it, not using that tent whip unless he thinks he's going to get him off prayer. There's a lot more barrages coming from Script than I've seen a lot of the players do. I think it's just because he's so comfortable, even when he's getting DD, to go for that freeze, which is fair enough to him.
Yeah, absolutely. And Script, once again, with that DD, it's not looking like Coin's getting many DDs here. And even when he gets a freeze, it doesn't look like he's trying to take advantage of it. Maybe not as well versed in the DD breeding as Script here. And I think it's going to come back to bite him.
Yeah. 18 staff bash coming in there for Script Kids. RNG really going his way right now. He's definitely up a decent amount of food. He hasn't eaten in a while, whereas Coin just got refrozen and he's still eating. He's gonna lose a bunch of hits here. Okay, it was only one, but when you're eating and you're just still getting DPS, you're gonna lose a couple hits if you don't eat properly. Script Kid brewing up as he keeps fighting. He's definitely in the lead right now.
I won't be surprised to see the tracker afterwards if it says Script is up to 10 to 15 hits on Coin here. Especially while he's eating. Off prayer. Oh, damn. The RNG for Script here has not been great, and he is still putting on a really good performance. So I think if he was to get the RNG he deserves it. It might have been a stomp in his direction, but RNG not in his favor today. It looks as though they're frozen next to each other diagonally, so I see a range mage battle for a bit as he comes in for the whip as he gets unfrozen. Off prayer again.
That's one of the only times. Oh, he just got clawed off prayer, actually, only getting hit at 24. Like I said, you only see this guy really using a tent a couple times per fight, as because he sees his opponent is really prone to praying melee, like he just did there on that tent whip. So he's going for a lot more freezes than I've seen anyone else really go for. And if you get the right barrage RNG, it's definitely worth it, because in this gear with the Mage's Book, barraging a Dragon Square Shield and a Varrock Skirt, you should be able to catch that more often than not.
Yep. Mage normally being the weaker of the combat triangle, but looks as though Coin is actually out of food here. Is Script out of food as well?
No, I don't think so. He did put on a heart prayer, but that could have been a misclick because he is eating up all the way.
Yeah, it looks as though Coin's at about 1 hit point here, completely out of food. He gets the heart prayer off though. Potentially going to make a comeback with these heart prayers. I think it was Coin in the last round that hit a few heart prayers as well, and he's hit the second one.
He did. He's doing it. A third one. Coin's good at these heart prays. I cannot cap right now, but Script Kid still just barraging. He's still just barraging that heart prayer and hoping he doesn't proc another one. As long as he hits like a 12 or a 13, whatever that HP is, he should be fine. That's what it is.
And with that heart prayer, if you're ranging and you hit a 0, it will proc the heart prayer. But if you're barraging and you splash, it won't proc it. So players normally opting to go for the barrage towards the end of the fight against their opponent's heart prayer. And there it is. Script is going to take
1-1
out. It's a 1-1. We're going to a third match. Did a bit.
I think Script Kid, he got a little bit unlucky the first fight. That fight, definitely a little bit more of an accurate display. And going into this third round, unless Coin pulls something out, it's probably going to be a 2-1 for dual stake Script Kid lol moving into the next round.
Yep, definitely. I'm interested to see the tracker for that one. It looked as though dual stake was really in the driver's seat. Like I said, getting a bit unlucky on the RNG, but I think, like you said, if if he manages to get the right RNG in this one and stay in the driver's seat, it's going to be a swift 2-1 for him in the next fight.
The man with the rune kite shield, he's doing it big right now.
The rune kite shield coming in hot. Shows you don't need to do quests, mate. Why would you need to do quests?
For real. I actually I got Legends quest done just in time so that I can do the event on my main.
And ridiculous. We do have the PvP tracker for that last fight. Once again, Coin only getting 34% of his prayers correct versus Script's 54%, and much better in this fight for Script with a 647 deserved damage and doing 637 damage. So the RNG coming back around for Script there, and being in the driver's seat, getting the RNG and getting the win.
Okay, and we're into this third and final round, which will decide who carries on and who goes to the losers bracket. Both going for the freeze right off the bat. Script Kid waiting, sitting in his tank, and getting hit first before making his decision. Both frozen right now. Coin going for that freeze and a crossbow, maybe not the most calculated. While Script Kid is constantly just going back. Oh my god, he gets a 42 Opal Bolt right off the bat. That's a good start to the fight. Definitely gives him a little bit of momentum there. Let's see if he can follow up with that with anything, because he's about to be unfrozen.
Yeah, definitely a good start to the fight there with that 42 bolt. It's going to give him an extra 2 or 3 hits on his opponent as he eats up, because that 42 takes away half the opponent's hit points. So you definitely don't want to be sitting around 50 hit points when claws are available at the start, especially because they can hit up to a 73.
So once again, whenever the Script Kid has this DD at the start of the fight, he's never going to use his melee, because Coin is never going to change that prey melee. So all he does is he gets a couple free hits, runs off screen, gets a couple more free hits, and then he tries to come back in for that melee. And he just has to keep repeating that process, and eventually he will catch him off prayer with those claws, and it's going to do some amount of damage, and it wastes all those hits he did just camping prey melee.
Yep, exactly. And
there it is, he calls him off prayer. But
getting
for 0, unfortunately.
You're eventually going to change your prayer over to prey range, and it seems as though Script is ready for that exact moment and manages to get the claw spec off prayer there. And still using the claws to fake out his opponent's a prey melee.
Really unlucky with those claw specs there from Script Kid, but he's used both now. He predicts Coin's claw spec and eats at the same tick while keeping up the blitzes. This guy has calculated everything that's coming towards him, and Coin just seems a little bit out of his depth right now. Another whip coming in. For all the prey meleeing he camps, he actually got that whip off prayer, and it's probably going to be the last whip you see from him for a little bit here as they're both frozen.
Yeah, both claw specs gone for both players now, so potentially we'll see Coin not using that prey melee as much when Script is hitting that DD, but yeah, frozen apart from each other, you're just going to see a mage range battle for the next 20 seconds, as that's how long the barrage is going to last.
Let's see if Script Kid should be able to secure this right now. Catches another freeze, probably going to go for this DD again. Oh, he gets frozen, so they're going to stand right next to each other. Coin is going to pray melee here while they're standing right next to each other. I sincerely doubt he'll pray anything else. Oh, maybe I lied. He's praying mage right now, and Script Kid hits him with a tent. That might be the only time we see it. Another tent on his robes into a 35 barrage. Everything Coin does, Script Kid is just doing the opposite of, and it's not going too well for Coin. Everything is just being calculated right now.
Yeah, the commentary might seem a bit one-sided right now, but Script is definitely inside Coin's head at the moment, and he just knows when he's going to be praying melee and punishes him for it. Hits him with 15 bolts in a row and then pulls out the whip when he's least expecting it.
A bit unfortunate for Coin, but he has to be a little bit more confident in his prayer switches instead of just tunnel vigiling and maybe praying melee because he's scared he's going to get KO'd.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say Script is probably a little bit up on food, even though it seems a bit one-sided. I'd say it's probably pretty close in terms of the supplies left at the moment. So
yeah, I mean, Coin's getting a little bit lucky. Yeah, Coin's maybe getting a little bit lucky. He's also, I mean, he keeps his tank on, which negates some amount of damage that he takes. He doesn't really get bolted in robes a whole lot, but he has gone whipped a couple times on robes here or there. It just seems the Dragon Square Shield might be making a significant difference in the defense between both of them, because that bolts are going in on this guy's Rune Kite. Another bolt going in.
Yeah, I'm not too sure exactly how much of a difference that Rune Kite versus the Dragon Square Shield does make, but based on just the fights we've seen between these two, I think it's going to make a pretty big difference over the course of this tournament.
Yep, and I wonder... Script Kid going in for a claw that hits a 38. He's getting bolted back every single time. He's getting damaged quite a bit. Goes in for a staff bash there. Bit of choking from him, maybe. He's running all the way to the other side. and quickly one takes another bolt on his full robes, only for an 11. Let's see if he can catch that freeze.
Player's trying to catch a freeze here. Maybe get the DD, get some momentum towards the end of the fight. I'm not sure. I thought Script might have been out of food there just for a second. He was sitting on about 40 hit points in his robes, just trying to catch a freeze. But on the DD now, and we see straight back into the bolts.
I think he's mostly just trying to keep up his momentum. He doesn't really want to be eating food unless he has to. And if he does want to eat, he wants to eat at a good time where it doesn't really affect him too much. Here he's getting DD'd. Probably going to try and whip that. Yep, he predicted it and actually whipped the guy off prayer while he got whipped on prayer. Again, predicts that, bolts him off prayer again, but he's still not getting much. Gets the freeze now. Let's see if Script Kid can get some more DPS now that he's got this DD.
Back on the DD now. It seems as though Coin gained a lot of momentum in his last DD, getting a few nice hits even on prayer and not getting hit too much off his prayer. But it looks as though Script might actually be out of food here. He's now selling 40 hit points. Coin potentially.
He is eating right now. I think that might have been his last eat though. Can he catch that freeze? Oh my god, he's actually might be out of food here.
I don't think he ate. I think that might have been a restore. That's a big ball.
And Coin actually beats Script Kid and beats him for the 2-1. While Coin may have gotten a little bit lucky there, it is what it is. He's through. He's just being dual stick with a 2-1. Unfortunately, the hits weren't there for Script Kid, and maybe the Rune Kite Shield wasn't enough for him. Once again, dual stick took out a lot of people on his way here. So for Coin to take him out is very, very impressive.
I was about to say, if Dual Stake won that one there, he's got a whole day before his next fight to go get a Dragon Square Shield. But now he's got plenty of time to go get one before his next fight. And he is heading down to the losers bracket. He is going to be taking on... I have no idea.
No clue. Zero clue.
Coin is going to be moving on to take on Saeed tomorrow in the round 3 match, taking that one down 2-1. Absolutely insane. Guys, just quickly, ! merch in the chat if you want to check out the Method merch. Method putting on some awesome tournaments for old school RuneScape. So if you want to show your support, ! merch in the chat. And also you can type ! community to sign up to become a member of the community team. And it offers all kinds of perks such as access to exclusive content, opportunities and giveaways, also helping provide aspiring and up-and-coming streamers to grow their channels through a number of different initiatives. Guys, that is going to lead us into our next break. It's going to be a short break before we jump into the next matches, and we'll be back very soon. It's going to be a 15-minute break. You're watching the US East Method Mayhem PvP circuit.
I know why I let you go. There's something strange between us. Oh, let me show you what you need to know. If you see me how I see you, it will show. I am waiting for a moment to tell you everything, but I didn't have the courage. I didn't do a thing. There was nobody around, nobody, just me and you. I know we have got the courage to do the things we do. Hey there, what's that sound? Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. We're not slowing down. Something is calling from underground. Hey, I didn't notice. Hey, I didn't notice. You seem to know something I don't. What's going on? Can you tell me what it is, please? I'm not that slow, like you think. Strange vibrations in the room, and I can feel it. I'm a hurricane. I'm bringing thunder and rain. I'm a hurricane. If you get in my way, I'm a hurricane. Always on top of my game. I'm a hurricane. Don't try to get in my way. Oh, you rolling punches, I'm catching scars. I'll brush you up just like the dust upon my shoulder. I have a hunch of who you are. Believe it or not, I got the strength to blow you over. I'm a hurricane. I'm bringing thunder and rain. I'm a hurricane. If you get in my way,
A row. We can't do any damage back on 40.
Oh, Saladin! Does Ethan have a claw spin? Oh my god!
No way! What? Oh, I'm so surprised. So it looks like they're both out of food, just like the last fight, really coming down to the wire right now. The whip, oh my, what a combo! Steps underneath, goes from Asia, expects 7-3, no!
The Boaty number! There it is! Good!
Welcome back, guys, to the Method Mayhem US East PvP circuit. Before the break, we saw Coin 2007 take down Jules Stake and move on to round 3. While we're on the break, actually, in the losers bracket, Jules Stake, who just lost, took down Miraja in a 2-0 to move into the losers round 3. And off-brand Tubby took down Water Boss to move into the losers round 3 as well. For the next matchup, we are going to be watching. We're moving on to see Aguero up against King Barnes. Did a bit as boy.
Yes. So I don't actually know anything about Aguero. Not too sure who it could be, but it could be some very, very good PK for all we know. Just, hiding himself, seeing how he goes up to. Barnes, however, he's in solid tag on the main game, and then he leads Tata on DMM. And his teammate Bilgetti won the EU region, so I hope he's trying to go for another win, back-to-back wins for solid tag. And Tata also won the last DMM, so they're on a little bit of streak here. So let's see if Barnes can come through with a 2-0 and see where he can get to.
Yep. You keep mentioning clans and the clans that the players are in here. Obviously, this is a single-player tournament, but obviously in the main game, these players are in their respective clans. How big of a difference does it make? Going back to the main game, PKing after competing in a tournament like this and losing for your clan?
Well, I mean, obviously it's not the best feeling to lose, but this is still only each regional thing. And as long as someone else from your team can make it through, as long as one person from your team wins, you all win, right? So they're all doing their best to do their best for their team. So even if Barnes doesn't make it out of this, there's still other members of Solid Tag and Tata who could try and do their best for him.
Yep. So you said you don't know too much about Aguero. How many people do you think there are that could take on King Barnes here? I know you think of him quite highly. So
I'd say probably around this. I don't know, in this region, in the East region, I'd say there's only maybe 2 people who could, 2 or 3 people who could take him on. But anyone from any region can join this, right? So there could be some people from NA West sneaking over to the East and playing in this bracket, in which case there could be a couple more. You never know.
There's only one way to find out, mate. There's only one way to find out. Just quickly looking at the bracket again, we aren't going to be able to watch the match between Clipper, RS, and Op Smoker, but Clipper has taken that one down 2-0 to move on to round 2. He'll verse the winner of Dizzy versus OA. But like I said, the first match we're going to be watching is Aguero versus King Barnes. Hopefully we're jumping into that one pretty soon. I just wanted to quickly touch on here. A lot of players DDing in this tournament, freezing, standing under their opponent. How big of a difference does that make in the fights compared to just standing next to your opponent and catching all the hits?
I think it increases the skill gap quite a bit, which in turn also reduces the amount of RNG in each fight. Obviously, catching the freezes for the DD is a bit RNG, but you're both going to get there's going to be points during each fight where you're unfrozen and they're not, and it just goes either way. When you're getting DD'd on, there's always a way to fight back. But we're going into it now. Barnes is T8 for Tata, and Aguero as Mr. Boom 50. And right off the bat, I could see that Mr. Boom 50 is not just some noob. He's a good Brit just off the bat with his movement and his styles. He did get bolted in robes right off the bat there for a 28 and gets another bolt into him for another 28. Barnes with some good bolts there, hits another 20 all off prayer on Mr. Boom so far. Barnes is up a decent, I'd say 50 damage right now. Let's see what he can make it into. Mr. Boom goes for the claws on Barnes on robes, hits a 50 on robes on Barnes. Let's see what Barnes decides to do. He gets hit another 20. Mr. Boom uses both his claw specs now. He's completely out of claw specs. Barnes took quite a bit of damage from that, but it wasn't like a whole lot, and he still has done some himself, and he has both his specs. So still quite close.
Claw there. Huge claw from
Mr. Boom up a little bit, probably.
Into a bolt and then another claw. And to be honest, you would think he would pick up a lot more momentum than that, but Barnes there eating up
another ball off prayer for 36.
Wow.
These bolts have been going really good for Barnes. He seems to be getting every single time off prayer. Let's see what Barnes decides to do here. I'm going to see if he wants to spec that, and he does go for a spec on that. Mr. Boom does protect it and gets hit a 0, so that claw really didn't do much there. Another claw. That one was off prayer, I think. Both for a 0. Really unlucky on Barnes' behalf right there.
Yep. Getting a total of 2 damage from both his claw specs compared to the around 80 damage from Aguero here. So not what you want to see, but now both players frozen across from each other. Nice little bolt off prayer from both players there, actually. 23 versus a 0 into the 25 there. And like you said, we can tell here, Aguero, definitely not some noob. He definitely knows what he's doing here. And you'd want to know what you're doing to make it this far.
Gets the staff bash for 20 on Barnes. A bit unlucky there. Barnes is keeping himself pretty composed. Got the DD right now and is making sure not to miss any hits while he's still eating up. Gets a 27 blitz there. Pretty nice. That's a free hit. 2 free hits now. Let's see if he can make that into 3. Gets a 44 whip on Robes. Not a free hit, but that's a lot of momentum for Barnes right now. Let's see if he can keep it up. He follows up with a bolt. Let's see what that hits. Only a 0. But Barnes is definitely up a decent amount of food right now versus Mr. Boom.
Yeah, unlucky on that bolt not to hit a little bit higher after that.
Barnes goes for another bolt on Robes. A 0. Barnes hasn't gotten frozen in a minute. He keeps running north here, so the guy is failing to click on him. He's just gotten frozen right there, and now they're both going to be maging each other. Because I think they're both out of range right now, unless Barnes put on a long range for that bolt on Robes, which if so is a smart decision.
Yep, and you'll see the players here try and stutter their hits and not hit at the same time so that they can both be in their tank gear when they take the hit, rather than being in their robes and copping a bolt potentially.
Barnes has just been chipping away at his HP. I think he's up a very good amount right now, coming back from those claws at the start. And he is keeping that distance really well. I expect he'll bolt that. Yeah, he does. Does that hit anything for him? Nah, a 0. And he's going to get DD'd on now.
I was going to say, I think it's actually a lot closer than you might think here. Those 2 claws at the start doing 80 or so damage. You're right. Barnes has been chipping it back, but I think they're pretty even in food at the moment.
We'll have to see. Barnes getting some hits on him right now. Mr. Boom 50, definitely a little bit more composed. He's full HP going for these freezes. Let's see if Barnes can catch it. Gets clawed again for a 40 on Robes, but he gets the freeze. Let's see if he can get back that deficit. Gets bolted at 22 in Robes. Runs out, only hits a 4. Bolts his Robes again for a 20. Okay, that's good DPS. Into the whip for a 5.
Wow, huge momentum shift there from Boom, but unfortunately not able to capitalize on it. Takes 3 or 4 free hits there during the DD when he really should have been the ones getting the free hits, and can't really capitalize on the momentum, but he does catch a freeze there to stop the claws from
35 barrage coming in from Barnes. That's like a max barrage. He's still maybe holding a little bit of a lead here, but you're right. This fight is definitely gotten a lot more closer as it's gone on. Another bolt coming in. Opal bolt. 28 Opal bolt for Barnes.
Barnes definitely getting a lot of good hits while they're frozen apart from each other here. Comes in with a claw, unfortunately catches it on the melee prayer. Boom. Very nice to predict the claw coming in there. Timing the end of the barrage very well. 41 bolt off prayer from Boom there. That might be close to a max without the spec.
Oh, but a 32 oh shit. A 26 coming in for Barnes. A 30 going in for Mr. Boom. Barnes needs to eat up here. I think he still has food.
Is he out of food?
Oh, he might be out. They were both out, and Barnes loses the first round versus Mr. Boom.
Wow. Barnes down in round 1. Do you think he was out of food there?
Yeah, he was. He tried to flick on the heart prayer. I think the 41 followed by a 26 into just, I don't know. There was a lot of hits right there at the end.
Yeah. Potentially both out of food there, but Boom here putting on a pretty nice display against what you said were Barnes being, one of the top 3 at least in this region. Potentially Boom putting himself up there.
Could also be one of those right there.
I'll be interested to see the tracker on that one. Have a look at the damage. If we can get it. Yeah.
Let me ask Barnes if I can get it.
Here we go. We've got the tracker coming in now. Looks as though Barnes hitting 67% of his prayers correctly, and Boom only hitting 50%. I don't think this tracker is right.
Yeah, apparently the tracker got split up in half during the fight, apparently. But from what we can see, Barnes is up a little bit of deserved damage throughout the fight, but ended up losing.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, obviously without the full tracker, we don't really know what was going on there, but seems as though Boom sort of had Barnes' number there for a bit.
A couple of those claws probably changed the direction of the fight. Barnes' claws only hitting zeros, while Boom's claws did over 100 damage in total.
Yeah, all of those claws combined over 100 damage. And I think Barnes' claws did about 30 damage combined. So if they were both out of food, those claws might have been the difference, but I suppose we'll never know.
Yeah. Let's see how this next round goes in.
Hopefully jumping into round number 2 here very shortly.
Yep, and we're in, once again, Mr. Boom 50 versus Barnes.
Getting very close to each other at the start here.
Yep, and that lets Barnes gets a whip on Robes right off the start, only for a 4, and gets barraged a 30 back. Let's see what he decides to do here. A bit of game lag, it seems. It gets another bolt on Robe for a 0. Really unfortunate.
Got to say, I respect the Gothic staff. The staff of balance here from Barnes.
You got to respect
Definitely the coolest staff.
Mr. Boom 50 doing a good job at keeping his distance, not really getting anti-ed too much by Barnes. Let's see if Barnes can go for this freeze. Gets hit a 33 bolt. Barnes only hits a 4, gets hit for a freeze for a 20 into a 17 whip. Hit's not going Barnes' way right now. And Mr. Boom 50 keeping composed, keeping full HP, and doing a lot of damage right now.
Yeah, definitely early in this fight. You can see the RNG coming through. When he does get those hits off prayer, they're big hits and really able to capitalize on those.
Barnes still really hasn't put out any damage on this guy. I think that might be the first bit of damage he's taken is that 25 barrage. Let's see if Barnes can follow it up with anything else or if the momentum's going to go right back to Mr. Boom 50. He gets a 27 bolt on Robes there, but does get frozen again. Can Barnes catch that refreeze? He can't. Doesn't look like it.
Can't catch the refreeze there. Takes a bolt off prayer. As we can see, Boom just stood underneath here, eating up a little bit, trying to get his composure back. Takes a 37 bolt off prayer. And hits a 46 on Barnes' Mystics. The Opal bolt
Barnes hits a 26 back. Let's see. Barnes still has a couple claw specs to use, whereas Mr. Boom 50 has just used one. So let's see if he can use that to his advantage and see if he can get any damage back there. 32 bolt coming in on Robes. He goes out of distance for that freeze. Hits a 0. I think Mr. Boom just caught the instant refreeze, which is really unfortunate for Barnes right here. He needs to get that tank on, get his HP up a little bit. If you can try and get a claw spec here off prayer, it would really help him out, but I don't know that he's going to be able to with the way Mr. Boom 50 is moving.
Yep.
Once again, bolted on Robes. Not looking too good so far.
Fortunate with the freezes here has been Barnes, and he's been getting DD'd a lot. Not really resulting in too many extra hits here for Boom, but he's certainly been able to capitalize on the damage when he has that momentum.
Yeah, unfortunate to see. He catches his freeze, and Barnes gets instant refrozen. Still hasn't been able to get a DD this whole fight. Mr. Boom 50 definitely up a comfortable amount of food right now.
Definitely up a lot, and it's looking that way that it's going to be a nice little 2-0 here. Unless Barnes can bring it back, maybe get himself a nice freeze and DD, a few free hits, and a nice big claw spec to bring it back for him. But at the moment, it's all Mr. Boom 50.
100%. They're once again going for the refreeze. Let's see who catches the first one. Once again, Barnes gets refrozen. Mr. Boom 50 both frozen there. I think Barnes just went for a long range bolt, hits a 0 on Robes. Hits a 6 to follow that up. Pretty unfortunate here.
I think they are actually in range distance here. Could
Yeah,
be
they can
wrong.
long range. They can long range each other.
Yep. Whoever catches this next freeze is going to be big for them. I feel like
once
Barnes
again, Mr. Boom 50 catches another freeze, so there's going to be
is.
no advantage here for Barnes. He gets another bolt on Robes, to be fair, for an 11. He is slowly chipping away back at that food. If he gets a nice spec, he could potentially another 36. I think this is probably going to be a 2-0 for Mr. Boom.
It kind of looks like he might be out of food here as well, unless he's just risking some low hit points. That claw spec
goes in for a 0.
That was on melee prayer on tank, but you hate to see all zeros regardless. 42 here, though.
Let's see if he can get a claw again. I think he has another claw spec. I'm not sure.
Should by this point in the fight have another claw, but Boom just taking advantage of that DD here, getting as much damage in as he can, eating up, getting his composure, full hit points again. Barnes just camping around 50 hit points, can't have too much food left, and it's looking pretty good for Mr. Boom 50.
He started heart praying. He's definitely out of food here. Let's see if he can proc a couple of heart prays, maybe get a comeback going. We'll have to see. He could get barrage for a whole stack. We have to see whether he can get a heart pray off or not. Because if he can, he might be able to get some momentum going. But if he can't, then it is a good fight. And it is a good fight.
There it is.
Mr. Boom 50 wins with a 2-0. Even Mr. Boom kind of knows the guy got unlucky.
Yeah,
he told himself. If you're gonna get told by your opponent that you're lucky, that it is a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, Barnes dropped the BS, was not happy with that one. Definitely got a bit unlucky on the freezes there. But Aguero, Mr. Boom 50, taking it out 2-0 against King Barnes.
And that means he will be moving down to the losers bracket, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. He is down in the losers bracket. He will then verse the loser of DDF3 versus Bremen, and the winner of that one will take on White Flag in the losers round 2. Hopefully we'll get that PvP tracker up soon, but the next match we're going to be looking at is that DDF3 versus Bremen 71.
Yeah. As for the next fight, Bremen 71 is also from Tata. He's a DMM member. He's a DMM player, and he also brids on 07 a little bit here and there. Doesn't really do it a whole lot, but I actually was practicing with him a couple days leading up to this. So hopefully you could do well. DDF3, however, no idea who it is, but a name like that, I think he's a professional PKer coming in. A little bit of a demon to have the name DDF3. So I think, honestly, without even knowing who DDF3 is, he's probably the favorite going in that fight. I know he did beat a guy called Latinus in the qualifiers, and I know Latinus is a pretty decent tribrid. So for him to have that win, he's definitely better than average. Bremen's good himself too, though. I've been doing a lot of practice with him, so he might show up, might surprise us, and might get us a win right here.
Only one way to find out, mate. Just quickly in the losers bracket, we've had Astro Boy versus Immaculate, and Astro Boy takes that one out 2-0. So he's going to be taking on Dual Stake in the losers round 3.
It's going to be an interesting one. Yeah, going to be nice to see.
What a performance there from Mr. Boom 50. I mean, he did get pretty lucky with some of the hits there, but you can't say he didn't capitalize on that luck.
Yeah, he definitely took advantage of the momentum and got a nice clean 2-0 win right there.
Yep. Unfortunately, guys, no tracker stats for that one. We haven't had it launched through, so we can't pass them on. But yeah, Mr. Boom 50 moving on in a 2-0. That one I wasn't expecting. I don't know many names from this, but I know Barnes, and that's a shock to me.
To be honest, no. Mr. Boom 50, put up a good display, and hopefully we get to find out who he is one day.
And now we know the name, Mr. Boom 50,
Yeah, for real.
And here we go, jumping into the fight.
DDF3 versus Bremen 71. I'm looking at DDF3 right away. I can already see this guy knows what he's doing. He's got the Mage's Book Mystic Bottom on for the Mage defense, and he bolts in it as well, and then instantly goes to his tank switch. So this guy definitely knows what he's doing. Bremen, probably a little bit of nerves out of him. He tries to go for that freeze off the bat, ends up hitting the staff bash, and it seems like DDF3's already got a couple free hits on him off this DD. 2 or 3 free hits coming in there. Gonna get Bremen on robes here if he doesn't change. Bremen changed in time.
To start the fight there for Bremen. So maybe a little bit of nerves to start off here, but that first fight, as West Ham was saying before, can be the one with a little bit of nerves, but once the players start to get a little bit more comfortable, they can go away and see some good performances.
Yeah, hopefully. Bremen doing a good part staying composed after that. He's sort of trying to catch that freeze, being kind of shitty freeze RNG for both of them, but now DDF3 catches it and is going to go in for another DD. While the hits haven't been particularly massive, he's been getting a lot of free hits on Bremen so far.
Yep. And those free hits definitely add up. Even though they might not hit the biggest numbers, if you're getting 10, 15 extra hits over your opponent, they are definitely going to add up over the course of the fight.
Yep, DDF3 running off screen and then running back in. Just keeping up the momentum. Really hasn't been any big hits, but I don't think Bremen has done a single bit of damage to DDF3 yet. All his bolts have hit zeros so far, which is incredibly unlucky.
That is absolutely insane for this point in the fight. Yeah, DDF3 just still on full health and looks as though he's in the driver's seat at the moment.
Yep, let's see. Bremen getting bolted in robes, takes it, goes for that whip on. Oh, he doesn't go for the whip. It was a fakie, it seems. Bremen still hasn't really caught a freeze. Seems a bit unfortunate for him. He's just trying to do his best to get any sort of damage on, but I still don't think DDF3 has taken any damage. I don't think he's.
It's got to be something to do with the Stafford balance, mate. They're just not working.
Yeah, for real. It hasn't been. It really has. It really has not been, has it? Let's see if Bremen can get a claw here. DDF3 goes for the claw, hits a 29. Bremen hits him with the claw back for a 52. Is there another one coming? Bremen hits a 25 bolt now into a 17 bolt. Bremen's got a little bit of momentum here into the claw for all zeros. Damn. That might be the end of his momentum.
Nice little claw war while they were stuck next to each other there. Unfortunately, DDF3 didn't hit too high off prayer and on ropes. But a nice little claw back for Bremen there. Maybe bringing him back into this fight a little bit after doing basically no damage for the first couple of minutes. Has he got himself a nice little freeze here, or is DDF3 just not moving? I think he might have a freeze and is just deciding not to step under.
Oh, DDF3 for another claw scratch. Maybe the 10th we got this one? Maybe the 10th we got this 20?
Oh, the claw scratches. Potentially his 10th whip is broken. We don't know.
Hey, if it happened before, it happened again. DDF3 getting a whip on robes there again. Bremen actually doing a lot of DPS right now. I think he just did 50 damage in 2 hits, 60 damage now with that 12 coming in. Bremen definitely putting up a good fight here. It's probably really close on supplies between these two.
Yeah, both players were camping relatively low hit points there, stood right next to each other. Surely at this point in the fight, the claw specs have regen. So kind of crazy to see both players sat around 50 hit points with claw specs available.
Let's see. I think DDF3 has the freeze advantage here. Bremen keeping his tank on. Misses a hit there, goes for the eat. DDF3 probably going to whip that again. Gets 2 free whips. Don't reward him at all. Bremen bolting back in his mage's book, not having the Dragon Square Shield on. Goes for that freeze in the Dragon Square Shield. Has his Prey Melee on. Fair play to him. Only got hit a 34 there. Bremen trying to go for that freeze. That might be damaging. He catches it. Bremen's actually, I think Bremen might be up right now. Not going to lie. Whether he deserves to be up or not, I don't know. But he might be.
Well, we'll have to see that tracker after the fight. But yeah, definitely could be up here. Certainly made a nice little comeback after the first 2 minutes of the fight. And he's capitalizing on the momentum he has at the moment. Looks as though both players are frozen apart from each other here. And here comes the unfreeze here from DDF3. It'll be interesting to see who gets the next DD. It looks as though Bremen's got him frozen here. Can run in. Is he going to decide to go in for the DD here?
I don't know. Maybe he's going to move around. I did, when I was practicing with him, I did tell him to focus on that movement a lot. And he goes in for a claw fakie there. Let's see if he goes in for a bolt right after. He does. It was a little bit slow. His opponent managed to predict it.
Like unfortunately, catching that one on the range prayer in the tank. It was very close to catching a bolt on Mystics off prayer as well. And now he takes a bolt on Mystics off prayer himself. A huge opal bolt coming through here for DDF3. And he's got a nice little advantage here with the DD. The DD for DD.
Zero claw off prayer. He's definitely chipped back a bit of that HP now. I'd say DDF3 has a little bit of HP advantage on Bremen, but it is definitely a fairly close fight. Bremen faking the claws. I don't even know if he has spec, to be honest. Ends up not taking that fakie anywhere because he goes in with a staff bash. Catches another freeze. Goes in for the whip. I'm actually liking this movement from Bremen right now. He's definitely doing a great job. Going for another bolt there. Hits a 0, going off screen. I still don't know what he's doing with those claws, whether he has spec or not.
I'm fairly certain he does have spec here with the claws by this point in the fight. And if I had to guess, I'd say both players are probably pretty close to out here with the supplies.
If Bremen has that spec and he can get it at a good time, it could be the game changer in this fight. He goes for a blood blitz, which we've been seeing a lot of throughout this day. It hits him with the staff bash and gets hit at 21. Not what you like to see. Pulls out the claws again, commits to the spec, only hits at 32. Maybe not the best decision there. Hits him with the bolt in ropes, to be fair, for a 21.
And he still has food. He is eating up here, and we haven't seen DDF3 eat up. So potentially a situation where DDF3 is
but a 42 coming through.
Here. That's a 42 whip on ropes.
Does look like Bremen's out right now. Can he get the bolts that he needs to win this fight? Gets bolted in ropes for the 38. Wow. Good fight. Bremen loses the first round to DDF3. Extremely close here. Let's see if we can get the tracker from them, but that was a very, very close fight.
Very close fight, as we saw at the start there. DDF3 absolutely dominating at the start, just due to the fact that Bremen, his bolts were hitting nothing. First 2 minutes of the fight, we don't think he did any damage at all, and still managed to claw it back there. So very close fight. Definitely interested to see the tracker on that one, but DDF3 going to be taking down the first fight here. Winner of this match is going to go on to face up against Mr. Boom 50 in the next round.
Okay,
You're muted, Casper.
All right.
So
sorry for that.
Bremen actually got a little bit luckier than we would have thought there, with DDF3 getting 20 more hits than him in total.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Did you say 23?
20.
Oh,
99 to 79
23 hits. That's insane.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, that's a massive difference. 23 hits. I'd say with that amount of free hits, it almost doesn't matter what you do in terms of prayers.
Yeah. See, Bremen there also getting 46% of his prayers correctly, whereas DDF3 got 58% of his prayers correctly. So he was due 791 damage and did 568. So even got unlucky on his RNG and still manages to take the victory.
Yep, fair play to him. And they're going to be going into their second round shortly. If Bremen can maybe stay a little bit more composed, get those claw specs at a little bit better time, and maybe just take advantage of his momentum, maybe he can bring it back. Otherwise, probably going to be a 2-0 here for DDF3, who a lot of people I expected to win just because of the nature of his name.
Yeah. No, you did say going into this, we don't really know who it is, but with a name like that, we were expecting the man to be a demon, and I think we'll definitely remember that name from now on.
Yep, going into the second fight right here, it seems like both of them are just unfrozen, trying to get a little bit of DPS right before they attempt to go for the freeze here. Both of them catching that freeze. Bremen hitting a 34 barrage, one away from the max hit right there. Seems like Bremen has the upside right now, but saying that, DDF3 getting another 34 bolt right there as well. Both of them are just forced
Bremen
to
actually got some
trade.
really great momentum off the start right now. All the hits seem to be going his way. DDF3 goes for that claw and hits a 0. What's Bremen going to do to reply to that? Bolt him back off prayer. I feel like DDF3 wants to claw spec him again, but instead went for the staff bash. So it is what it is. Can Bremen catch this refreeze?
That claw spec being very disappointing on as well. It didn't look like it was on ropes, but I think he had a mystic top on with his tank.
Yeah. Could have very well been rewarding, but unfortunately it wasn't. Can Bremen catch this refreeze, or is DDF3 going to control the fight again? Neither of them have the best freeze RNG, I will say that. There's a lot of unfrozen running around.
Right now, it doesn't really seem like they're that prone to just focusing on getting the refreeze. It seems like whenever one of them is, or when both are unfrozen, sorry, it seems like they're both kind of bolting a lot and whipping, hoping to get their opponent on robes off prey. Right now, though, DDF3 getting some massive hits through the prayer here as well.
Yeah, back to back 30s somewhat. A lot of damage coming in there into a 15. Bremen gets clawed another 0, trades the claw for a 16. Not really doing much for either of them there, but Bremen does have one more claw spec while DDF3 has 0. He has another claw spec. Is he going to commit to that?
Oh, no, it looks
I really
like
hope
he's
he doesn't.
Given up on it right there as well.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, DDF3 clawing his opponent both times off prey and still not even dealing more than what Bremen did on his on prey claw. Bremen, what looks like
just
chancing his
off-claw
opponent there.
Bremen could have very well done a lot of damage there. He could have eaten it, obviously, but that was a nice off-prey claw for Bremen. Probably wanted to reward him a little bit more, but it is what it is. DDF3 going for that refreeze. He is on half HP right now, so a couple bolts or a whip hit off prayer, and the momentum is going to be in Bremen's favor.
Yeah, right there, DDF3 taking a bolt on robes to attempt to cast a barrage. Not entirely sure if he did. I couldn't tell if I saw a splash animation. It's lagging a little bit right now on the technical side, so kind of hard to tell, but it seems like it is fine now. Bremen and DDF3 kind of just battling it out, still not really going for those freezes as much as...
Bremen might get a whip on robes there for a 42,
Ooh,
but gets bolted back up.
A 49 to a 35 whip.
What?
To another 32 whip. I mean, right there, it seemed like DDF3 was about to get snowballed, but he's just pounced straight back with some RNG right there.
Those opal bolts really go in, and definitely in favor of DDF3. Bremen trying his best right here, staying composed, staying in his tank, trying to get those bolts back so he doesn't really miss any hits. But when you get hit a couple 40s back to back to back, there's not really much you can do.
I mean, yeah, definitely not. With that type of hit and that type of momentum that he just got, I'm surprised Bremen didn't get KO'd there, honestly.
Yeah, he's still doing a good job getting some free hits, diagonal, step in for those bolts. Does get bolted on robes there. Into the claw spec off prey.
Third claw spec DD has gotten off prey, and he has not taken more, dealt more than 4 damage from all of those. Did you just notice that DDF3 seemed to be taking poison damage?
Maybe he didn't bring in a Sanfi. I don't think it's going to be the decider here, unfortunately. Bremen probably does not have a whole lot of food left in that inventory. He's just doing his best. Catches that freeze, maybe? Nah, but that was a nice freeze while he's getting DD'd to go for.
Yeah, Bremen flicking that redemption, not entirely sure if that was on purpose. Definitely not, as he's full HP here.
Yeah.
But
another staff bash out of him.
Very unlucky claw specs from DDF3, but overall his RNG seems to have been a bit better.
Yeah, I think he'll deserve to win that, and he probably got a little bit of lucky RNG, but it doesn't matter too much. Bremen still just trying to hold on here. I wonder how much anglers he has left in comparison to DDF3. And if he has any more spec, Bremen should regen spec in a little bit.
Yeah, DDF3 almost getting a whip on robes there. I think that small little sidestep he took made Bremen get the melee prey up, but not entirely sure on that one. Still, though, bolting a 32 through the prayer. Bremen being completely out of food right now.
Yeah,
and,
pretty dominant display by DDF3. Bremen going in for the last claw spec. I don't think he has any more spec, and Bremen is out. Good fights to him. He will be moving down to the losers bracket, however, so there is still a chance to see him again.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what Bremen was doing there at the end. I mean, I know he has to redemption, but he wasn't even attempting to flick his prayers and the redemption. He kind of just slapped the redemption on and hoped for the best.
That now means Bremen and Barnes will be fighting in the losers bracket as the first fight.
Correct.
Two Tata members up against each other.
Bremen versus Barnes in the losers bracket there, and DDF3 with a crazy dominant display just then. It seemed like there was absolutely no chance he was going to lose that fight, but he's going to be moving on to take on Mr. Boom 50. And just based on what we've seen, guys, what do you think we're going to see from that matchup? I think it's going to be pretty close.
I think I'd say Mr. Boom 50 might have a little bit of an edge in that fight. Once again, these are two people who we have no idea who they are, but they're both two very clear, good competitors. I think Mr. Boom 50 had a harder opponent, so just his performance in that probably makes him a little bit better suited for the next fight.
Okay. What about you, West Ham? What do you think we're going to see from Mr. Boom 50 versus DDF3?
I mean, honestly, I really don't have a clue. We haven't really heard of them before. Just basing on what we've seen in this tournament so far, it seems like they're both decent. I wouldn't exactly say that anyone's displayed like an insane set of skills, unfortunately. I think we are seeing two decent opponents go against each other here.
We've just received the tracker from that last fight. DDF3 with 70 hits and 73% of his prayers correct versus Bremen with 61 hits and 38% of his prayers correct.
Wow.
So, ooh, yeah, that is a massive difference in prayers right there.
Yeah, absolute domination. The next matchup we're going to be looking at is Dizzy versus OA. The winner of that one is going to be going on to face Clipper RS. Boys, what do we have to say about Dizzy versus OA?
Just like Grim versus Miraja, this is another Kanini versus Frontline matchup. OA being for Frontline and Dizzy being for Kanini. In terms of 20 performances, OA was Bodhi's opponent in the first ever 1v1 tourney way back when. So he's been competing in things like this for a while. Dizzy last tournament was fought Lambfish in the Otoblock tourney. He was a very good competitor from the NA East region, and he actually beat him. So this is another like heavyweight fight between Frontline and Kini in a form of a 1v1 battle. So I'm interested to see who's got it. I don't actually know enough about either of their current skill levels to decide a favorite in that one yet.
I'd say their skill level is kind of different. I'd say that OA, being a bit of a old head, he's been in the community for a very long time, very much an OG, if you would like to call it that. Versus Dizzy, who's kind of new and kind of first getting into RS like a couple years ago now. I'd say Dizzy definitely has the upper hand. If this was a couple years ago, I think OA would win. But right now, I think Dizzy has got the practice in. He's a lot better these days. And I think this is going to be a win for Dizzy, if I'm honest.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, boys. Just want to quickly touch on something you've said a few times throughout this tournament here, saying that people are running out of the distance of their opponents, so they might have to zoom out and zoom in.
Yeah.
What are you kind of talking about with that, and how does it affect the fights?
So a lot of people, not everyone, a lot of people when they're getting DD'd will, even throughout the fight, depending on how close you are to your opponent, you're going to be changing how zoomed in you are to the fights. So most of the times when you're getting DD'd, you're extremely zoomed in because you're not trying to miss any hits. You want to freeze your opponent if he steps out. So if your opponent's got the DD on you and let's say he DDs on you twice, gets 2 hits, and then he runs all the way to the other side of the map and gets a bolt on you and you can't see them, they're going to get a couple free hits on you. And if you're on your robes, it's going to be extremely detrimental.
Is that something that you play a lot with your matches, West Ham, or?
Yeah, I mean, for myself personally, when I've competed in tournaments, I like to stay kind of neutral zoom, but whenever people run really far away, it does kind of force you to zoom all the way out, which also puts you at a disadvantage because, I mean, your opponent's harder to click, they're smaller on the screen. So sometimes running away very far from your opponent can be an advantage if you know what you're doing.
Okay, and we're getting in 3-4 Poirier being Dizzy and OA, well, being OA. Let's see how this goes. OA gets the first freeze right off the bat. Let's see what kind of advantage and he can get himself here. Getting an Opal Bolt spec on Prayer right off the bat, 2 for a 16, followed up by a whip on Robes for only a 6. Dizzy getting the freeze back now as well.
Yeah, OA actually doing a really good job with the 1-ticks right now. He hasn't really 2-ticked anything so far. Seems like OA is on a slight lead right now, catching his opponent right there. Dizzy getting caught with his Mystic top on and tank, so rightfully so that he did get caught there. Trying to whip his opponent back. I think OA has gotten about 2 to 3 free hits right now to Dizzy's none. Dizzy catching him as well without the Mage's book on. I'm not sure if he was trying to claw him right there.
Definitely a bunch of damage coming in for OA right now. Dizzy has been hitting him back, but just not getting that RNG that he needs. And every time Dizzy has that DD advantage, OA freezes him right back so that he can never get DD'd on. Dizzy claws him off prayer there only for a 30. OA prays melee for the next one and gets a 30 blitz as he goes in for the DD. OA just going to safe up to full here and then start putting the DPS in right away. Gets a 58 claw on Dizzy. He's going to double claw it maybe? No, he doesn't. He does.
Oh, no,
he
does
in
go for the double right there
for another
as well.
24. I'd say OA is up maybe 100 to 150 damage right now, but it could come back to swing against him. He just got hit a 41.
Yeah, I mean, right now, OA definitely looks like he's up food. Those 2 claw specs really generating him a bit more. Dizzy looks like he's pulling it back, though. I'm not entirely sure what Dizzy got hit
though. He got hit a 42 as he hit OA maybe a 37. OA hits a 32, barrages him in his whip for a 0 into a 40. And all the momentum is going OA's way right now. Another whip on Rope
for Dizzy. It looks like he's lost all of that damage that he gained back on OA. OA just being extremely offensive right now, and he's really getting those hits that he needs. Staff bashing his opponent right there, though. Dizzy still not really hitting a lot with that whip, whipping his opponent on robes as well.
OA really seems to be favoring just Mage and Melee. I don't think he's used range that much, and he's really using Mage as well when he's getting DD'd on, so he can always catch the freeze back. Seems to be working out pretty well. Dizzy getting a little bit of momentum back right now, though. Got the DD on OA right now, just hit a 30. Gets that whip, unfortunately doesn't hit anything. I think it might have gone the tick before he switched, I'm not sure.
Either way, I mean, OA definitely looks like he's up food. He's doing a lot of barrages, like a lot more than what we've seen anyone else do in these tournaments. So, I mean, it's really working out for him right now. It might end up switching, though. OA not really bolting a whole lot. I think
he's barely used that crossbow, it's all been melee and mage from him. He is a hybrid. That is what he loves to do. So fair play to him. That's working out.
Yeah,
Catches
right
on-
now
he goes
both of
off
them being
screen.
on very far distance. Looks like they're within bolt range right here. OA stepping in, barraging again. I mean, those barrages are just doing bits for him right now. Dizzy taking his prayer off completely right there. Completely starstruck, not entirely sure what to do. Whipping away on robes for a 0. I mean, OA's barrages are popping off. I think if Dizzy has is going to have a chance at winning this, he really needs to focus on just mage and melee
I
right
have
now.
noticed he's been praying range quite a bit, whereas OA's maybe ranged him maybe twice, 3 times there this whole fight so far. For a fourth ball of 42.
Is that
and
and
my
Dizzy
God,
does go down.
1-0 for OA. OA drops a good fight. That was a pretty dominant display. Was not expecting that.
Yeah,
but OA would
definitely
go
not.
1-0.
It looks like the OG versus the new school type of fight right here. The OG has prevailed, and I mean, OA barely
Respect.
bolted at all. I think he bolted like 4
He just
times
used
during
mage
that
and melee
entire
and it
fight.
worked out. He doesn't believe in range. Fair enough to him. OA only needing 1 more to progress now. Jake, you're muted, by the way.
OA there pulling out the whip at the duel arena. You'd expect to see that, and managed to take down the victory there up against Mr. Dizzy.
Yeah, let's see if they bring it back on this next round.
Trying to see if we can get the PvP tracker for that one as well.
I really doubt OA uses the PvP tracker.
Old school, man. Yeah, be surprised if we see a PvP track from that one. But like you said, the old school taking it out there against the new school. Maybe a bit more experience going the way there of OA. Once again, the winner of this one is going to be facing up against Clipper in the next round, and the loser is going to be taking on Op Smoker in the losers bracket. Just based on that first fight there, guys, do you think this is going to be a nice little clean 2-0 for OA?
I mean, I'd say the RNG was definitely in his favor. While I think he was doing better. I don't think that can be denied. I think the RNG was also in his favor. So if the fight is a little bit more even, then we could see a different performance. But if it's more of the same, then fair enough to OA.
Yeah, at the same time, I do think Dizzy, if he can take away from that first fight, and unless OA changes up his playstyle a little bit, just doing that melee and barraging, I think Dizzy can kind of learn that from the first fight now, predict it a bit better unless OA changes his playstyle. So I do think if OA is to win this, he kind of has to change it up a little bit. Obviously, he's caught his opponent by surprise on the first one. I very much doubt that Dizzy's going to make that same mistake on the second one.
Do you think it's going to be a case of we see OA pulling out a bunch more bolts here, or do you think it's going to be something along the lines of old school player does something that works? It worked one time. It's not again.
I don't know. Fair. I mean, I don't know. We'll have to see how he reacts. I will say he still, while he is an old school PKer, he still does PK with frontline. Like to this day, he goes out and max. Like he does know what he's doing in this like new era of PKing. So I wouldn't count him out completely to switch it up and have a little bit of diversity in the style of play.
We're talking about this,
definitely.
but he's an old man.
Yeah. I mean, in RuneScape terms, he kind of is, right? I mean, he's been around for so long. Usually what you see is people that used to be very good at the game going against someone that's new, up and coming. The new school people usually be the old heads.
Yeah. The times have definitely changed since way back in the day. PKing has gone a lot harder. The skill gap, the skill ceiling has just gotten so much higher. It's definitely harder for the older players that don't really want to change their play style to continue doing well.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a few of like the kind of old school people compete. I remember in the EU bracket, we had Bad Boy 12, who's been around making PK videos since about 2004. So that is 17 years ago, and he is still going strong competing in these tournaments. I think he got taken out in the 3rd round. So
okay,
he
fair
still
play.
made
Respect.
he still made it somewhat far. He didn't lose straight away, but unfortunately did get taken down. EU bracket being one of the most stacked ones we have ever seen. But right now, Dizzy seems to be in the lead. Yeah, getting about 54 damage. Oh, and getting a 38 whip as well. Into the open bolt for only a 13 though.
We've got a fight on our hands. Oh, he answers back with the spec, hits a 46, and tries to go for that instant refreeze, doesn't get it. He pulls out his claws there, too. Hits a 35 staff bash on Dizzy. Dizzy's not going to be happy with that.
Yeah, I thought that wasn't Dizzy. That Dizzy hit that on away, but Dizzy getting staff bashed to 35, that is Very unlucky. Unless OA had his party on right there, that has to have been the max hit.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, he
Ooh,
walks
Dizzy
into
getting
a
a
64
really
claw
nice
from
claw
Dizzy,
right there, though.
and he follows it up with a 31 barrage. All the momentum's in Dizzy's favor right now. OA just eating, trying to stay alive, so he can come back and do a little bit more DPS back. But a bunch of free hits for Dizzy right there, and he gets a bolt on OA's robes. OA comes back for the claw and only hits a 21 on prayer. Dizzy claws him off prayer again, only hits a 21 though. Dizzy definitely up a bunch of food this fight though.
Yeah, I mean, right now it looks like Dizzy's up just about 100 to 150 damage. Unless OA really pulls it back here, he desperately needs some
34
RNG.
whip.
Whipping Dizzy right there on his robes off prey, so a very deserved hit on OA's side. Right now, it seems like Dizzy does have the DD advantage. Doesn't seem to be getting a whole lot of free hits, though.
41
OA
ball coming
bolting
back
a
from OA. He
41
is
as
chipping
well.
back the HP a little bit. I think there could be a comeback on the cards if he keeps this up. But right now, Dizzy is probably still holding a little bit of a lead over him.
Yeah, Dizzy having the free side advantage right now. Not really DDing him, though.
Oh, he's so low
He's
HP.
sitting
OA's
so
going to
low
trade.
HP
Yeah.
right now, yeah.
2 back-to-back Rogers from OA. I honestly think there'll be a third. Yeah, a blitz. Maybe into a whip here. Yep. He really doesn't use his crossbow at all. He really is doing the same thing. And it is working for him. It is working for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy to see that Mage and Melee really is working out for him so well when, in all honesty, I do believe Bolts is the most accurate thing in these fights. So to see him camp that much Mage and Melee and it working out is really surprising.
I'm not sure. I think barraging the Dragon Square Shield, I think that might be the best. Like Dragon Square Shield and Virax Skirt. With the Mage's book as well, I think that might be better. But obviously, you have to get your tank on every single time. And obviously, barrage RNG, the game kind of sucks. So you have to
Yeah,
see
I
where
mean,
it
right
goes.
now, Dizzy's bolts as well are really popping off. He's gotten about 50 to 60 damage right there. OA having a DD advantage right now. He's taking the time to heal up a little bit, make sure he's full HP before going back out. And in terms of free hits, though, we haven't really seen either of them get that many free hits.
They've been trading hits pretty much every single time. OA getting a 39 there. Yeah, Dizzy answering back with a 38. I think OA might be out here. He hits a 16 claw.
Yeah,
OA
I mean,
probably out.
This fight is really fast paced. We've seen a lot of damage being
Yeah.
dealt. Dizzy bolting OA on his ropes, though, on prayer.
OA's
still not really
barrages are
hitting
just
a lot.
so good. He just keeps one ticking every single one of those barrages, going right back into the tent. A couple bolts coming out of here, so he is adapting to this playstyle a little bit. Is he going to catch this freeze, or is he going to go for a bolt here?
OA getting
a
caught there
34
with his
barrage.
barrack skirt on and gets taken
And
out by
Dizzy
that
pulls it
19
back.
bolt before OA can even get a single redemption right there. I think Dizzy, really pulled back from that first fight and started to pray a lot more mage and mage as opposed to range, since OA is barely bolting at all yet again.
So Dizzy brings it back 1-1 for him and OA. Next one
Yeah,
wins.
just like we mentioned, OA there, going with the same strategy that worked for him in the first round, and this time his opponent adapting.
Yeah. Interesting
Yeah,
to
I
see.
mean, we've seen
he
it
was
happen
still doing
before.
the same thing. Sorry.
Yeah, we've seen it happen before, right? First fight, you go into it completely blind. Then on the second fight, you kind of learn a little bit about your opponent. You can strategize what you're going to do in the second fight a little bit better. So unless your opponent switches it up as well, I mean, you can definitely use that to your advantage. And OA not really changing his playstyle that much. I think he desperately needs a change to win this.
Yeah, it seems as though Dizzy was definitely in the driver's seat in that second fight there, and if things continue that way, I think he's definitely going to have OA's number and knows what he's up to and knows what to pray against it. Don't think we are going to be getting that PvP tracker, as we mentioned. OA, a very old school player, most likely not using the PvP tracker there, but a 1-1 here. A nice little close set.
Sometimes you don't want to look at the numbers on the tracker. You just want to look at the numbers on the screen. You know what I mean? Hopefully,
Hey, well,
hope they go your way.
At the end of the day, the track is not going to help you if you're lost anyway, is it?
Facts.
Going into this next fight, though, for the deciding round here, it is currently 1-1 between them both. So whoever wins this one does win, and the loser goes down to the loser's bracket. Right now, it seems like neither of them are doing that much damage. They're both kind of just capitalizing on the fact that none of them are frozen. Dizzy catching the first freeze, getting 41 damage there with that barrage and whip. So far, as we saw before, not really a lot of free hits here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dizzy just got 2 or 3 free hits on OA right there as OA tried to go for that claw. He's still, okay, he manages to catch that freeze back I'm interested to see if OA is just going to keep up this barraging whip method, or if we're going to see a couple bolts in here while he has this DD advantage. There's his first bolt. He really hasn't done any damage back to Dizzy yet so far, from what I can tell. Maybe 14 damage at the most. Goes in for another freeze there, hits a 24. I'm going to see a claw out of OA soon. I'm going to assume a 37
Ooh,
bolt.
Really nice bolt. They're pulling him right back into the fight. Seems like they're both just about even right now. OA bolting his opponent on robes there, trying to get that claw off, but still not getting it off. I think Dizzy knows that OA is desperate to dump that claw right now. Still getting those 3 hits in, getting a staff bash. Dizzy has disappeared off screen right now.
Doing the quick little invisibility glitch. OA just standing in the center here, trying to catch that freeze back. Still hasn't used any of his claw specs. For all we know, he could be using the claw specs right now, but they're just going to be bolting each other off screen really quickly right now. And I really wish we could know how much damage is being exchanged between the two of them.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing the bolts fly. Can't exactly tell whose bolts it is, but we have seen a bolt fly. Dizzy coming on screen there for a split second. Not entirely sure what's going on right now.
Here at the arena.
I think the render self update has really done bits.
They're DD'd on each other right in the corner here. I think OA has the freeze advantage here. Or he does. He just got it on Dizzy, actually. No idea how much damage took place in those little 10 seconds or so. Hopefully not too much. I wonder if OA used those claw specs or not. We'll have to see. Goes out, gets the diagonal step. That's the first free hit I've seen in a while. OA probably going to follow that up with another bolt there. Nice. Into a freeze, I'd imagine. Okay, he's keeping it up. He's got a lot of free hits
he is changing his playstyle now. He has given up on the mage melee meta, and he is bolting a lot more than what we've seen.
There's another bolt on robes for a 0. Claw that. Okay, maybe he's already used his claw. I don't know. Surely you claw that.
Yeah, I mean, right now we have no idea where the fight stands, honestly. OA getting a bit more damage here. We have no idea who won whenever they were off screen, though. Dizzy claw scratching him.
Oh my god. OA getting a lot of momentum here. A 35 barrage.
Yeah, I will say, OA's barrages are really clean. It's very rare for him to not to one-tick that barrage. Even one-ticking that 4-way barrage right there. I mean, he's just doing it really clean right now. And Dizzy, on the other hand, it doesn't seem like he's doing too hot, not really hitting a lot of damage. Both of them kind of just trading increments of damage.
OA bringing back out that 10 again, does a 35 into a 13. Probably going to go for a freeze here again. Let's see what he does. Dizzy potentially could be out of food here. He's under 50 HP, not really eating up anymore. Okay, there's his first eat, but he gets hit a 30. What's OA going to do? Hit a staff bash for a 28. Oh no, Dizzy. He gets a 13 freeze. OA's chasing him.
Yeah, it looks like they're both just running around right now. OA getting splashed on with a Varric skirt on there. Very lucky from him. Getting bolted a 26 and then bolting Dizzy a 0 on robes off prey. Right now, Dizzy really can't make these mistakes.
Another freeze
looks like
for
he
OA.
is very close to out of food here.
Yep. OA should be able to secure this 2-1 victory unless somehow Dizzy pulls it back. He does have a claw spec, maybe. They could potentially both have claw specs.
Yeah,
they've both been
barrages
pulling
with
them
the
out.
claw out as well. Not sure if that was intentional or not.
Have to see where this goes with either of them having spec. OA goes in for a spec off prayer. I actually surprised that wasn't a fakie, and I'm surprised Dizzy didn't pray it. Only hits a 1 though. Gets a 15 whip from OA. Can he catch that refreeze? He does. Dizzy looks like he's out of food here. Sub 50 HP, really not eating up. OA full HP, just barraging him out.
Oh, Dizzy getting a 36 whip there though. But like we said, I think Dizzy definitely needs a lot of RNG in order to pull this back right now. It seems like OA's definitely got the upper hand. Saying that though, OA really isn't hitting anything, bolting his opponent on
he hasn't
that
hit
only
anything
for
in
a
a while.
1.
Into a 0. OA, I mean, if he keeps this up and Dizzy gets a couple heart praise, could be in for a comeback series. But right now, if OA just keeps calm and keeps these DD advantages, he should be able to secure this win. As I say that, he misses a couple switches or hits there. Not sure what happened.
Yeah, OA missing his K-top switch right there, getting frozen, rightfully so, with his Varric skirt on. Still looks like Dizzy is out of food. He definitely has to be. He does need to get a decent bit of RNG to pull this back.
OA just safing all the way up. He doesn't want to risk
again.
anything. He's not liking the look of the past minute or so. He's going to full HP, and hopefully he can barrage Dizzy out here. If he can't, we'll see what happens. 5 barrage there. Dizzy trying to hit that claw.
Are we going to see a 4th claw spec here?
Potentially.
Ooh,
he gets frozen right next to him.
Maybe able to dump this claw spec, although I
think
will
OA
say...
is just going to camp pray melee. Yeah, he does.
Yeah. If
oh my
OA
god,
gets a
dude,
claw
Dizzy's
spec,
holding
I think
on.
he'll... Yeah,
Dizzy
I think if OA gets a claw spec, he might be able to knock out Dizzy, but Dizzy's holding on strong right now. really not taking any damage and dealing a lot of it back to OA.
No,
Pulling OA on Rose off prey right there as OA goes in defensive. He runs away as far as he can, trying to get away from Dizzy, but it is not working out right now. Dizzy's taking no damage, and as I say that,
and OA secures
down.
the 2-1 win. Honestly, Dizzy was coming back for a solid minute or two there, so potentially could have come for the comeback. But OA beating Dizzy 2-1. And that's a win for Frontline versus Kanini. Whereas earlier, Grim beat Miraja, which was a win for Kanini versus Frontline. So a little bit of a nice redemption there.
I do think OA is going against Clipper now. So that's going to be a Frontline versus Frontline fight.
Oh, yeah,
Unfortunately
true.
for them, one of them is going to have to take each other out. And we are going to have to see one Frontline member go down to the losers bracket at least there.
Yeah, that is correct. It's going to be OA versus Clipper in the next round. Really looked bad for OA at the end there. Just couldn't finish off. Manages to take it out 2-1. Just before we move on to the next match, guys, I saw someone in the chat saying they're a new streamer and looking to grow. This one's for you, mate. ! Community in the chat. You can join in on the Method community, and they have assets in there to help aspiring and upcoming streamers grow their channels through a bunch of different initiatives. And there's all sorts of things for people that don't stream as well, such as exclusive content, opportunities, and giveaways. And also ! Merch in the chat if you want to check out some of the Method merch, sweatshirts, and jumpers. Get into it, guys. But we are going to be moving on to the next round. We're going to be watching Aguero, Mr. Boom 50 versus DDF3. But before we watch that one real quickly, in the losers bracket, King Barnes against Bremen. Barnes has taken that one down 2-1, and he is going to be taking on White Flag in the losers round 2 there.
So Barnes knocking out his teammate Bremen had to be done. Same thing's going to be happening with Clipper and OA. One of them will unfortunately have to go out. White Flag versus Barnes, though, that's going to be an interesting fight. White Flag was one of the more dominant people in our original bracket, but obviously he did get knocked down. So White Flag versus Barnes is definitely going to be a good fight.
Yeah, do we have any idea who White Flag is yet, or is he just completely unknown still?
No idea, and he hasn't said anything. I will say that he uses the Black Mystic shoes, and so does Reese, so it could be one of Reese's friends. You know what I mean? Just saying.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it'd be really surprising to see someone at White Flag skill level not be in a team. Most people that are very skilled at PvP or this style of fighting usually have done some deep wilderness fighting. Since, I mean, the closest thing you're going to get to this style is definitely deep wilderness PKing. So I'd be surprised to see that he's just a completely unknown person.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting there in the losers bracket. But in the winners bracket here, we are going to be watching the next match. Mr. Boom 50 versus DDF3. Two players that we don't really know too much about, but put on pretty dominant performances up against their opponents in the first round. Both winning their sets 2-0.
So Mr. Boom or Aguero beat Barnes 2-0, and DDF3 beating Bremen 2-0. As we saw, Barnes and Bremen just fought each other in the loser bracket, and Barnes came out on top of that. So I would say Aguero probably has the fact that he had a harder opponent. I would say that probably makes him a little bit of a favorite going into this. As DD's F3's opponent, he managed to get 20 free hits on Bremen. I do think Aguero is probably going to be the better bird in this fight, but we'll have to wait and see.
Definitely only time can tell there, especially since we don't know too much about the players. We're just going to have to see them battle it out and see who comes out on top.
Yeah, currently just waiting for the match to begin here. Did we have a PvP tracker between OA and
I don't think
Dizzy
we did.
No,
I don't think we did.
Not in the last match.
Maybe two men who don't believe in the tracker, which is, I respect it. I respect it. Okay, we're into this fight now.
Here, though, both going in for the freeze right now. DDF3 being caught, getting a ball off prey there for a 28, but taking it straight back with that 19. Seems like they're both very even, probably. Oh, yeah, they're still just dealing just about even damage to each other right now.
DDF3 sitting in his robes, though, gets clawed by Mr. Boom 50, only hitting like a 12 or so. I'm not sure what I saw, into a 25 bolt. Mr. Boom 50 up a little bit right now. Let's see what he can make it into.
Yeah,
DDF3
right now, I mean, both of them
claw.
are kind of just dealing the same damage to each other over and over. Not really seeing anyone having the DD advantage or getting any form of free hits here. Saying that, though, Mr. Boom chancing his opponent by the looks of things. Only clawing about 30 damage there on 65, 70-ish. Right now, he's running away from that claw. Not entirely sure. Did he take that on prey or off prey?
I'm not entirely sure, but Mr. Boom gets whipped on Robes there. DDF3 definitely got a little bit of momentum back from all that. Definitely stepping it up a little bit here. Gets a free hit on Mr. Boom 50. Got his tent whip out. Hits another 24 through prayer. Another free hit on Robes at whip for a 10.
Boom trying to go for that freeze, getting bolted on his Robes, but fortunately for him, only taking a 0 and dealing 26 into 20
Yeah,
straight off.
that RNG going good for Mr. Boom 50 right now. Fighting somewhat similar to OA, I will say. He does use his crossbow quite a bit, but he is using this freezes quite a lot compared to everyone else, is what I've seen.
Yeah, even getting that 13 staff bash that we just saw. Those barrages are really popping off from Mr. Boom right now.
They really are. Especially when you catch it on the Dragon Square Shield, Varrock Scarret, there's a high probability you catch that freeze. I think you just get bolted in Robes there for a 6, however. Another Blood Blitz coming out of DDF3 actually hits like a 14 or something, healing him a little bit there. But Mr. Boom 50 has the DD advantage again.
Yeah, looking at that, I mean, so far from what we've seen in the past couple fights, we haven't really seen opponents get that many free hits. Most fights only having about 5 or 10. I do know when I came back that you were talking about a PvP tracker, but someone had 20 free hits.
That was actually DDF3 who had 20 free hits on his opponent, yeah. Obviously, it doesn't seem to be the case in this fight.
Yeah, maybe it's just a case of DDF3 fighting a opponent who's slightly worse and able to get those free hits. DDF3 sitting extremely low HP right now, though.
We'll say Mr. Boom has definitely brought, this fight has gone either way for a little bit, but Mr. Boom is now definitely building up a sizable lead over the past, minute or so in terms of damage. If he keeps it up, it should be a 1-0 for him. I'm not sure how they're looking in terms of spec, but may not change anything depending on how it hits. You could see DDF3 got unfrozen there, and Mr. Boom 50 immediately ran a little bit out of range and got the refreeze.
Yeah, I mean, right now we are seeing them trade hits, but Mr. Boom definitely coming out on top. While DDF3 is only dealing about small increments of damage, we are seeing Boom deal a lot of the bigger hits right now. His barrage is definitely doing the most part here. As I say that, barraging another 28 right there. So I think Mr. Boom is definitely in for a win on this one.
Yep, DDF3 got the DD right now. Walks out in half Robes, doesn't really get hit for it. Let's see, what else? Bolts in his Mage's Book, gets a free hit there. Whips him on his robe because that's another free hit on Mr. Boom 50. Bolts Mr. Boom 50 in his Robes for only a 4. That's pretty unfortunate. Mr. Boom instantly gets the refreeze, and now they're both frozen right next to each other. DDF3 is actually putting in a lot of damage right now, though. I will say that.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's in for a comeback right now, and he's dealing a lot of damage, barraging in his Mystic top there with his tank on. Not entirely sure about that one. But right now, both of them just kind of hitting zeros. DDF3 having the DD advantage, not really using it too well. Getting a 35 bolt right there, though. Bolting his opponent on Robes again, but Mr. Boom praying at only getting hit a 0. It looks like Mr. Boom does have the DD advantage right now.
There's a claw. DDF3, all zeros on prayer. Unfortunate. Mr. Boom 50 gets that bolt 24. Goes in for a claw himself off prayer, only for around a 20 there. That could have been a very significant amount of damage.
And it looks like we are having a little bit of technical difficulty right now.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How are you guys? You're looking nice cap, Jake. Nice cap.
Thank you, man. Thank you. You know, it's one of my favorites.
Do you have a cap that changes color?
No. I've been wearing this all day, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. That's
it's one of those. It's a mood cap. So depending on his emotional state right now, he's constantly switching colors, similar to the rings.
Fair play. Fair play.
All right. Looks like I might be coming back in here. Okay, so it sounds like we've had one of the players has DC'd here.
Oh, I see.
It turns out that the cameraman has DC'd, so we don't actually have any footage of what's going on right now. So unfortunately, we can't show you the fight, but they will still be continuing that fight off the stream at the moment.
I think based on what we were watching, as long as RNG doesn't play too much of a factor, Mr. Boom 50 should be winning that. We'll have to see.
Yep. We'll have to find out after the fight is finished. Just quickly, though, in the losers bracket there, I believe it was Grim versus Caustic, and Grim takes that one down 2-0. So Grim's going to be moving on to face up against Tubby there.
As expected. I think Grim should be able to win versus Tubby in the finals tomorrow. Barnes versus White Flag, definitely going to be an interesting fight for sure. After this, we also have Clipper versus OA. I do think OA will take that one. Clipper is also a new school Brit. He's somewhat of a RuneScape triathlete. You know, he's a pet hunter. He's a skiller. He PKs. But I think OA just has enough experience in that sort of type of fight to pull through the win versus Clipper.
Not a triathlete like you, mate. You know?
Yeah, I mean, no one's a triathlete like me. But
on top of that, you know?
We do actually have the results in for that fight, and Mr. Boom did actually claim the win, but not with a deserved one of that. DDF3 having 57% of the praise to Mr. Boom's 47%, and DDF3 having 68 to Mr. Boom's 66 hits, with 525 damage going to DDF3, and Mr. Boom having 467. So unfortunately, we didn't see that. The person we expected to win did win, but on the tracker, he definitely didn't.
Yeah, so interesting to see there from DDF3 again. Just like in the last round, getting a lot of hits off prayer and also not taking too many hits on prayer as well. So continuing that movement into the second round there, but unfortunately does get taken out by Mr. Boom 50.
Good fights to them. I think Mr. Boom 50, if he could just keep it consistent, keep this next round good, he should be pretty set for a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, so just while we're waiting for the cameraman to get back online here, guys, while we're talking about the PvP trackers, I just wanted to talk to you guys quickly. We talked about the Verix plate skirt, the Mystic top barrages. How much do you think the tracker affects PvP these days? Do you think it's more people literally in the lab looking at the tracker, running DPS calculators, or do you think it's more intuition?
So my friend actually developed the PvP tracker. And I hate him for it, and I hope everyone hates him for it, because while we did complain about RNG a lot before the tracker was a thing, now you don't win a fight unless you win on the tracker. No matter what it is, even if you're in the wilderness, someone will go up on tracker, by the way. I think if we could go back to simpler times, while there was still more questions about RNG and while people will still equally as complain, I think it was funner times.
I'd have to agree with Dida right there as well. I think before the tracker, if you lost, you lost. There wasn't any, look at the tracker, stuff like that. So, I mean, some people do kind of overanalyze the tracker as well. Sometimes people think that prayer percentage is all that matters. Deserved damage is obviously the big one. But overanalyzing the tracker too much, I mean, it can be a bit of a curse. Sometimes it's harder to take a loss when you know that you should have won, for example. So,
Yeah. No,
I'd say
I
overall, it's a bit of a negative.
Yeah, I personally don't like the tracker too much. Basically, just because every time I win a fight, I always lose on the tracker, and you know, I don't want to be known as that guy. You know what I mean?
I mean, I certainly use the tracker as an excuse for when I lose, and when I win, I'm like up on tracker. By the way, but if I could decide to have it or not, I'll decide to remove it. DDF3 gets the first freeze here going into the second fight. He gets a free hit right off the bat. He's already up about 40 HP. Gets another free hit on Mr. Boom. Mr. Boom answers back with a claw that only hits a 0. DDF3 is up about 60 damage going into the start of this fight.
Yeah, Mr. Boom only clawing a 0 there as well. Very unfortunate. That could have brought him back to the fight because he clawed his opponent off prey. But yet again, clawing his opponent off prey and only getting a 28. Very unfortunate for Mr. Boom.
Yeah.
It looks like DDF3 still has both of his claw specs right now, and he does waste one right there, clawing a 0. DDF3 losing all the momentum that he got during that first
he's really
freeze.
down quite a little bit of HP, and Mr. Boom got a couple of nice hits there. But DDF3 has the DD advantage again here. He should be, I honestly think he should be stepping out, brewing, and hitting while he does this, so he gets some hits while he heals up. Instead, it looks like he may have just eaten all his anglers right then, and possibly wasted some hit potential. Doesn't seem to matter, because he's just gone 4 free hits on Mr. Boom into a claw for another 0.
So we're seeing DDF3 finally get those free hits in that we saw previously, and it looks like it's paying off for him right now, honestly.
Yep, he's definitely up a good amount of damage here, but I think Barnes was up against Mr. Boom 50 in the first fight too, and Mr. Boom 50 managed to bring it back. So if he can bring it back in this as well, should be a nice fight. DDF3 sitting in his robes there.
Yeah, pulling a bit of a risky move, sitting in his robes with his mage prey on. Luckily for him, he did switch it off and switch the prey
36 though on robes into a 33. This is what I mean. Mr. Boom 50 straight momentum up 33 again.
Oh my
into
god, and whip chancing his opponent there as well. Into another volley 49, and he is just snowballing like crazy right now.
Poor guy. Mr. Boom 50 is straight beasting it right now. He's probably up 200 damage just off that last 30 seconds. little bit
Yeah, I
disgusting. I
mean,
don't know if DDF3 is going to bring it back after that.
That level of RNG is insane to see. I mean, we were just talking about how Mr. Boom 50 could potentially make a comeback like we've seen before, and he has definitely done that. He is by far up food right now. DDF3
100%.
really needing that type of RNG to pull himself back.
DDF3 trying to do his best here, but is he already out of food? I think he might be,
there's
you know.
no way.
Nah, he might be. No, okay, nah, he's eating.
Okay,
Thank God,
he is eating. He's just not eating to
Oh,
very
no.
high. And he's getting
Oh,
chanced
no.
back to back again.
Oh no, Mr.
Getting
Boom 50
chanced
putting-
for a third time to that bolt as well. Mr. Boom just has him on the on the edge right now, and
think
getting
he's out.
chanced again by that whip. Yeah, he has to
think he
be
might
out
be out.
now.
DDF3 showed a really dominant display earlier, but like I said, once he's fighting an opponent who's a little bit better than him, doesn't seem to be going his way. Mr. Boom 50 winning by a landslide for the 2-0. Congrats. DDF3 just
Dropping
drops
the question mark as
Yeah,
Mr.
nah, I
Boom
drop it
does
too.
a
I
cheeky
drop it
little
too.
darts on him.
Fair play, fair play. And Mr. Boom 50 does the dance and moves on.
I mean that is
now,
some
boys.
insane level of RNG that we've just seen there. Mr. Boom really pulling it back. That is incredible.
That was crazy.
That
really
was
utilizing that last claw spec he had as well to get the KO.
Yep. I got a funny feeling that DDF3 was out of food there anyway, but Mr. Aguero, Mr. Boom 50, 2-0 up against DDF3 there, which, to be honest, has surprised me that DDF3 was putting on a pretty dominant display in his first round, and even on the tracker in the first fight there, had the most hits off prayer. So very surprising for me there, but Mr. Boom 50's RNG just too strong. That was, 5 or 6 30-plus hits in a row?
Yeah, I think
that was
Mr. Boom
crazy.
literally snowballed like 300, 400 RNG in like the span of 45 seconds right there.
was pretty crazy.
Absolutely insane. DDF3 will be moving on to the losers bracket now, and he'll be facing up against Kevin in the losers round 2. But the next match we're going to be looking at now is XD44, otherwise known as OA, up against Clipper, and the winner of that one will be up against Mr. Boom 50.
Okay, so
Yeah,
this
so
is frontline versus frontline, old school versus new school, with OA being the old school, Clipper being the new school. I don't know what Clipper's tribrid stake ability is like. I know he's pretty decent as like a PKer in the wilderness. OA definitely showing a dominant display earlier. I'd say he's probably the favorite going into this frontline fight.
Yeah, definitely. Also, not to backtrack completely, but we do have the tracker for that fight. Mr. Boom with 39 hits to DDF3's 33 hits, with Mr. Boom catching 74% of his prayers correctly, and DD catching 36. Mr. Boom having 333 deserved damage to DD's 233. The big difference here being the damage dealt. Mr. Boom, although only having 333 deserved, dealt 484 actual damage.
That fight was over in 39 hits, dude. That is ridiculous. Some of these fights go to 111 hits.
Ridiculous damage right there, honestly.
And it wasn't even a KO. Like it was 39 hits and like 600 damage. It was absolutely insane. 500 damage there from those 39 hits. Absolutely crazy. This next set that we're going to be watching, guys, is going to be the last set of the day. Mr. OA versus Clipper. What were the two clans you said there, boys?
They're both frontline. So always, I think a much old schooler member of frontline. He's potentially maybe a rank still. I'm not sure. And Clipper's
I
a
do
newer
believe he's
member.
a rank.
So yeah, it's going to be frontline fight. But I do think OA is maybe the clear favorite in this one.
Yeah, I mean, going these two, I haven't really seen Clipper compete in any form of tournaments before. I do think this is his first tournament that he will be competing in. So maybe we can see like a surprise level of play. I personally haven't seen him in anything but team fights. So we're definitely going to see some interesting style of play here between the two. But I think either way, whoever goes through, I think they're going to take it like a man. Obviously, it's frontline versus frontline right now. I don't think either of them care.
Yeah, they're probably just having a fun fight. I would say fun fight between friends. Maybe not as a fun fight, but it is going to be a fun fight.
I mean, both in this, and I think either way they'll be happy just to see one of them advance to the next round. And then, of course, The loser of this match is still going to go through to the losers bracket. I believe the loser of this one will take on Saki in the next round of the losers bracket.
Oh yeah, Ton. And from what I know, that guy's pretty good too, because he beat a couple people from Kanini and Tata on his way there. So that'll be an interesting fight.
Yep. So we should see a nice clean fight from two frontline members here. Hopefully jumping into this one soon, the last set of the day.
Yeah, it seems like we are going a bit slower than we were in the EU bracket. I'm not sure if people are just taking a bit more time to gather themselves up for these fights, but right now we are just waiting for the two to begin their fight right now.
It's the pep talks. They're in the frontline team speak right now, pepping each other up, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
They're
sure.
most likely flaming each other, telling each other what's going to happen in the fight, but I'm excited regardless.
Do you guys have any predictions for this next fight?
I think OA comes out with a clean 2-0. Clipper's kind of the boy. He's a funny guy. If Clipper does come out with the win, I'll be happy. Clipper's a funny guy, so good luck to him.
Clipper did take down his opponent 2-0 in the first round, so...
Yeah,
okay, going into the first fight between the two, we have Clipper starting off strong with a bolt there. Both of them hitting zeros, getting that... Oh, I thought that was a 34, my bad. Only a 14 bolt. Bolt proc there from Clipper. OA having the freeze momentum by the looks of things right now. Never mind. It looks like OA is splashed. It's kind of hard to tell between the lag right now. OA getting bolted a 22 right there, though, to that 30 barrage that OA's just done to Clipper. Seems like they are both on just about even damage right now.
Yeah, OA taking a lot of damage at the start of the fight. That wasn't really the case in his other two fights, so he could be a little bit more controlled and really control the pace. Right now, he's doing the exact same thing as we saw him do earlier, just barraging, just only barraging, and there's a couple barrages going in there. A claw going in, he hits a 28. Yeah, OA definitely got a sizable lead up right now. I think the loser bracket fight, Barnes versus White Flag, is actually going on at the same time while this fight goes on, which is great to see people getting in on the action, but we will be focusing on Clipper and OA here. OA still not really using his crossbow at all. 24 freeze into the claw scratch on Clipper.
OA claw scratching him right there as well. Not entirely sure he's up, but OA whipping his opponent on ropes there, off prey as well.
I do think OA has a sizable lead so far. Clipper really hasn't been doing much but bolting back so far. I think he's a little wary to go for that freeze and potentially get hit on his robes, which is fair enough, but at some point you just have to kind of go for the one-tick freeze and hope to get it. If OA gets another freeze here, he's going to start up that DD momentum right again. Clipper trying to catch it, only using his Dragon Square Shield. No mages built from Clipper as of yet. Still no freeze. Okay, OA catches the freeze and Clipper gets him back. Let's see how this goes. OA's still up damage. He just does another 19 there. He's going to keep barraging him probably. He loves those barrages. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, OA has really focused on this major melee throughout these fights. We've seen him rarely bolt at all, honestly. So right now, Clipper going for that claw spec, though, only hitting a 1 off prey, but then staff bashing straight after. It looks like OA's a little bit more calculated with his hits, whilst Clipper is definitely on the lower side here. I definitely would say that we're seeing more we're seeing more skillful play from OA. So I think our bets were correct, and OA will take this.
Yeah, OA really controlling the fight. Still focusing on that mage melee setup. Clipper does get a nice claw on him there, 46 only. That could have been a lot bigger off prayer. OA going in for that whip on robes, doesn't go for it. Actually carries on going for the whip, gets it off prayer. He might get another whip on robes there. Yeah, he does, a 19. Maybe he goes for a whip again. Nah, he catches that freeze. And that's just, he's still balling so much damage. Clipper has honestly mostly been bolting him back from the majority of this fight.
Yeah, and those barrages are really paying off for OA right now. Even though he got bolted on ropes there, he just deals that damage straight back to Clipper. Clipper just being in constant defensive mode right here. Not really much he can do, unfortunately.
Seems every time he goes into his robes, OA instantly punishes him for it, either through the very little bolts he's given or through mostly a whip on robes. Another 30 barrage for OA there.
I mean, OA's barrages are just something else, honestly.
There have been people who have mentioned...
Oh my god. Jesus, getting another fight.
People have mentioned OA RNG in Edgeville over the years as he's been hybriding. I guess it's followed him here to the duel arena because the barrages are going crazy. And I think Clipper could potentially be out already. And I don't think OA is eating nearly.
Yeah, no, OA is not even close to out of food here. Clipper sitting on about 15 HP right now. OA really just needs to hit like a 20 to take him out. Maybe he can get a redemption proc, but I don't think it will matter, honestly.
Yep, and that is the 1-0 for OA. Clipper dropping the good fight. Obviously, they're in the same team. No hard feelings between them. But OA is 1-0 up in this series so far. In the background, we still got Barnes and White Flag going on.
That Barnes and White Flag fight going on at the moment as well. In the losers bracket there, maybe just jumping a little bit in the way of that fight there, but a massively dominant performance there from the OA. The barrages absolutely going in. I think it might have something to do with that toxic stuff for the Dead Boys. What do you think?
I mean, the
Maybe
toxic
it's
stuff
got-
of the dev doesn't actually have any different stats unless you have scales in it. So,
yeah,
I mean, OA right now is just pummeling Clipper, and I think we're going to see a swift 2-0 to OA.
Yeah, I reckon so. Pummeling, a very harsh word there, but it is what it is.
Yeah, West Ham not messing around there. The pummeling from OA there. Yeah, I'm stumbling on my words. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Once again, guys, this is going to be the last set of the day. Winner of this one will move on to face Mr. Boom 50 in the third round tomorrow. And the loser of this one will go on to face Ton tomorrow in the losers round 2.
Okay, going in for that second fight between the two right now. It seems like we are... Oh, wait, no, I was looking at the wrong fight there.
Yeah.
Both of them are just hitting zeros right now. Neither of them catching any freezes. Clipper seems to be going for that freeze. Oh, wait, throwing a barrage in his K-top. Definitely a mistake from him right there. Both of them kind of hitting nothing right now, though. OA seems to have gotten the first freeze with those barrages yet again, hitting 29 into a 39 bolt to a 20 whip right there. Whip chancing Clipper.
Clipper really doesn't like maging, and when he does, he just instantly takes like 60 damage right away from OA.
It's very punishing for him, honestly.
Yeah. I don't think he should be going into those robes too much unless he needs to try and get some sort of advantage here. Barely gets that shield on for that hit. He's just getting free bolt. OA is just getting free bolts and free hits in his robes right now. And probably going to drop a claw spec anytime soon. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, I don't think OA has eaten yet, so he doesn't have that free inventory space just yet. We did see Clipper try to go for that claw spec a second earlier. Right now, though, OA definitely in the lead, being up about 100 damage. Him running away right there, trying to fakey that claw. And unfortunately, Clipper didn't change his prey until the very last second, so OA clawed him on prey merely only for a 0. But still, OA going strong. Clipper not dealing a lot of damage. Clipper going for that claw spec on prey, only hitting 18 damage as well.
Yep, OA put in a fairly dominant performance right now. Trades the whip. Always got the right prayers on. Gets whipped in robes. I think that's maybe the first time I've actually seen him get whipped in robes in a couple fights. So fair enough from him. Another staff bash. No 35 this time. Seems the RNG may have run out. Goes in for another freeze there for his Dragon Square Shield and instantly gets it. Probably going to see him going in with that tent whip again very shortly here.
Yeah, it does seem that OA is definitely bolting a little bit more than what he did last fight. Still, though, going strong on those barrages. Clipper getting a... Was that a 31 or a 13 barrage right there?
Not too sure.
Clipper, either way, it seems like OA is definitely up food.
Yeah. OA just needs to stay composed. Maybe use his bolts a little bit, and he should win that fight. There seems to be a lot of opportunities where he can get a bolt off on Clipper's robes. Clipper's not even wearing the Dragon Square Shield right now. Gets staff bashed a 32. Pretty unfortunate. 17 freeze there going in. What's OA trying to do
right now
here?
it definitely looks like OA is just completely outplaying his opponent. Clipper just sacrificing way too much. He's staying in his robes a bit too much. Maybe camping the D-Square Shield might be a better move from him.
Let's see, a 22 whip on robes there. OA just sitting there and bolting Clipper. Clipper's probably close to out of food at this point. Maybe 2 anglers left, 3 anglers left. He's just been getting dominated the whole fight. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, OA is truly just relying on these barrages and whips right now. It doesn't really seem like OA is doing as good as he was last fight, but I mean, still, Clipper is not doing good enough to win this fight, unfortunately. I'd be interested to see the trackers, but I don't think we're going to get any from either of them.
Yeah, they don't seem like tracker men. Seems like Clipper, I don't know. I was expecting a little bit more out of him for this fight. Seems like he's doing a little bit worse than usual, but maybe it's just OA's experience of these kind of fights. Unfortunate to see. Yeah,
when you're a decent player going against someone that's above average or someone that's like really good, obviously someone at Clipper's level might just choke a little bit and not really know what to do. Saying that, though, he does get that 53 bolt for the max hit bolt, but still, I don't think that's going to be enough for him to win this, unfortunately, for him.
Clipper probably out of food there, just sitting in the middle, trying to get his tank back on. Goes in for a 10. OA goes in for the claw spec, only hits a 15, unfortunately. This is actually coming a little bit closer. OA had another spec there, actually. 30 well. Into a 0 whip. This fight is actually a little bit closer than the rest, but I do think Clipper is getting a little bit lucky. He's making quite a few mistakes and not getting punished a lot for them. So we have to see.
I mean, OA called him twice off prey there, followed by a off prey whip, and still only got about 25 damage out from that, so that's very unlucky for him. Seems like Clipper is getting a little bit more on the upside in terms of RNG right now. Yeah. Both of them sitting fairly similar HP. Not really a lot of damage being dealt, though.
Looks like OA is running off screen right now, trying to get a little bit of movement into the play. Probably wondering why he's not really getting any hits for all the things he's doing. I would be interested to see a tracker, but once again, I don't think we would get any of them from these two. OA going off screen using that new entity hider glitch. Goes in for a 16. Hits a 0 whip. Unfortunately, Clipper got the claws out. Let's see if OA gets clawed here. OA, I think, did just put on prey melee and changed it instantly. Ran out, so it could be using run yourself there, which was probably helping him out for that. Clipper claws him back, only hits a 34. OA is really kind of getting shafted in terms of RNG right now. Just gets hit a 26 again. The comeback of the Sentry could be on for Clipper right now.
Yeah, unfortunately for OA, although he seems to be doing a lot of things better than Clipper, he is just not getting the RNG. Clipper not really hitting too high though, but still getting that small increments of damage that we're not really seeing OA get right now. OA is hitting a lot of zeros, unfortunately, and Clipper, as I said, getting those small increments of damage, getting that 15 into the 7 bolt. OA whipping his opponent on ropes for a 0. I mean, I'd say this is a really unlucky fight for OA.
Yeah, incredibly unlucky. Clipper bolting him there in full robes, getting hit back a 30. Let's see what happens next. OA bolts him a 2. I think this might be the end of Clipper's run. I don't think OA has that much food left, though.
No, I'd say they're both, like, somewhat even, right? But OA definitely being up a little bit more. Going in for that KO whip. Still not hitting anything, though. Clipper, you're sitting on 20 HP right now. May be able to get some redemptions off. It doesn't really look like he's even attempting to flick it.
Yep. Seems like he's accepted his fate, and it's going to be a 2-0 for OA. Obviously, just a fight between two FL members. I don't think they really cared that much who progresses as long as it's one of them, and OA wins with a 2-0.
Rightfully so as well. It definitely seemed like OA was doing better. Unfortunately, we don't have a tracker to tell, but just by face value, OA definitely outplayed his opponent in both fights there.
And there it is, OA going to be moving on to round 3, taking on Mr. Boom 50. That is going to be in tomorrow's stream. And Clipper down to the losers round 2, going to be taking on Ton. Boys, let's take one last look at the bracket for today. What do you think was the biggest upset of the day?
I'd say Megal versus Grim. I don't think anyone was really expecting that.
No, definitely not for Megal to get a 2-0 sweep like he did on him as well. I have gotten some info though that apparently Mr. Boom 50 is Kanini, so tomorrow we are going to see OA versus Mr. Boom 50, so that's going to be another battle of the rivals there, with Kanini being Mr. Boom 50 and OA being in front line, so definitely a bit of a anticipated fight right there. As for the others though, not entirely sure. I think I'm very excited to see Saeed come back into play. Him being the second place of the last Jagex 1v1 tournament.
He's going to be on the losers bracket tomorrow, and Coin, the man with the crazy RNG today. So we'll see how he fares up against Saeed.
Actually managed to beat Script Kid LOL, so maybe he's got something in store tomorrow. Maybe he works on it a little bit. You never know.
Potentially.
We also got the losers bracket obviously tomorrow to do as well.
Yep. The losers bracket coming through. I think most of these matches in the losers round 2 are going to be played today, so we'll be able to see the losers round 3 tomorrow. Any fights you're looking forward to in the losers bracket there, guys?
I'm interested to see what happens with Op Smoker 23 and Koof versus the winner of Barnes versus White Flag, because Op Smoker 23, while I don't know who it is, he actually beat some good people in order to qualify. So I think those could be some fun fights. Grim versus Tubby, definitely going to be good. The winner of Ton versus Clipper versus the winner of Kevin and DDF3 would also probably be a great fight. So I'm interested to see all of those.
Once again, the losers with that second chance to qualify for the grand final, the World Championships. The top 8 will be moving through into that one. The winner of this bracket is going to be taking home $1,000. We do have the tracker from that last fight, actually. Casper, if you want to go through that one.
Wow.
Let me see if I can find it real quick. Looking at the tracker for that last fight, we have Clipper with 46% praise correct to OA's 63%, and Clipper having 85 hits to OA's 100, so OA having 15 free hits, with Clipper having 615 deserved damage to OA's 860. So the actual dealt damage was fairly similar. Clipper dealt 526 damage to OA's 549. Kind of confused on how OA was still just about full HP there, but
yeah,
Interesting.
seems like they were both doing really well, honestly.
It's kind of weird to see the Clipper was out of food there, completely out, and OA was on full health, and they'd done around the same amount of damage, but it is what it is, I suppose, guys.
Yeah, debut or debut.
Ladies and gentlemen, one last time for today, exclamation mark merch in the chat. If you want to support these tournaments that Method are running, putting on some amazing tournaments for old school RuneScape, exclamation mark merch in the chat. Check out some of the Method merch, and you can also use exclamation mark community in the chat and sign up to become a member of the Method community with all kinds of perks such as access to exclusive content, opportunities, and giveaways, and also providing help to aspiring and up-and-coming streamers to grow their channels through a number of different initiatives. But for today, that is going to wrap up the live stream. A huge shout out to Method for running this tournament. Tomorrow is going to be the round 3, 4, and the grand final of this bracket as well. And that's going to be starting at, I believe, 3 p.m. GMT tomorrow. Boys, what an amazing cast from you two. Great work. And it's been a pleasure being alongside you.
Yeah, I mean, looking forward to tomorrow.
I'm excited to see who comes out on top of this East bracket and joins Bill Jetty as a winner of a region, winning $1,000. Let's see.
A lot of money on the line. We'll see you guys tomorrow, 3 p.m. GMT.
Trying to give them hope.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated.